Chapter 1 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 1 Left Alone. The dreary March evening is rapidly passing from murky gloom to obscurity. Gusts of icy rain and sleet are sweeping full against a man who, though driving, bows his head so low that he cannot see his horses. The patient beasts, however, plod along the miry road, unerringly taking their course to the distant stable door. The highway sometimes passes through a grove on the edge of a forest, and the trees creak and groan as they writhe in the heavy blasts. In occasional groups of pines there is sighing and moaning almost human in suggestiveness of trouble. Never had nature been in a more dismal mood, never had she been more prodigal of every element of discomfort, and never had the hero of my story been more cast down in heart and hope than on this chaotic day, which, even to his dull fancy, appeared closing in harmony with his feelings and fortune. He is going home, yet the thought brings no assurance of welcome and comfort. As he cowers upon the seat of his market wagon, he is to the reader what he is in the fading light, a mere dim outline of a man. His progress is so slow that there will be plenty of time to relate some facts about him which will make the scenes and events to follow more intelligible. James Holcroft is a middle-aged man and the owner of a small hilly farm. He had inherited his rugged acres from his father, had always lived upon them, and the feeling had grown strong with the lapse of time that he could live nowhere else. Yet he knew that he was, in the vernacular of the region, going downhill. The small savings of years were slowly melting away, and the depressing feature of this truth was that he did not see how he could help himself. He was not a sanguine man, but rather one endowed with a hard, practical sense, which made it clear that the downhill process had only to continue sufficiently long to leave him landless and penniless. It was all so distinct on this dismal evening that he groaned aloud. "If it comes to that, I don't know what I'll do. Crawl away on a night like this and give up, like enough." Perhaps he was right. When a man with a nature like his gives up, the end has come. The low, sturdy oaks that grew so abundantly along the road were types of his character. They could break, but not bend. He had little suppleness, little power to adapt himself to varied conditions of life. An event had occurred a year since, which for months he could only contemplate with dull wonder and dismay. In his youth he had married the daughter of a small farmer. Like himself, she had always been accustomed to toil and frugal living. From childhood she had been impressed with the thought that parting with $1 was a serious matter, and to save $1 one of the good deeds rewarded in this life and the life to come. She and her husband were in complete harmony on this vital point. Yet not a miserly trait entered into their humble thrift. It was a necessity entailed by their meager resources. It was inspired by the wish for an honest independence in their old age. There was to be no old age for her. She took a heavy cold, and almost before her husband was aware of her danger, she had left his side. He was more than grief-stricken, he was appalled. No children had blessed their union, and they had become more and more to each other in their simple home life. To many it would have seemed a narrow and even a sordid life. It could not have been the latter, for all their hard work, their petty economies and plans to increase the hoard in the savings bank were robbed of sordidness by an honest, quiet affection for each other, by mutual sympathy and a common purpose. It undoubtedly was a meager life, which grew narrower with time and habit. There had never been much romance to begin with, but something that often wears better: mutual respect and affection. From the first, James Holcroft had entertained the sensible hope that she was just the girl to help him make a living from his hillside farm, and he had not hoped for or even thought of very much else except the harmony and good comradeship which bless people who are suited to each other. He had been disappointed in no respect. They had toiled and gathered like ants. They were confidential partners in the homely business and details of the farm. Nothing was wasted, not even time. The little farmhouse abounded in comfort, and was a model of neatness and order. If it and its surroundings were devoid of grace and ornament, they were not missed, for neither of its occupants had ever been accustomed to such things. The years which passed so uneventfully only cemented the union and increased the sense of mutual dependence. They would have been regarded as exceedingly matter-of-fact and undemonstrative, but they were kind to each other and understood each other. Feeling that they were slowly yet surely getting ahead, they looked forward to an old age of rest and a sufficiency for their simple needs. Then, before he could realize the truth, he was left alone at her wintry grave. Neighbors dispersed after the brief service, and he plodded back to his desolate home. There was no relative to step in and partially make good his loss. Some of the nearest residents sent a few cooked provisions until he could get help, but these attentions soon ceased. It was believed that he was abundantly able to take care of himself, and he was left to do so. He was not exactly unpopular, but had been much too reticent and had lived too secluded a life to find uninvited sympathy now. He was the last man, however, to ask for sympathy or help, and this was not due to misanthropy, but simply to temperament and habits of life. He and his wife had been sufficient for each other, and the outside world was excluded chiefly because they had not time or taste for social interchanges. As a result, he suffered serious disadvantages. He was misunderstood and virtually left to meet his calamity alone. But indeed he could scarcely have met it in any other way. Even to his wife he had never formed the habit of speaking freely of his thoughts and feelings. There had been no need, so complete was the understanding between them. A hint, a sentence, revealed to each other their simple and limited processes of thought. To talk about her now to strangers was impossible. He had no language by which to express the heavy, paralyzing pain in his heart. For a time he performed necessary duties in a dazed, mechanical way. The horses and livestock were fed regularly, the cows milked, but the milk stood in the dairy room until it spoiled. Then he would sit down at his desolate hearth and gaze for hours into the fire, until it sunk down and died out. Perhaps no class in the world suffers from such a terrible sense of loneliness as simple-natured country people, to whom a very few have been all the company they required. At last Holcroft partially shook off his stupor, and began the experiment of keeping house and maintaining his dairy with hired help. For a long time he had struggled on through all kinds of domestic vicissitude, conscious all the time that things were going from bad to worse. His house was isolated, the region sparsely settled, and good help difficult to be obtained under favoring auspices. The few respectable women in the neighborhood who occasionally lent a hand in other homes than their own would not compromise themselves, as they expressed it, by "keepin' house for a widower." Servants obtained from the neighboring town either could not endure the loneliness, or else were so wasteful and ignorant that the farmer, in sheer desperation, discharged them. The silent, grief-stricken, rugged-featured man was no company for anyone. The year was but a record of changes, waste, and small pilferings. Although he knew he could not afford it, he tried the device of obtaining 2 women instead of 1, so that they might have society in each other. But either they would not stay, or else he found that he had 2 thieves to deal with instead of 1, brazen, incompetent creatures who knew more about whiskey than milk, and who made his home a terror to him. Some asked good-naturedly, "Why don't you marry again?" Not only was the very thought repugnant, but he knew well that he was not the man to thrive on any such errand to the neighboring farmhouses. Though apparently he had little sentiment in his nature, yet the memory of his wife was like his religion. He felt that he could not put an ordinary woman into his wife's place and say to her the words he had spoken before. Such a marriage would be to him a grotesque farce, at which his soul revolted. At last he was driven to the necessity of applying for help to an Irish family that had recently moved into the neighborhood. The promise was forbidding, indeed, as he entered the squalid abode in which were huddled men, women, and children. A sister of the mistress of the shanty was voluble in her assurances of unlimited capacity. "Faith, I can do all the work, indoors and out, so I takes the notion," she had asserted. There certainly was no lack of bone and muscle in the big, red-faced, middle-aged woman who was so ready to preside at his hearth and glean from his diminished dairy a modicum of profit. But as he trudged home along the wintry road, he experienced strong feelings of disgust at the thought of such a creature sitting by the kitchen fire in the place once occupied by his wife. During all these domestic vicissitudes, he had occupied the parlor, a stiff, formal, frigid apartment, which had been rarely used in his married life. He had no inclination for the society of his help. In fact, there had been none with whom he could associate. The better class of those who went out to service could find places much more to their taste than the lonely farmhouse. The kitchen had been the one cozy, cheerful room of the house, and, driven from it, the farmer was an exile in his own home. In the parlor he could at least brood over the happy past, and that was about all the solace he had left. Bridget came and took possession of her domain with a sang-froid which appalled Holcroft from the first. To his directions and suggestions she curtly informed him that she knew her business and didn't want no mon around, orderin' and interferin'. In fact, she did appear, as she had said, capable of any amount of work, and usually was in a mood to perform it. But soon her male relatives began to drop in to smoke a pipe with her in the evening. A little later on, the supper table was left standing for those who were always ready to "take a bite." The farmer had never heard of the camel who first got his head into the tent, but it gradually dawned upon him that he was half supporting the whole Irish tribe down at the shanty. Every evening, while he shivered in his best room, he was compelled to hear the coarse jests and laughter in the adjacent apartment. One night his bitter thoughts found expression. "I might as well open a free house for the keeping of man and beasts." He had endured this state of affairs for some time simply because the woman did the essential work in her offhand, slapdash style, and left him unmolested to his brooding, as long as he did not interfere with her ideas of domestic economy. But his impatience and the sense of being wronged were producing a feeling akin to desperation. Every week there was less and less to sell from the dairy. Chickens and eggs disappeared, and the appetites of those who dropped in to "kape Bridgie from bein' a bit lonely" grew more voracious. Thus matters had drifted on until this March day when he had taken 2 calves to market. He had said to the kitchen potentate that he would take supper with a friend in town and therefore would not be back before 9 in the evening. This friend was the official keeper of the poorhouse and had been a crony of Holcroft's in early life. He had taken to politics instead of farming, and now had attained to what he and his acquaintances spoke of as a "snug berth." Holcroft had maintained with this man a friendship based partly on business relationships, and the well-to-do purveyor for paupers always gave his old playmate an honest welcome to his private supper table, which differed somewhat from that spread for the town's pensioners. On this occasion the gathering storm had decided Holcroft to return without availing himself of his friend's hospitality, and he is at last entering the lane leading from the highway to his doorway. Even as he approaches his dwelling, he hears the sound of revelry and readily guesses what is taking place. Quiet, patient men, when goaded beyond a certain point, are capable of terrible ebullitions of anger, and Holcroft was no exception. It seemed to him that night that the God he had worshipped all his life was in league with man against him. The blood rushed to his face, his chilled form became rigid with a sudden passionate protest against his misfortunes and wrongs. Springing from the wagon, he left his team standing at the barn door, and rushed to the kitchen window. There before him sat the whole tribe from the shanty, feasting at his expense. The table was loaded with coarse profusion. Roast fowls alternated with fried ham and eggs, a great pitcher of milk was flanked by one of foaming cider, while the post of honor was occupied by the one contribution of his self-invited guests, a villainous-looking jug. They had just sat down to the repast, when the weazen-faced patriarch of the tribe remarked, by way of grace, it may be supposed, "Be jabbers, but isn't old Holcroft giving us a fine spread the night? Here's bad luck to the glowerin' old skinflint," and he poured out a bumper from the jug. The farmer waited to see and hear no more. Hastening to a parlor window, He raised it quietly and clambered in, then taking his rusty shotgun, which he kept loaded for the benefit of the vermin that prowled about his hen roost, he burst in upon the startled group. "Be off!" he shouted. "If you value your lives, get out of that door, and never show your faces on my place again. I'll not be eaten out of house and home by a lot of jackals." His weapon, his dark, gleaming eyes, and desperate aspect taught the men that he was not to be trifled with a moment, and they slunk away. Bridget began to whine. "Yez wouldn't turn a woman out in the night and storm." "You are not a woman," thundered Holcroft. "You are a jackal, too. Get your traps and begone. I warn the whole lot of you to beware. I give you this chance to get off the premises, and then I shall watch for you all, old and young." There was something terrible and flame-like in his anger, dismaying the cormorants, and they hastened away with such alacrity that Bridget went down the lane screaming, "Stop, I tell yez, and be after waiting for me." Holcroft hurled the jug after them with words that sounded like an imprecation. He next turned to the viands on the table with an expression of loathing, gathered them up, and carried them to the hog pen. He seemed possessed by a feverish impatience to banish every vestige of those whom he had driven forth, and to restore the apartment as nearly as possible to the aspect it had worn in former happy years. At last he sat down where his wife had been accustomed to sit, unbuttoned his waistcoat and flannel shirt, and from against his naked breast took an old worn daguerreotype. He looked a moment at the plain, good face reflected there. Then, bowing his head upon it, strong, convulsive sobs shook his frame, though not a tear moistened his eyes. How long the paroxysm would have lasted it were hard to say, had not the impatient whinnying of his horses, still exposed to the storm, caught his attention. The lifelong habit of caring for the dumb animals in his charge asserted itself. He went out mechanically, unharnessed and stabled them as carefully as ever before in his life, then returned and wearily prepared himself a pot of coffee, which, with a crust of bread, was all the supper he appeared to crave. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. A very interested friend. For the next few days, Holcroft lived alone. The weather remained inclement, and there was no occasion for him to go farther away than the barn and outbuildings. He felt that a crisis in his life was approaching, that he would probably be compelled to sell his property for what it would bring, and begin life again under different auspices. "I must either sell or marry," he groaned, "and one's about as hard and bad as the other. Who'll buy the place and stock at half what they're worth, and where could I find a woman that would look at an old fellow like me, even if I could bring myself to look at her?" The poor man did indeed feel that he was shut up to dreadful alternatives. With his ignorance of the world and dislike for contact with strangers, selling out and going away was virtually starting out on an unknown sea without rudder or compass. It was worse than that. It was the tearing up of a life that had rooted itself in the soil whereon he had been content from childhood to middle age. He would suffer more in going and in the memory of what he had parted with than in any of the vicissitudes which might overtake him. He had not much range of imagination or feeling, but within his limitations his emotions were strong and his convictions unwavering. Still, he thought it might be possible to live in some vague, unknown place, doing some kind of work for people with whom he need not have very much to do. "I've always been my own master and done things in my own way," he muttered, "but I suppose I could farm it to suit some old, quiet people if I could only find 'em. One thing is certain, anyhow. I couldn't stay here in Oakville and see another man living in these rooms and plowing my fields and driving his cows to my old pasture lots. That would finish me like a galloping consumption." Every day he shrunk with a strange dread from the wrench of parting with the familiar place and with all that he associated with his wife. This was really the ordeal which shook his soul, and not the fear that he would be unable to earn his bread elsewhere. The unstable multitude, who are forever fancying that they would be better off somewhere else or at something else, can have no comprehension of this deep-rooted love of locality and the binding power of long association. They regard such men as Holcroft as little better than plodding oxen. The highest tribute which some people can pay to a man, however, is to show that they do not and cannot understand him. But the farmer was quite indifferent whether he was understood or not. He gave no thought to what people said or might say. What were people to him? He only had a hunted, pathetic sense of being hedged in and driven to bay. Even to his neighbors there was more of the humorous than the tragic in his plight. It was supposed that he had a goodly sum in the bank, and gossips said that he and his wife thought more of increasing this hoard than of each other, and that old Holcroft's mourning was chiefly for a business partner. His domestic tribulations evoked mirth rather than sympathy, and as the news spread from farmhouse to cottage of his summary bundling of Bridget and her satellites out of doors, there were both hilarity and satisfaction. While there was little commiseration for the farmer, there was decided disapprobation of the dishonest Irish tribe, and all were glad that the gang had received a lesson which might restrain them from preying upon others. Holcroft was partly to blame for his present isolation. Remote rural populations are given to strong prejudices, especially against those who are thought to be well off from an over-saving spirit, and who, worse still, are unsocial. Almost anything will be forgiven sooner than thinking one's self better than the other folks, and that is the usual interpretation of shy, reticent people. But there had been a decided tinge of selfishness in the Holcrofts' habit of seclusion, for it became a habit rather than a principle. While they cherished no active dislike to their neighbors or sense of superiority, these were not wholly astray in believing that they had little place in the thoughts or interests of the occupants of the hill farm. Indifference begat indifference, and now the lonely, helpless man had neither the power nor the disposition to bridge the chasm which separated him from those who might have given him kindly and intelligent aid. He was making a pathetic effort to keep his home and to prevent his heart from being torn bleeding away from all it loved. His neighbors thought that he was merely exerting himself to keep the dollars which it had been the supreme motive of his life to accumulate. Giving no thought to the opinions of others, Holcroft only knew that he was in sore straits, that all which made his existence a blessing was at stake. At times, during these lonely and stormy March days, he would dismiss his anxious speculations in regard to his future course. He was so morbid, especially at night, that he felt that his wife could revisit the quiet house. He cherished the hope that she could see him and hear what he said, and he spoke in her viewless presence with a freedom and fullness that was unlike his old reticence and habit of repression. He wondered that he had not said more endearing words and given her stronger assurance of how much she was to him. Late at night he would start out of a long reverie, take a candle, and, going through the house, would touch what she had touched, and look long and fixedly at things associated with her. Her gowns still hung in the closet, just as she had left them. He would take them out and recall the well-remembered scenes and occasions when they were worn. At such times she almost seemed beside him, and he had a consciousness of companionship which soothed his perturbed spirit. He felt that she appreciated such loving remembrance, although unable to express her approval. He did not know it, but his nature was being softened, deepened, and enriched by these deep and unwanted experiences. The hard materiality of his life was passing away, rendering him capable of something better than he had ever known. In the morning all the old prosaic problems of his life would return with their hard, practical insistence, and he knew that he must decide upon something very soon. His lonely vigils and days of quiet had brought him to the conclusion that he could not hunt up a wife as a matter of business. He would rather face the ever-angry bears than breathe the subject of matrimony to any woman that he could ever imagine himself marrying. He was therefore steadily drifting toward the necessity of selling everything and going away. This event, however, was like a coral reef to a sailor, with no land in view beyond it. The only thing which seemed certain was the general breaking up of all that had hitherto made his life. The offer of help came from an unexpected source. One morning Holcroft received a call from a neighbor who had never before shown any interest in his affairs. On this occasion, however, Mr. Weeks began to display so much solicitude that the farmer was not only surprised, but also a little distrustful. Nothing in his previous knowledge of the man had prepared the way for such very kindly intervention. After some general references to the past, Mr. Weeks continued, "I've been saying to our folks that it was too bad to let you worry on alone without more neighborly help. You ought either to get married or have some thoroughly respectable and well-known middle-aged woman keep house for you. That would stop all talk, and there's been a heap of it, I can tell you. Of course, I and my folks don't believe anything's been wrong." "Believing that something was wrong is about all the attention my neighbors have given me, as far as I can see," Holcroft remarked bitterly. "Well, you see, Holcroft, you've kept yourself so inside your shell that people don't know what to believe. Now, the thing to do is to change all that. I know how hard it is for a man, placed as you be, to get decent help. My wife was wondering about it the other day, and I shut her up mighty sudden by saying, 'You're a good manager and know all the countryside. Yet how often you're a-complaining that you can't get a girl that's worth her salt to help in haying and other busy times when we have to board a lot of men. Well, I won't beat around the bush any more. I've come to act the part of a good neighbor. There's no use of your trying to get along with such haphazard help as you can pick up here and in town. You want a respectable woman for housekeeper, and then have a cheap, common sort of a girl to work under her. Now, I know of just such a woman, and it's not unlikely she'd be persuaded to take entire charge of your house and dairy. My wife's cousin, Mrs. Mumpson." At the mention of this name Holcroft gave a slight start, feeling something like a cold chill run down his back. Mr. Weeks was a little disconcerted, but resumed, "I believe she called on your wife once?" "Yes," the farmer replied laconically. "I was away and did not see her." "Well, now," pursued Mr. Weeks, "she's a good soul. She has her little peculiarities, so have you and me, a lot of 'em, but she's thoroughly respectable, and there isn't a man or woman in the town that would think of saying a word against her. She has only one child, a nice, quiet little girl who'd be company for her mother and make everything look right, you know." "I don't see what there's been to look wrong," growled the farmer. "Nothing to me and my folks, of course, or I wouldn't suggest the idea of a relation of my wife coming to live with you. But you see, people will talk unless you stop their mouths so they'll feel like fools in doing it. I know, yours has been a mighty awkward case, and here's a plain way out of it. You can set yourself right and have everything looked after as it ought to be in 24 hours. We've talked to Cynthia, that's Mrs. Mumpson, and she takes a sight of interest. She'd do well by you and straighten things out, and you might do a plaguey sight worse than give her the right to take care of your indoor affairs for life." "I don't expect to marry again," said Holcroft curtly. "Oh, well, many a man and woman has said that and believed it too at the time. I'm not saying that my wife's cousin is inclined that way herself. Like enough she isn't at all, but then the right kind of persuading does change women's minds sometimes, eh? Mrs. Mumpson is kinder alone in the world, like yourself, and if she was sure of a good home and a kind husband, there's no telling what good luck might happen to you. But there'll be plenty of time for considering all that on both sides. You can't live like a hermit." "I was thinking of selling out and leaving these parts," Holcroft interrupted. "Now, look here, neighbor, you know as well as I do that in these times you couldn't give away the place. What's the use of such foolishness? The thing to do is to keep the farm and get a good living out of it. You've got down in the dumps and can't see what's sensible and to your own advantage." Holcroft was thinking deeply, and he turned his eyes wistfully to the upland slopes of his farm. Mr. Weeks had talked plausibly, and if all had been as he represented, the plan would not have been a bad one. But the widower did not yearn for the widow. He did not know much about her, but had very unfavorable impressions. Mrs. Holcroft had not been given to speaking ill of anyone, but she had always shaken her head with a peculiar significance when Mrs. Mumpson's name was mentioned. The widow had felt it her duty to call and counsel against the sin of seclusion and being too much absorbed in the affairs of this world. You should take an interest in everyone, this self-appointed evangelist had declared, and in one sense she lived up to her creed. She permitted no scrap of information about people to escape her, and was not only versed in all the gossip of Oakville, but also of several other localities in which she visited. But Holcroft had little else to deter him from employing her services beyond an unfavorable impression. She could not be so bad as Bridget Maloney, and he was almost willing to employ her again for the privilege of remaining on his paternal acres. As to marrying the widow, a slight shudder passed through his frame at the thought. Slowly he began, as if almost thinking aloud. I suppose you're right, Lemuel Weeks, in what you say about selling the place. The Lord knows I don't want to leave it. I was born and brought up here, and that counts with some people. If your wife's cousin is willing to come and help me make a living for such wages as I can pay, the arrangement might be made. But I want to look on it as a business arrangement. I have quiet ways of my own, and things belonging to the past to think about, and I've got a right to think about 'em. I ain't one of the marrying kind, and I don't want people to be a considering such notions when I don't. I'd be kind and all that to her and her little girl, but I should want to be left to myself as far as I could be." "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Weeks, mentally chuckling over the slight prospect of such immunity. "But you must remember that Mrs. Mumpson isn't like common help." "That's where the trouble will come in," ejaculated the perplexed farmer. "But there's been trouble enough with the other sort." "I should say so," Mr. Weeks remarked emphatically. "It would be a pity if you couldn't get along with such a respectable, conscientious woman as Mrs. Mumpson, who comes from one of the best families in the country." Holcroft removed his hat and passed his hand over his brow wearily as he said, "Oh, I could get along with anyone who would do the work in a way that would give me a chance to make a little and then leave me to myself." "Well, well," said Mr. Weeks, laughing, "you needn't think that because I've hinted at a good match for you, I'm making one for my wife's cousin. You may see the day when you'll be more hot for it than she is. All I'm trying to do is to help you keep your place and live like a man ought and stop people's mouths. If I could only fill my own and live in peace, it's all I ask. When I get to plowing and planting again, I'll begin to take some comfort." These words were quoted against Holcroft far and near. "Filling his own mouth and making a little money are all he cares for," was the general verdict, and thus people are misunderstood. The farmer had never turned anyone hungry from his door, and he would have gone to the poorhouse rather than have acted the part of the man who misrepresented him. He had only meant to express the hope that he might be able to fill his mouth, earn his bread, and get it from his native soil, plowing and planting. Working where he had toiled since a child would be a solace in itself, and not a grudged means to a sordid end. Mr. Weeks was a thrifty man also, and in nothing was he more economical than in charitable views of his neighbors' motives and conduct. He drove homeward with the complacent feeling that he had done a shrewd, good thing for himself and "his folks" at least. His wife's cousin was not exactly embraced in the latter category, although he had been so active in her behalf. The fact was, he would be at much greater pains could he attach her to Holcroft or anyone else, and so prevent further periodical visits. He regarded her and her child as barnacles with such appalling adhesive powers that even his ingenuity at crowding out had been baffled. In justice to him, it must be admitted that Mrs. Mumpson was a type of the poor relation that would tax the long-suffering of charity itself. Her husband had left her scarcely his blessing, and if he had fled to ills he knew not of, he believed that he was escaping from some of which he had a painfully distinct consciousness. His widow was one of the people who regard the world as their oyster, and her scheme of life was to get as much as possible for nothing. Arrayed in mourning weeds, she had begun a system of periodical descents upon his relatives and her own. She might have made such visitations endurable and even welcome, but she was not shrewd enough to be sensible. She appeared to have developed only the capacity to talk, to pry, and to worry people. She was unable to rest or to permit others to rest, yet her aversion to any useful form of activity was her chief characteristic. Wherever she went, she took the ground that she was company, and with a shawl hanging over her sharp, angular shoulders, she would seize upon the most comfortable rocking chair in the house, and mouth for bits of news about every one of whom she had ever heard. She was quite as ready to tell all she knew also, and for the sake of her budget of gossip and small scandal, her female relatives tolerated her after a fashion for a time. But she had been around so often, and her scheme of obtaining subsistence for herself and child had become so offensively apparent, that she had about exhausted the patience of all the kith and kin on whom she had the remotest claim. Her presence was all the more unwelcome by reason of the faculty for irritating the men of the various households which she invaded. Even the most phlegmatic or the best natured lost their self-control, and as their wives declared, felt like flying all to pieces at her incessant rocking, gossiping, questioning, and, what was worse still, lecturing. Not the least endurable thing about Mrs. Mumpson was her peculiar phase of piety. She saw the delinquencies and duties of others with such painful distinctness that she felt compelled to speak of them, and her zeal was sure to be instant out of season. When Mr. Weeks had started on his ominous mission to Holcroft, his wife remarked to her daughter confidentially, "I declare, sis, if we don't get rid of Cynthy soon, I believe Lemuel will fly off the handle." To avoid any such dire catastrophe, it was hoped and almost prayed in the Weeks household that the lonely occupant of the hill farm would take the widow for good and all. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 3. Mrs. Mumpson Negotiates and Yields. Mr. Weeks, on his return home, dropped all diplomacy in dealing with the question at issue. "Cynthy," he said in his own vernacular, "the end has come, so far as me and my folks are concerned. I never expect to visit you, and while I'm master of the house, no more visits will be received. But I hain't taken any such stand unconsiderately," he concluded. "I've given up the whole forenoon to secure you a better chance of living than visiting around. If you go to Holcroft's, you'll have to do some work, and so will your girl, but he'll hire someone to help you, and so you won't have to hurt yourself. Your trump card will be to hook him and marry him before he finds you out. To do this, you'll have to see to the house and dairy, and bestir yourself for a time at least. He's pretty desperate off for lack of women folks to look after indoor matters, but he'll sell out and clear out before he'll keep a woman, much less marry her, if she does nothing but talk. Now remember, you've got a chance which you won't get again, for Holcroft not only owns his farm, but has a snug sum in the bank. So you had better get your things together, and go right over while he's in the mood." When Mrs. Mumpson reached the blank wall of the inevitable, she yielded, and not before. She saw that the Weeks mine was worked out completely, and she knew that this exhaustion was about equally true of all similar mines, which had been bored until they would yield no further returns. But Mr. Weeks soon found that he could not carry out his summary measures. The widow was bent on negotiations and binding agreements. In a stiff, cramped hand, she wrote to Holcroft in regard to the amount of "salary" he would be willing to pay, intimating that one burdened with such responsibilities as she was expected to assume "ought to be compensated proportionally." Weeks groaned as he dispatched his son on horseback with this first epistle, and Holcroft groaned as he read it, not on account of its marvelous spelling and construction, but by reason of the vista of perplexities and trouble it opened to his boding mind. But he named on half a sheet of paper as large a sum as he felt it possible to pay, and leave any chance for himself, then affixed his signature and sent it back by the messenger. The widow Mumpson wished to talk over this first point between the high contracting powers indefinitely, but Mr. Weeks remarked cynically, "It's double what I thought he'd offer, and you're lucky to have it in black and white. Now that everything's settled, Timothy will hitch up and take you and Jane up there at once." But Mrs. Mumpson now began to insist upon writing another letter in regard to her domestic status and that of her child. They could not think of being looked upon as servants. She also wished to be assured that a girl would be hired to help her, that she should have all the church privileges to which she had been accustomed, and the right to visit and entertain her friends, which meant every farmer's wife and all the maiden sisters in Oakville. "And then," she continued, "there are always little perquisites which a housekeeper has a right to look for." Mr. Weeks irritably put a period to this phase of diplomacy by saying, "Well, well, Cynthy, the stage will be along in a couple of hours. We'll put you and your things aboard, and you can go on with what you call your negotiations at Cousin Abiram's. I can tell you one thing, though. If you write any such letter to Holcroft, you'll never hear from him again." Compelled to give up all these preliminaries, but inwardly resolving to gain each point by a nagging persistence of which she was a mistress, she finally declared that she "must have writings about one thing which couldn't be left to any man's changeful mind. He must agree to give me the monthly salary he names for at least a year." Weeks thought a moment, and then, with a shrewd twinkle in his eyes, admitted, "It would be a good thing to have Holcroft's name to such an agreement. Yes, you might try that on, but you're taking a risk. If you were not so penny wise and pound foolish, you'd go at once and manage to get him to take you for better or worse." "You misjudge me, Cousin Lemuel," replied the widow, bridling and rocking violently. "If there's any such taking to be done, he must get me to take him." "Well, well, write your letter about a year's engagement. That'll settle you for a 12-month at least." Mrs. Mumpson again began the slow, laborious construction of a letter in which she dwelt upon the uncertainties of life, her duty to her offspring, and the evils of vicissitude. "A stable home is woman's chief desire," she concluded, "and you will surely agree to pay me the salary you have said, for a year." When Holcroft read this second epistle, he so far yielded to his first impulse that he half tore the sheet, then paused irresolutely. After a few moments he went to the door and looked out upon his acres. "It'll soon be plowing and planting time," he thought. "I guess I can stand her, at least I can try it for 3 months. I'd like to turn a few more furrows on the old place." And his face softened and grew wistful as he looked at the bare, frost-bound fields. Suddenly it darkened and grew stern as he muttered, "But I'll put my hand to no more paper with that Weeks tribe." He strode to the stable, saying to Timothy Weeks as he passed, "I'll answer this letter in person." Away cantered Timothy, and soon caused a flutter of expectancy in the Weeks household by announcing that old Holcroft looked black as a thundercloud and was comin' himself. "I tell you what 'tis, Cynthy, it's the turn of a hair with you now," growled Weeks. "Unless you agree to whatever Holcroft says, you haven't the ghost of a chance." The widow felt that a crisis had indeed come. Cousin Abiram's was the next place in the order of visitation, but her last experience there left her in painful doubt as to a future reception. Therefore she tied on a new cap, smoothed her apron, and rocked with unwonted rapidity. "It'll be according to the order of Providence." "Oh, pshaw!" interrupted Cousin Lemuel. "It'll be according to whether you've got any sense or not." Mrs. Weeks had been in a pitiable state of mind all day. She saw that her husband had reached the limit of his endurance, that he had virtually already flown off the handle. But to have her own kin actually bundled out of the house, what would people say? Acceptance of Holcroft's terms, whatever they might be, was the only way out of the awkward predicament, and so she began in a wheedling tone, "Now, Cousin Cynthy, as Lemuel says, you've got a first-rate chance. Holcroft's had an awful time with women, and he'll be glad enough to do well by anyone who does fairly well by him. Everybody says he's well off, and once you're fairly there and get things in your own hands, there's no telling what may happen. He'll get a girl to help you, and Jane's big enough now to do a good deal. Why, you'll be the same as keeping house like the rest of us." Further discussion was cut short by the arrival of the victim. He stood awkwardly in the door of the Weeks' sitting-room for a moment, seemingly at a loss how to state his case. Mr. and Mrs. Weeks now resolved to appear neutral and allow the farmer to make his terms. Then, like other superior powers in the background, they proposed to exert a pressure on their relative and do a little coercing. But the widow's course promised at first to relieve them of all further effort. She suddenly seemed to become aware of Holcroft's presence, sprang up, and gave him her hand very cordially. "I'm glad to see you, sir," she began. "It's very considerate of you to come for me. I can get ready in short order, and as for Jane, she's never a bit of trouble. Sit down, sir, and make yourself to home while I get our things together and put on my bonnet." And she was about to hasten from the room. She, too, had been compelled to see that Holcroft's farmhouse was the only certain refuge left, and while she had rocked and waited the thought had come into her scheming mind, "I've stipulated to stay a year, and if he says nothing against it, it's a bargain which I can manage to keep him to in spite of himself, even if I don't marry him." But the straightforward farmer was not to be caught in such a trap. He had come himself to say certain words, and he would say them. He quietly, therefore, stood in the door and said, "Wait a moment, Mrs. Mumpson. It's best to have a plain understanding in all matters of business. When I've done, you may conclude not to go with me, for I want to say to you what I said this morning to your cousin, Lemuel Weeks. I'm glad he and his wife are now present, as witnesses. I'm a plain man, and all I want is to make a living off the farm I've been brought up on. I'll get a girl to help you with the work. Between you, I'll expect it to be done in a way that the dairy will yield a fair profit. We'll try and see how we get on for 3 months and not a year. I'll not bind myself longer than 3 months. Of course, if you manage well, I'll be glad to have this plain business arrangement go on as long as possible, but it's all a matter of business. If I can't make my farm pay, I'm going to sell or rent and leave these parts." "Oh, certainly, certainly, Mr. Holcroft. You take a very sensible view of affairs. I hope you will find that I will do all that I agree to and a great deal more. I'm a little afraid of the night air and the inclement season, and so will hasten to get myself and my child ready. and she passed quickly out. Weeks put his hand to his mouth to conceal a grin as he thought, "She hasn't agreed to do anything that I know on. Still, she's right. She'll do a sight more than he expects, but it won't be just what he expects." Mrs. Weeks followed her relative to expedite matters, and it must be confessed that the gathering of Mrs. Mumpson's belongings was no heavy task. A small hair trunk that had come down from the remote past held her own and her child's wardrobe and represented all their worldly possessions. Mr. Weeks, much pleased at the turn of affairs, became very affable, but confined his remarks chiefly to the weather, while Holcroft, who had an uneasy sense of being overreached in some undetected way, was abstracted and laconic. He was soon on the road home, however, with Mrs. Mumpson and Jane. Cousin Lemuel's last whispered charge was, "Now, for mercy's sake, do keep your tongue still and your hands busy." Whatever possibilities there may be for the Ethiopian or the leopard, there was no hope that Mrs. Mumpson would materially change any of her characteristics. The chief reason was that she had no desire to change. A more self-complacent person did not exist in Oakville. Good traits in other people did not interest her. They were insipid, they lacked a certain pungency which a dash of evil imparts. And in the course of her minute investigations, she had discerned or surmised so much that was reprehensible that she had come to regard herself as singularly free from sins of omission and commission. "What have I done?" she would ask in her self-communings. The question implied so much truth of a certain kind that all her relatives were in gall and bitterness as they remembered the weary months during which she had rocked idly at their firesides. With her, talking was as much of a necessity as breathing, but during the ride to the hillside farm she, in a sense, held her breath, for a keen March wind was blowing. She was so quiet that Holcroft grew hopeful, not realizing that the checked flow of words must have freer course later on. A cloudy twilight was deepening fast when they reached the dwelling. Holcroft's market wagon served for the general purposes of conveyance, and he drove as near as possible to the kitchen door. Descending from the front seat, which he had occupied alone, he turned and offered his hand to assist the widow to alight, but she nervously poised herself on the edge of the vehicle, and seemed to be afraid to venture. The wind fluttered her scanty draperies, causing her to appear like a bird of prey about to swoop down upon the unprotected man. "I'm afraid to jump so far," she began. "There's the step, Mrs. Mumpson." "But I can't see it. Would you mind lifting me down?" He impatiently took her by the arms, which seemed in his grasp like the rounds of a chair, and put her on the ground. "Oh," she exclaimed in gushing tones, "there's nothing to equal the strong arms of a man." He hastily lifted out her daughter, and said, "You had better hurry into the fire. I'll be back in a few minutes." And he led his horses down to the barn, blanketed and tied them. When he returned, he saw two dusky figures standing by the front door, which led to the little hall separating the kitchen from the parlor. "Bless me!" he exclaimed. "You haven't been standing here all this time?" "It's merely due to a little oversight. The door is locked, you see, and—" "But the kitchen door is not locked." "Well, it didn't seem quite natural for us to enter the dwelling on the occasion of our first arrival by the kitchen entrance, and—" Holcroft, with a grim look, strode through the kitchen and unlocked the door. "Ah!" exclaimed the widow, "I feel as if I was coming home. Enter, Jane, my dear. I'm sure the place will soon cease to be strange to you, for the home feeling is rapidly acquired when—" "Just wait a minute, please," said Holcroft, "and I'll light the lamp and a candle." This he did with the deftness of a man accustomed to help himself, then led the way to the upper room, which was to be her sleeping apartment. Placing the candle on the bureau, he forestalled Mrs. Mumpson by saying, "I'll freshen up the fire in the kitchen, and lay out the ham, eggs, coffee, and other materials for supper. Then I must go out and unharness and do my night work. Make yourselves to home. You'll soon be able to find everything," and he hastened away. It would not be their fault if they were not soon able to find everything. Mrs. Mumpson's first act was to take the candle and survey the room in every nook and corner. She sighed when she found the closet and bureau drawers empty. Then she examined the quantity and texture of the bedding of the couch on which she was to repose, as she would express herself. Jane followed her around on tiptoe, doing just what her mother did, but was silent. At last they shivered in the fireless apartment, drew off their scanty wraps, and went down to the kitchen. Mrs. Mumpson instinctively looked around for a rocking chair, and as none was visible, she hastened to the parlor, and holding the candle aloft, surveyed this apartment. Jane followed in her wake as before, but at last ventured to suggest, "Mother, Mr. Holcroft will be in soon and want his supper." "I suppose he'll want a great many things," replied Mrs. Mumpson with dignity. "But he can't expect a lady of my connections to fly around like a common servant. It is but natural, in coming to a new abode, that I should wish to know something of that abode. There should have been a hired girl here ready to receive and get supper for us. Since there is not one to receive us, bring that rocking chair, my dear, and I will direct you how to proceed." The child did as she was told, and her mother was soon rocking on the snuggest side of the kitchen stove, interspersing her rather bewildering orders with various reflections and surmises. Sketching the child Jane is a sad task, and pity would lead us to soften every touch if this could be done in truthfulness. She was but 12 years of age, yet there was scarcely a trace of childhood left in her colorless face. Stealthy and cat-like in all her movements, she gave the impression that she could not do the commonest thing except in a sly, cowering manner. Her small greenish-gray eyes appeared to be growing nearer together with the lease of time, and their indirect, furtive glances suggested that they had hardly, if ever, seen looks of frank affection bent upon her. She had early learned, on the round of visits with her mother, that so far from being welcome, she was scarcely tolerated, and she reminded one of a stray cat that comes to a dwelling and seeks to maintain existence there in a lurking, deprecatory manner. Her kindred recognized this feline trait, for they were accustomed to remark, "She's always snooping around." She could scarcely do otherwise, poor child. There had seemed no place for her at any of the firesides. She haunted halls and passageways, sat in dusky corners, and kept her meager little form out of sight as much as possible. She was the last one helped at table, when she was permitted to come at all, and so had learned to watch like a cat, and when people's backs were turned, to snatch something, carry it off, and devour it in secret. Detected in these little pilferings, to which she was almost driven, she was regarded as even a greater nuisance than her mother. The latter was much too preoccupied to give her child attention. Ensconced in a rocking chair in the best room, and always in full tide of talk if there was anyone present, she rarely seemed to think where Jane was or what she was doing. The rounds of visitation gave the child no chance to go to school, so her developing mind had little other pabulum than what her mother supplied so freely. She was acquiring the same consuming curiosity, with the redeeming feature that she did not talk. Listening in unsuspected places, she heard much that was said about her mother and herself, and the pathetic part of this experience was that she had never known enough of kindness to be wounded. She was only made to feel more fully how precarious was her foothold in her transient abiding place, and therefore was rendered more furtive, sly, and distant in order to secure toleration by keeping out of every one's way. In her prowlings, however, she managed to learn and understand all that was going on even better than her mother, who, becoming aware of this fact, was acquiring the habit of putting her through a whispered cross-questioning when they retired for the night. It would be hard to imagine a child beginning life under more unfavorable auspices, and still harder to predict the outcome. In the course of her close watchfulness she had observed how many of the domestic labors had been performed, and she would have helped more in the various households if she had been given a chance. But the housewives had not regarded her as sufficiently honest to be trusted in the pantries, and also found that, if there was a semblance of return for such hospitality as they extended, Mrs. Mumpson would remain indefinitely. Moreover, the homely, silent child made the women nervous, just as her mother irritated the men, and they did not want her around. Thus she had come to be the spectre of a child, knowing little of the good in the world and as much of the evil as she could understand. She now displayed, however, more sense than her mother. The habit of close scrutiny had made it clear that Holcroft would not long endure genteel airs and inefficiency, and that something must be done to keep this shelter. She did her best to get supper, with the aid given from the rocking chair, and at last broke out sharply, "You must get up and help me. He'll turn us out of doors if we don't have supper ready when he comes in." Spurred by fear of such a dire possibility, Mrs. Mumpson was bustling around when Holcroft entered. "We'll soon be ready," she gushed. "We'll soon place our evening repast upon the table." "Very well," was the brief reply, as he passed up the stairs with the small hair trunk on his shoulder. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 4. Domestic Bliss. Holcroft had been given a foretaste of the phase of torment which he was destined to endure in his domestic relations, and was planning to secure a refuge into which he could not be pursued. He had made himself a little more presentable for supper, instinctively aware that nothing would escape the lynx-eyed widow, and was taking some measurements from the floor to a stovepipe hole leading into the chimney flue, when he became aware that someone was in the doorway. Turning, he saw Jane with her small cat-like eyes fixed intently upon him. Instantly he had the feeling that he was being watched and would be watched. "Supper's ready," said the girl, disappearing. Mrs. Mumpson smiled upon him, if certain contortions of her thin, sharp face could be termed a smile, from that side of the table at which his wife had sat so many years, and he saw that the low rocking-chair, which he had preserved jealously from his former "help," had been brought from the parlor and established in the old familiar place. Mrs. Mumpson folded her hands and assumed a look of deep solemnity. Jane, as instructed, also lowered her head, and they waited for him to say grace. He was in far too bitter a mood for any such pious farce, and stolidly began to help them to the ham and eggs, which viands had been as nearly spoiled as was possible in their preparation. The widow raised her head with a profound sigh which set Holcroft's teeth on edge, but he proceeded silently with his supper. The biscuits were heavy enough to burden the lightest conscience, and the coffee, simply grounds swimming around in lukewarm water. He took a sip, then put down his cup and said, quietly, "Guess I'll take a glass of milk tonight. Mrs. Mumpson, if you don't know how to make coffee, I can soon show you." "Why? Isn't it right? How strange! Perhaps it would be well for you to show me just exactly how you like it, for it will afford me much pleasure to make it to your taste. Men's tastes differ so. I've heard that no two men's tastes were alike, and after all, everything is a matter of taste. Now, Cousin Abiram doesn't believe in coffee at all. He thinks it is unwholesome. Have you ever thought that it might be unwholesome?" "I'm used to it, and would like it good when I have it at all." "Why, of course, you must have it exactly to your taste. Jane, my dear, we must put our minds on coffee and learn precisely how Mr. Holcroft likes it, and when the hired girl comes we must carefully superintend her when she makes it. By the way, I suppose you will employ my assistant tomorrow, Mr. Holcroft?" "I can't get a girl short of town," was the reply, "and there is so much cream in the dairy that ought to be churned at once, that I'll wait till next Monday and take down the butter." Mrs. Mumpson put on a grave, injured air and said, "Well," so disapprovingly that it was virtually saying that it was not well at all. Then, suddenly remembering that this was not good policy, she was soon all smiles and chatter again. "How cozy it is!" she cried, "and how soon one acquires the home feeling! Why, anyone looking in at the window would think that we were an old established family, and yet this is but our first meal together. But it won't be the last, Mr. Holcroft. I cannot make it known to you how your loneliness, which Cousin Lemuel has so feelingly described to me, has affected my feelings. Cousin Nancy said but this very day that you have had desperate times with all kinds of dreadful creatures. But all that's past. Jane and me will give a look of stability and respecterbility to every corner." "Well, really, Mrs. Mumpson, I don't know who's to come." "Oh, you'll see," she replied, wrinkling her thin blue lips into what was meant for a smile, and nodding her head at him encouragingly. "You won't be so isolated no more, now that I'm here, with my offspring. Your neighbors will feel that they can show you their sympathy. The most respecterble people in town will call, and your life will grow brighter and brighter. Clouds will roll away, and—" "I hope the neighbors will not be so ill-mannered as to come without being invited," remarked Mr. Holcroft grimly. "It's too late in the day for them to begin now." "My being here with Jane will make all the difference in the world," resumed Mrs. Mumpson, with as saccharine an expression as she could assume. "They will come out of pure kindness and friendly interest, with the wish to encourage—" "Mrs. Mumpson," said Holcroft, half desperately, "if anyone comes it'll be out of pure curiosity, and I don't want such company. Selling enough butter, eggs, and produce to pay expenses will encourage me more than all the people of Oakville, if they should come in a body. What's the use of talking in this way? I've done without the neighbors so far, and I'm sure they've been very careful to do without me. I shall have nothing to do with them except in the way of business, and as I said to you down at Lemuel Weeks's, business must be the first consideration with us all," and he rose from the table. "Oh, certainly, certainly," the widow hastened to say. "But then business is like a cloud, and the meetings and greetings of friends is a sort of silver lining, you know. What would the world be without friends? The society of those who take an abiding interest? Believe me, Mr. Holcroft," she continued, bringing her long skinny finger impressively down on the table, "you have lived alone so long that you are unable to see the crying needs of your own constitution. As a Christian man, you require human sympathy and—" Poor Holcroft knew little of centrifugal force, but at that moment he was a living embodiment of it, feeling that if he did not escape he would fly into 1,000 atoms. Saying nervously, "I've a few chores to do," he seized his hat, and hastening out, wandered disconsolately around the barn. "I'm never going to be able to stand her," he groaned. "I know now why my poor wife shook her head whenever this woman was mentioned. The clack of her tongue would drive any man living crazy, and the gimlet eyes of that girl Jane would bore holes through a saint's patience. Well, well, I'll put a stove up in my room, then plowing and planting time will soon be here, and I guess I can stand it at meal times for 3 months, for unless she stops her foolishness she shan't stay any longer." Jane had not spoken during the meal, but kept her eyes on Holcroft except when he looked toward her, and then she instantly averted her gaze. When she was alone with her mother, she said abruptly, "We ain't a-going to stay here long, nuther." "Why not?" was the sharp, responsive query. "'Cause the same look's comin' into his face that was in Cousin Lemuel's and Cousin Abiram's and all the rest of 'em. 'Fi's you, I'd keep still now. 'Pears to me they all want you to keep still and you won't." "Jane," said Mrs. Mumpson in severe tones, "you are an ignorant child. Don't presume to instruct me. Besides, this case is entirely different. Mr. Holcroft must be made to understand from the start that I'm not a common woman, and that I'm his equal, and in most respects his superior. If he ain't made to feel this, it'll never enter his head, but law! There's things which you can't and oughtn't to understand." "But I do," said the girl shortly, "and he won't marry you, nor keep you, if you talk him to death." "Jane!" gasped Mrs. Mumpson, as she sank into the chair and rocked violently. The night air was keen and soon drove Holcroft into the house. As he passed the kitchen window, he saw that Mrs. Mumpson was in his wife's rocking chair, and that Jane was clearing up the table. He kindled a fire on the parlor hearth, hoping, but scarcely expecting, that he would be left alone. Nor was he very long, for the widow soon opened the door and entered, carrying the chair. "Oh, you are here," she said sweetly. "I heard the fire crackling, and I do so love open wood fires. They're company in themselves, and they make those who bask in the flickering blaze inclined to be sociable. To think of how many long, lonely evenings you have sat here when you had persons in your employ with whom you could have no affinity whatever. I don't see how you stood it. Under the circumstances life must cloud up into a dreary burden." It never occurred to Mrs. Mumpson that her figures of speech were often mixed. She merely felt that the sentimental phase of conversation must be very flowery. But during the first evening she had resolved on prudence. "Mr. Holcroft shall have time," she thought, "for the hope to steal into his heart that his housekeeper may become something more to him than housekeeper, that there is a nearer and loftier relation." Meanwhile she was consumed with curiosity to know something about the "persons" previously employed in his experiences with them. With a momentary and, as she felt, a proper pause before descending to ordinary topics, she resumed. "My dear Mr. Holcroft, no doubt it will be a relief to your overfraught mind to pour into a sympathetic ear the story of your troubles with those peculiar females that—" Mrs. Mumpson, "It would be a much greater relief to my mind to forget all about 'em," he replied briefly. "Indeed!" exclaimed the widow. "Was they as bad as that? Who'd 'a' thought it? Well, 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 what people there is in the world! And you couldn't abide 'em, then?" "No, I couldn't." "Well, now, what hussies they must have been! And to think you were here all alone with no better company! It makes my heart bleed. They do say that Bridget Malony is equal to anything, and I've no doubt but that she took things and did things." "Well, she's taken herself off, and that's enough." Then he groaned inwardly. "Good Lord, I can't stand her and all her tribe better'n this one." "Yes, Mr. Holcroft," pursued Mrs. Mumpson, sinking her voice to a loud, confidential whisper, "and I don't believe you've any idea how much she took with her. I fear you've been robbed in all these vicissitudes. Men never know what's in a house. They need caretakers, respecterble women, that would sooner cut out their tongues than purloin. How happy is the change which has been effected! How could you abide in the house with such a person as that Bridget Malony?" "Well, well, Mrs. Mumpson, she abode with herself. I at least had this room in peace and quietness." Of course, of course! A person so utterly unrespectable would not think of entering this apartment. But then you had to meet her, you know. You could not act as if she was not, when she was, and there being so much of her, too. She was a monstrous looking person. It's dreadful to think that such persons belong to our sex. I don't wonder you feel as you do about it all. I can understand you perfectly. All your sensibilities was offended. You felt that your very home had become sacrilegious. Well, now, I suppose she said awful things to you?" Holcroft could not endure this style of inquisition and comment another second longer. He rose and said, "Mrs. Mumpson, if you want to know just what she said and did, you must go and ask her. I'm very tired. I'll go out and see that the stock's all right, and then go to bed." "Oh, certainly, certainly!" ejaculated the widow. "Repose is nature's sweet rester, says the poet. I can see how recalling those dreadful scenes with those peculiar females—" But he was gone. In passing out, he caught sight of Jane whisking back into the kitchen. "She's been listening," he thought. "Well, I'll go to town tomorrow afternoon, get a stove for my room upstairs, and stuff the keyhole." He went to the barn and looked with envy at the placid cows and quiet horses. At last, having lingered as long as he could, he returned to the kitchen. Jane had washed and put away the supper dishes after a fashion, and was now sitting on the edge of a chair in the farthest corner of the room. "Take this candle and go to your mother," he said curtly. Then he fastened the doors and put out the lamp. Standing for an instant at the parlor entrance, he added, "Please rake up the fire and put out the light before you come up. Good night." "Oh, certainly, certainly. We'll look after everything just as if it was our own. The sense of strangeness will soon pass." But his steps were halfway up the stairs. Mother and daughter listened until they heard him overhead, then, taking the candle, they began a most minute examination of everything in the room. Poor Holcroft listened also, too worried, anxious, and nervous to sleep until they came up and all sounds ceased in the adjoining apartment. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 5. Mrs. Mumpson Takes Up Her Burdens. The next morning Holcroft awoke early. The rising sun flooded his plain little room with mellow light. It was impossible to give way to dejection in that radiance, and hope, he scarcely knew why, sprung up in his heart. He was soon dressed, and having kindled the kitchen fire, went out on the porch. There had been a change in the wind during the night, and now it blew softly from the south. The air was sweet with the indefinable fragrance of spring. The ethereal notes of bluebirds were heard on every side. Migratory robins were feeding in the orchard, whistling and calling their noisy congratulations on arriving at old haunts. The frost was already oozing from the ground, but the farmer welcomed the mud, knowing that it indicated a long advance toward plowing and planting time. He bared his head to the sweet, warm air and took long, deep breaths. "If this weather holds," he muttered, "I can soon put in some early potatoes on that warm hillside yonder. Yes, I can stand even her for the sake of being on the old place in mornings like this. The weather'll be getting better every day, and I can be out of doors more. I'll have a stove in my room tonight. I would last night if the old airtight hadn't given out completely. I'll take it to town this afternoon and sell it for old iron. Then I'll get a brand new one and put it up in my room. They can't follow me there, and they can't follow me outdoors, and so perhaps I can live in peace and work most of the time. Thus he was muttering to himself, as lonely people so often do, when he felt that someone was near. Turning suddenly, he saw Jane half hidden by the kitchen door. Finding herself observed, the girl came forward and said in her brief, monotonous way, "Mother'll be down soon. If you'll show me how you want the coffee and things, I guess I can learn." "I guess you'll have to, Jane. There'll be more chance of your teaching your mother than of her teaching you, I fear. But we'll see. It's strange people can't see what's sensible and best for 'em when they see so much." The child made no reply, but watched him intently as he measured out and then ground half a cup of coffee. "The first thing to do," he began kindly, "is to fill the kettle with water fresh drawn from the well. Never make coffee or tea with water that's been boiled 2 or 3 times. Now, I'll give the kettle a good rinsing, so as to make sure you start with it clean." Having thus accomplished this, he filled the vessel at the well and placed it on the fire, remarking as he did so, "Your mother can cook a little, can't she?" "I s'pose so," Jane replied. "When father was livin', mother said she kept a girl. Since then we've visited round, but she'll learn. If she can't, I can." "What on earth, but there's no use of talking. When the water boils, bubbles up and down, you know, call me. I suppose you and your mother can get the rest of the breakfast?" "Oh, good morning, Mrs. Mumpson. I was just showing Jane about the coffee. You two can go on and do all the rest, but don't touch the coffee till the kettle boils, and then I'll come in and show you my way, and if you please, I don't wish it any other way." "Oh, certainly," began Mrs. Mumpson, but Holcroft waited to hear no more. "She's a woman," he muttered, "and I'll say nothing rude or ugly to her, but I shan't listen to her talk half a minute when I can help myself. And if she won't do anything but talk, well, we'll see. A few hours in the dairy will show whether she can use anything besides her tongue." As soon as they were alone, Jane turned sharply on her mother and said, "Now you've got to do something to help. At Cousin Lemuel's and other places they wouldn't let us help. Anyhow, they wouldn't let me. He 'spects us both to work and pays you for it. I tell you agin, he won't let us stay here unless we do. I won't go visitin' round any more, feelin' like a stray cat in every house I go to. You've got to work and talk less." "Why, Jane, how you talk!" "I talk sense. Come, help me get breakfast." "Do you think that's a proper way for a child to address a parent?" "No matter what I think. Come and help. You'll soon know what he thinks if we keep breakfast waitin'." "Well, I'll do such menial work until he gets a girl, and then he shall learn that he can't expect one with such respectable connections—" "Hope I may never see any of 'em agin," interrupted Jane, shortly, and then she relapsed into silence while her mother rambled on in her characteristic way, making singularly inapt efforts to assist in the task before them. As Holcroft rose from milking a cow, he found Jane beside him. A ghost could not have come more silently, and again her stealthy ways gave him an unpleasant sensation. "Kettle is boilin'," she said, and was gone. He shook his head and muttered, "Queer tribe, these Mumpsons. I've only to get an odd fish of a girl to help, and I'll have something like a menagerie in the house." He carried his pails of foaming milk to the dairy, and then entered the kitchen. "I've only a minute," he began hastily, seeking to forestall the widow. "Yes, the kettle's boiling all right. First scald out the coffee pot. Put 3/4 of a cup of ground coffee into the pot. Break an egg into it, so. Pour on the egg and coffee half a cup cold water and stir it all up well, this way. Next, pour in about a pint of boiling water from the kettle. Set the pot on the stove and let it, the coffee, I mean, cook 20 minutes. Remember, not less than 20 minutes. I'll be back to breakfast by that time. Now you know just how I want my coffee, don't you?" looking at Jane. Jane nodded, but Mrs. Mumpson began, "Oh, certainly. Boil an egg 20 minutes, add half a cup of cold water and—" "I know," interrupted Jane. "I can always do as you did." Holcroft again escaped to the barn, and eventually returned with a deep sigh. "I'll have to face a good deal of her music this morning," he thought, "but I shall have at least a good cup of coffee to brace me." Mrs. Mumpson did not abandon the suggestion that grace should be said. She never abandoned anything. But the farmer, in accordance with his purpose to be civil, yet pay no attention to her obtrusive ways, gave no heed to her hint. He thought Jane looked apprehensive, and soon learned the reason. His coffee was at least hot, but seemed exceedingly weak. "I hope now that it's just right," said Mrs. Mumpson complacently, and feeling sure that it was made just to suit you, I filled the coffee pot full from the kettle. We can drink what we desire for breakfast, and then the rest can be set aside until dinner time and warmed over. Then you'll have it just to suit you for the next meal, and we, at the same time, will be practicing economy. It shall now be my great aim to help you economize. Any coarse, menial hands can work, but the great thing to be considered is a caretaker, one who, by thoughtfulness and the employment of her mind, will make the labor of others effective." During this speech, Holcroft could only stare at the woman. The rapid motion of her thin jaw seemed to fascinate him, and he was in perplexity over not merely her rapid utterance, but also the queries. Had she maliciously spoiled the coffee, or didn't she know any better? "I can't make her out," he thought, "but she shall learn that I have a will of my own." And he quietly rose, took the coffee pot, and poured its contents out of doors, then went through the whole process of making his favorite beverage again, saying coldly, "Jane, you had better watch close this time. I don't wish any one to touch the coffee pot but you." Even Mrs. Mumpson was a little abashed by his manner, but when he resumed his breakfast, she speedily recovered her complacency and volubility. "I've always heard," she said, with her cackling laugh, "that men would be extravagant, especially in some things. There are some things they're fidgety about and will have just so. Well, well, who has a better right than a well-to-do, four-handed man? Woman is to complement the man, and it should be her aim to study the great, shall we say, reason for her being, which is adaptation," and she uttered the word with feeling, assured that Holcroft could not fail of being impressed by it. The poor man was bolting such food as had been prepared in his haste to get away. "Yes," continued the widow, "adaptation is woman's mission, and—" "Really, Mrs. Mumpson, your and Jane's mission this morning will be to get as much butter as possible out of the cream and milk on hand. I'll set the old dog on the wheel, and start the churn within half an hour," and he rose with the thought, "I'd rather finish my breakfast on milk and coffee by and by than stand this." And he said, "Please let the coffee be until I come in to show you about taking out and working the butter." The scenes in the dairy need not be dwelt upon. He saw that Jane might be taught, and that she would probably try to do all that her strength permitted. It was perfectly clear that Mrs. Mumpson was not only ignorant of the duties which he had employed her to perform, but that she was also too preoccupied with her talk and notions of gentility ever to learn. He was already satisfied that in inducing him to engage her, Lemuel Weeks had played him a trick, but there seemed no other resource than to fulfill his agreement. With Mrs. Mumpson in the house, there might be less difficulty in securing and keeping a hired girl who, with Jane, might do the essential work, but the future looked so unpromising that even the strong coffee could not sustain his spirits. The hopefulness of the early morning departed, leaving nothing but dreary uncertainty. Mrs. Mumpson was bent upon accompanying him to town and engaging the girl herself. "There would be great propriety in my doing so," she argued at dinner, "and propriety is something that adorns all the human race. There would be no danger of my getting any of the peculiar females such as you have been afflicted with. As I am to superintend her labors, she will look up to me with respect and humility if she learns from the first to recognize in me a superior on whom she will be dependent for her daily bread. No shiftless hussy will impose upon me. I would bring home, how sweet the word sounds, a model of industry and patient endurance. She would be deferential, she would know her place too. Everything would go like clockwork in our home. I'll put on my things at once and—" "Excuse me, Mrs. Mumpson. It would not be right to leave Jane here alone. Moreover, I'd rather engage my own help." "But, my dear Mr. Holcroft, you don't realize, men never do realize, that you will have a long, lonely ride with a female of unknown antecedents. It will be scarcely respecterble, and respecterbility should be man and woman's chief aim. Jane is not a timid child, and in an emergency like this, even if she was, she would gladly sacrifice herself to sustain the proprieties of life. Now that your life has begun under new and better auspices, I feel that I ought to plead with you not to cloud your brightening prospects by a thoughtless unregard of what society looks upon as proper. The eyes of the community will now be upon us." "You must excuse me, Mrs. Mumpson. All I ask of the community is to keep their eyes on their own business, while I attend to mine in my own way. The probabilities are that the girl will come out on the stage Monday," and he rose from the dinner table and hastily made his preparations for departure. He was soon driving rapidly away, having a sort of nervous apprehension lest Jane, or the widow, should suddenly appear on the seat beside him. A basket of eggs and some inferior butter, with the burnt-out stove, were in his wagon, and his bank-book was in his pocket. It was with sinking heart that he thought of making further inroads on his small accumulations. Before he was out of sight, Mrs. Mumpson betook herself to the rocking-chair, and began to expatiate on the blindness and obduracy of men in general, and of Mr. Holcroft in particular. "They are all much alike," she complained, "and are strangely neglectful of the proprieties of life. My dear deceased husband, your father, was becoming gradually sensible of my value in guiding him in this respect, and indeed I may add in all respects, when, in the very prime of his expanding manhood, he was laid low. Of course, my happiness was buried then, and my heart can never throb again. But I have a mission in the world, I feel it, and here is a desolate home, bereft of female influence and consolation, and hitherto painfully devoid of respectability. I once called on the late Mrs. Holcroft, and, I must say it, I went away depressed by a sense of her lack of ability to develop in her husband those qualities which would make him an ornament to society. She was a silent woman. She lacked mind and ideas. She had seen little of the world and knew not what was swaying people. Therefore, her husband, having nothing else to think of, became absorbed in the accumulation of dollars. Not that I object to dollars, they have their proper place, but minds should be fixed on all things. We should take a deep personal interest in our fellow beings, and thus we grow broad. As I was saying, Mr. Holcroft was not developed by his late spouse. He needs awakening, arousing, stimulating, drawing out, and such I feel to be my mission. I must be patient. I cannot expect the habits of years to pass away under a different kind of female influence at once." Jane had been stolidly washing and putting away dishes during this partial address to herself and partial soliloquy, but now remarked, "You and me will pass away in a week if you go on as you've begun. I can see it comin'. Then where'll we go to?" "Your words, Jane, only show that you are an ignorant, short-sighted child. Do you suppose that a woman of my years and experience would make no better provision for the future than a man's changeful mind, a warped and undeveloped mind at that? No. I have an agreement with Mr. Holcroft. I shall be a member of his household for 3 months at least, and long before that he will begin to see everything in a new light. It will gradually dawn upon him that he has been defrauded of proper female influence in society. Now, he is crude, he thinks only of work and accumulating. But when the work is done by a menial female's hands, and his mind is more at rest, there will begin to steal in upon him the cravings of his mind. He will see that material things are not all in all. P'raps he will. I don't half know that you're talking about. 'Fi's you, I'd learn to work and do things as he wants 'em. That's what I'm going to do. Shall I go now and make up his bed and tidy his room?" "I think I will accompany you, Jane, and see that your task is properly performed. Of course you want to see everything in the room, just as I do. As housekeeper, I should see everything that is under my care. That is the right way to look at the matter." "Well, come and look then. You are becoming strangely disrespectful, Jane." "Can't help it," replied the girl. "I'm gettin' mad. We've been elbowed around long's I can remember, at least I've been, and now we're in a place where we've a right to be, and you do nothin' but talk, 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 when he hates talk. Now you'll go up in his room and you'll see everything in it, so you could tell it all off tomorrow. Why can't you see he hates talk and wants something done?" "Jane," said Mrs. Mumpson, in her most severe and dignified manner, "you are not only disrespectful to your parent, but you're a time-server. What Mr. Holcroft wants is a very secondary matter. What is best for him is the chief consideration. But I have touched on things far above your comprehension. Come, you can make up the bed, and I shall inspect as becomes my station." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 6. A Marriage. In a quiet side street of the market town in which Mr. Holcroft was accustomed to dispose of his farm produce was a 3-story tenement house. A family occupied each floor, those dwelling in the first 2 stories being plain, respectable people of the mechanic class. The rooms in the 3rd story were of course the cheapest, but even from the street might be seen evidences that more money had been spent upon them than could have been saved in rent. Lace curtains were looped aside from the windows, through which were caught glimpses of flowers that must have come from a greenhouse. We have only to enter these apartments to find that the suggestion of refined taste is amply fulfilled. While nothing is costly, there is a touch of grace, a hint of beauty in everything permitting simple adornment. The mistress of these rooms is not satisfied with neatness and order merely. It is her instinct to add something to please the eye, a need essential to her, yet too often conspicuously absent in rented quarters of a similar character. It is remarkable to what a degree people's abodes are a reflex of themselves. Mrs. Alida Ostrom had been brought to these rooms a happy bride but a few months since. They were then bare and not very clean. Her husband had seemed bent on indulging her so far as his limited means permitted. He had declared that his income was so modest that he could afford nothing better than these cheap rooms in an obscure street, but she had been abundantly content, for she had known even the extremity of poverty. Alida Ostrom had passed beyond the period of girlhood, with its superficial desires and ambitions. When her husband first met her, she was a woman of 30, and had been chastened by deep sorrows and some bitter experiences. Years before, she and her mother had come to this town from a New England city in the hope of bettering their circumstances. They had no weapons other than their needles with which to fight life's battle, but they were industrious and frugal, characteristic traits which won the confidence of the shopkeepers for whom they worked. All went as well perhaps as they could expect, for 2 or 3 years, their secluded lives passing uneventfully and to a certain extent happily. They had time to read some good books obtained at a public library. They enjoyed an occasional holiday in the country, and they went to church twice every Sunday when it was not stormy. The mother usually dozed in the obscure seat near the door which they occupied, for she was getting old, and the toil of the long week wearied her. Alida, on the contrary, was closely attentive. Her mind seemed to crave all the sustenance it could get from every source, and her reverential manner indicated that the hopes inspired by her faith were dear and cherished. Although they lived such quiet lives and kept themselves apart from their neighbors, there was no mystery about them which awakened surmises. "They've seen better days," was the common remark when they were spoken of, and this was true. While they had no desire to be social with the people among whom they lived, they did not awaken prejudices by the assertion of superiority. Indeed, it was seen that the 2 women had all they could do to earn their livelihood, and they were left to do this in peace. When Alida Armstrong, for that was her maiden name, carried her own and her mother's work to and from the shops, she often encountered admiring glances. She was not exactly pretty, and she had the good, refined face which is often more attractive than the merely pretty one, and she possessed a trim, rounded figure which she knew how to clothe with taste from the simplest and most inexpensive materials. Nor did she seek to dress above her station. When passing along the street, any discerning person would recognize that she was a working girl. Only the superficial would look upon her as a commonplace girl. There was something in her modest air and graceful, elastic carriage which suggested the thought to many observers, "She has seen better days." The memory of these days, which had promised immunity from wearing toil, anxiety, and poverty, was a barrier between the 2 women and their present world. Death had bereft them of husband, father, and such property as he had left had been lost in a bad investment. Learning that they were almost penniless, they had patiently set about earning honest bread. This they had succeeded in doing as long as the mother kept her usual health. But the infirmities of age were creeping upon her. One winter she took a heavy cold and was very ill. She rallied only temporarily in the milder days of spring.
In the summer's heat her strength failed, and she died. During her mother's long illness, Alida was devotion itself. The strain upon her was severe indeed, for she not only had to earn food for both, but there were also doctor's bills, medicines, and delicacies to pay for. The poor girl grew thin from work by day, watching by night, and from fear and anxiety at all times. Their scanty savings were exhausted, articles were sold from their rooms. The few precious heirlooms of silver and china were disposed of. Alida even denied herself the food she needed rather than ask for help or permit her mother to want for anything which ministered to their vain hopes of renewed health. What she should have done she scarcely knew, had not an unexpected friend interested himself in her behalf. In one of the men's clothing stores was a cutter from whom she obtained work. Soon after he appeared in this shop he began to manifest signs of interest in her. He was about her own age, he had a good trade, and she often wondered why he appeared so reticent and moody as compared with others in similar positions. But he always spoke kindly to her, and when her mother's illness first developed, he showed all the leniency permitted to him in regard to her work. His apparent sympathy and the need of explaining why she was not able to finish her tasks as promptly as usual, led her gradually to reveal to him the sad struggle in which she was engaged. He promised to intercede in her behalf with their mutual employers, and asked if he might come to see her mother. Recognizing how dependent she was upon this man's good will, and seeing nothing in his conduct but kindness and sympathy, she consented. His course and his words confirmed all her good impressions, and awakened on her side corresponding sympathy, united with a lively gratitude. He told her that he was also a stranger in the town, that he had but few acquaintances and no friends, that he had lost relatives and was in no need to go about like other young men. His manner was marked apparently by nothing more than interest and a wish to help her, and was untinged by gallantry. So they gradually became good friends. When he called Sunday afternoons, the mother looked at him wistfully, in the hope that her daughter would not be left without a protector. At last the poor woman died, and Alida was in sore distress, for she had no means with which to bury her. Ostrom came and said in the kindest tones, "You must let me lend you what you need, and you can pay me back with interest if you wish. You won't be under any obligation, for I have money lying idle in the bank. When you have only yourself to support, it will not take you long to earn the sum." There seemed nothing else for her to do, and so it was arranged. With tear-blinded eyes she made her simple mourning, and within a week after her mother's death was at work again, eager to repay her debt. He urged her not to hasten, to take all the rest she could while the hot weather lasted, and few evenings passed that he did not come to take her out for a walk through the quieter streets. By this time he had won her confidence completely, and her heart overflowed with gratitude. Of course, she was not so unsophisticated as not to know whither all this attention was tending, but it was a great relief to her mind that his courtship was so quiet and undemonstrative. Her heart was sore and grief-stricken, and she was not conscious of any other feeling toward him than the deepest gratitude and wish to make such return as was within her power. He was apparently very frank in regard to his past life, and nothing was said which excited her suspicions. Indeed, she felt that it would be disloyalty to think of questioning or surmising evil of one who had provided himself so true a friend in her sore need. She was therefore somewhat prepared for the words he spoke one warm September day as they sat together in a little shaded park. "Alida," he said, a little nervously, "we are both strangers and alone in this world, but surely we are no longer strangers to each other. Let us go quietly to some minister and be married. That is the best way for you to pay your debt and keep me always in debt to you." She was silent a moment, then faltered, "I'd rather pay all my debt first." "What debts can there be between husband and wife? Come now, let us look at the matter sensibly. I don't want to frighten you. Things will go on much the same. We can take quiet rooms. I will bring work to you instead of your having to go after it. It's nobody's business but our own. We've not a circle of relations to consult or invite. We can go to some parsonage, the minister's family will be the witnesses. Then I'll leave you at your room as usual, and no one will be any the wiser till I've found a place where we can go to housekeeping. That won't be long, I can tell you." He placed the matter in such a simple, natural light that she did not know how to refuse. Perhaps I do not love you as much as you ought to be loved, and deserve to be in view of all your kindness," she tried to explain. "I feel I ought to be very truthful and not deceive you in the least, as I know you would not deceive me." So strong a shiver passed through his frame that she exclaimed, "You are taking cold, or you don't feel well." "Oh, it's nothing," he said hastily. "Only the night air, and then a fellow always feels a little nervous, I suppose, when he's asking for something on which his happiness depends. I'm satisfied with such feeling and goodwill as you have for me, and will be only too glad to get you just as you are. Come, before it is too late in the evening." "Is your heart bent on this after what I have said, Wilson?" "Yes, yes, indeed," clasping her hand and drawing her to her feet. "It would seem very ungrateful in me to refuse, after all you have done for me and mother, if you think it's right and best. Will you go to the minister whose church I attended, and who came to see mother?" "Certainly, any one you like," and he put her hand on his arm and led her away. The clergyman listened sympathetically to her brief history of Ostrom's kindness, then performed a simple ceremony which his wife and daughters witnessed. As they were about to depart, he said, "I will send you a certificate." "Don't trouble yourself to do that," said the groom. "I'll call for it some evening soon." Never had she seen Ostrom in such gay spirits as on their return, and, womanlike, she was happy chiefly because she had made him happy. She also felt a glad sense of security. Her mother's dying wish had been fulfilled. She had now a protector, and would soon have a home instead of a boarding place among strangers. Her husband speedily found the rooms to which the reader has been introduced. The street on which they were located was no thoroughfare. Its farther end was closed by a fence, and beyond were fields. With the exception of those who dwelt upon it or had business with the residents, few people came thither. To this locality Ostrom brought his bride, and selected rooms whose windows were above those of the surrounding houses. So far from regretting this isolation and remoteness from the central life of the town, Alida's feelings sanctioned his choice. The sense of possessing security and a refuge was increased, and it was as natural for her to set about making the rooms homelike as it was to breathe. Her husband appeared to have exhausted his tendencies toward close economy in the choice of apartments, and she was given more money than she desired with which to furnish and decorate. He said, "Fix everything up to suit your mind, and I'll be satisfied." This she did with such skill, taste, and good management, that she returned a large portion of the sum he had given her, whereupon he laughingly remarked that she had already saved more than she owed him. He seemed disinclined to accompany her in the selection of their simple outfit, but professed himself so pleased with her choice of everything that she was gratified and happy in the thought of relieving him from trouble. Thus their married life began under what appeared to her the most promising and congenial circumstances. She soon insisted on having work again, and her busy fingers did much to increase his income. Alida was not an exacting woman, and recognized from the beginning that her husband would naturally have peculiar ways of his own. Unlike Mrs. Mumpson, she never expatiated on adaptation, but Ostrom soon learned, with much inward relief, that his wife would accept unquestioningly what appeared to be his habits and preferences. He went early to his place of work, taking the nice little lunch which she prepared, and returned in the dusk of the evening, when he always found a warm dinner in readiness. After this, he was ready enough to walk with her, but, as before, chose the least frequented streets. Places of amusement and resort seemed distasteful. On Sundays he enjoyed a ramble in the country as long as the season permitted, and then showed a great disinclination to leave the fireside. For a time he went with her in the evening to church, but gradually persuaded her to remain at home and read or talk to him. His wife felt that she had little cause to complain of his quiet ways and methodical habits. He had exhibited them before marriage, and they were conducive to her absolute sense of proprietorship in him, an assurance so dear to a woman's heart. The pleasures of his home and her society appeared to be all that he craved. At times she had wondered a little at a certain air of apprehensiveness in his manner when steps were heard upon the stairs, but as the quiet days and weeks passed, such manifestations of nervousness ceased. Occasionally he would start violently and mutter strange words in his sleep, but nothing disturbed the growing sense of security and satisfaction in Alida's heart. The charm of a regular, quiet life grows upon one who has a nature fitted for it, and this was true to an unusual degree of Alida Ostrom. Her content was also increased by the fact that her husband was able each month to deposit a goodly portion of their united earnings in a savings bank. Every day, every week was so like the preceding ones that it seemed as if their happy life might go on forever. She was gladly conscious that there was more than gratitude and goodwill in her heart. She now cherished a deep affection for her husband, and felt that he had become essential to her life. "Oh, how happy mother would be if she knew how safe and protected I am," she murmured one March evening, as she was preparing her husband's dinner. Leaving me alone in the world was far worse to her than dying. At that very moment, a gaunt-looking woman, with a child in her arms, stood in the twilight on the opposite side of the street, looking up at the windows. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sharon Chimeradan. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 7. From Home to the Street. As the shadows of the gloomy March evening deepened, Alida lighted the lamp, and was then a little surprised to hear a knock at the door. No presentiment of trouble crossed her mind. She merely thought that one of her neighbors on the lower floors had stepped up to borrow something. "Come in," she cried, as she adjusted the shade of the lamp. A tall, thin, pale woman entered, carrying a child that was partly hidden by a thin shawl, their only outer protection against the chill winds which had been blustering all day. Alida looked at the stranger inquiringly and kindly, expecting an appeal for charity. The woman sank into a chair as if exhausted, and fixed her dark, hollow eyes on Mrs. Ostrom. She appeared consumed by a terrible curiosity. Alida wondered at the strange chill of apprehension with which she encountered this gaze. It was so intent, so searching, yet so utterly devoid of a trace of goodwill. She began gently, "Can I do anything for you?" For a moment or two longer there was no response other than the same cold, questioning scrutiny, as if, instead of a sweet-faced woman, something monstrously unnatural was present. At last, in slow, icy utterance, came the words, "So you are her." "Is this woman insane?" thought Alida. "Why else does she look at me so? Oh, that Wilson would come. I'm sorry for you, my good woman," she began kindly. "You are laboring under some mistake. My husband—" "Your husband!" exclaimed the stranger, with an indescribable accent of scorn and reproach. "Yes," replied Alida with quiet dignity. "My husband will be home soon, and he will protect me. You have no right to enter my rooms and act as you do. If you are sick and in trouble, I and my husband—" "Please tell me, miss, how he came to be your husband." "By lawful marriage, by my pastor." "We'll soon see how lawful it was," replied the woman, with a bitter laugh. "I'd like you to tell me how often a man can be married lawfully." "What do you mean?" cried Alida, with a sudden flash in her blue eyes. Then, as if reproaching herself, she added kindly, "Pardon me. I see you are not well. You do not realize what you are saying, or where you are. Take a seat nearer the fire, and when Mr. Ostrom comes from his work, he'll take you to your friends." All the while she was speaking, the woman regarded her with a hard, stony gaze, then replied, coldly and decisively, "You are wrong, miss." How that title grated on Alida's ears. "I am neither insane nor drunk. I do know what I am saying and where I am. You are playing a bold game, or else you have been deceived, and very easily deceived too. They say some women are so eager to be married that they ask no questions, but jump at the first chance. Whether deceived or deceiving, it doesn't matter now. But you and he shall learn that there is a law in the land which will protect an honest woman in her sacred rights. You needn't look so shocked and bewildered. You are not a young, giddy girl, if I may judge from your face. What else could you expect when you took up with a stranger you knew nothing about? Do you know that likeness?" And she drew from her bosom a daguerreotype. Alida waved it away as she said indignantly, "I won't believe ill of my husband. "No, miss," interrupted the woman sternly. "You are right for once. You won't indeed believe ill of your husband, but you'll have to believe ill of mine. There's no use of your putting on such airs any longer. No matter how rash and silly you may have been, if you have a spark of honesty, you'll be open to proof. If you and he try to brazen it out, the law will open both your eyes. Look at that likeness. Look at these letters. I have other proof and witnesses which can't be disputed. The name of the man you are living with is not Wilson Ostrom. His name is Henry Ferguson. I am Mrs. Ferguson, and I have my marriage certificate. And what? Are you going to faint? Well, I can wait till you recover until he comes." And she coolly sat down again. Alida had glanced at the proofs which the woman had thrust into her hands, then staggered back to a lounge that stood near. She might have fainted, but at that awful moment she heard a familiar step on the stairs. She was facing the door. The terrible stranger sat at one side, with her back toward it. When Ostrom entered, he first saw Alida looking pale and ill. He hastened toward her, exclaiming, "Why, Alida, dear, what is the matter? You are sick." Instinctively she sprang to his arms, crying, "Oh, thank God, you've come! Take away this awful woman!" "Yes, Henry Ferguson, it's very proper you should take me away from a place like this." As the man who had called himself Wilson Ostrom heard that voice, he trembled like an aspen. His clasp of Alida relaxed. His arms dropped to his side, and, as he sank into a chair and covered his face with his hands, he groaned, "Lost." "Found out, you mean," was the woman's reply. Step by step, with horror-stricken eyes, Alida retreated from the man to whose protection and embrace she had flown. "Then it's true?" she said in a hoarse whisper. He was speechless. "You are willfully blind now, miss, if you don't see it's true," was the stranger's biting comment. Paying no heed to her, Alida's eyes rested on the man whom she had believed to be her husband. She took an irresolute step toward him. "Speak, Wilson," she cried. "I gave you my whole faith, and no one shall destroy it but yourself. Speak, explain, show me that there's some horrible mistake." "Lida," said the man, lifting his bloodless face, "if you knew all the circumstances—" "She shall know them!" half-shrieked the woman, as if at last stung to fury. "I see that you both hope to get through this affair with a little high tragedy, then escape and come together again in some other hiding place. As for this creature, she can go where she pleases, after hearing the truth. But you, Henry Ferguson, have got to do your duty by me and your child, or go to prison. Let me tell you, miss, that this man was also married to me by a minister. I have my certificate and can produce witnesses. There's one little point you'll do well to consider," she continued in bitter sarcasm. "He married me first. I suppose you are not so young and innocent as not to know where this fact places you. He courted and won me as other girls are courted and married. He promised me all that he ever promised you. Then, when I lost my rosy cheeks, when I became sick and feeble from childbearing, he deserted and left me, almost penniless. You needn't think you will have to take my word for this. I have proof enough. And now, Henry Ferguson, I have a few words for you, and then you must make your choice. You can't escape. I and my brother have tracked you here. You can't leave these rooms without going to prison. You'd be taken at the very door. But I give you one more chance. If you will promise before God to do your duty by me and your child, I'll forgive as far as a wronged woman can forgive. Neither I nor my brother will take any proceedings against you. What this woman will do, I don't know. If she prosecutes you, and you are true to me, I'll stand by you. But I won't stand another false step or a false word from you." Fergusson had again sunk into his chair, buried his face in his hands, and sat trembling and speechless. Never for an instant had Alida taken her eyes from him, and now, with a long, wailing cry, she exclaimed, "Thank God! Thank God! Mother's dead!" This was now her best consolation. She rushed into her bedchamber, and a moment later came out, wearing her hat and cloak. Fergusson started up and was about to speak, but she silenced him with a gesture, and her tones were sad and stern as she said, "Mr. Fergusson, from your manner, more truly than from this woman, I learn the truth. You took advantage of my misfortunes, my sorrow, and friendlessness, to deceive me. You know how false are your wife's words about my eagerness to be deceived and married. But you have nothing to fear from me. I shall not prosecute you, as she suggests, and I charge you before God to do your duty by your wife and child, and never to speak to me again." Turning, she hastened toward the door. "Where are you going?" Fergusson exclaimed, seeking to intercept her. She waved him off. "I don't know," she replied. "I've no right to be here." And she fled down the stairway and out into the darkness. The child had not wakened. It was well that it had not looked upon such a scene, even in utter ignorance of its meaning. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Sharon Chimeraden of sharonmedia.net.
Chapter 8 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Holcroft's View of Matrimony. Holcroft was indeed very lonely as he drove through the bare March fields and leafless woods on his way to town. The sky had clouded again like his prospects, and he had the dreary sense of desolation which overwhelms a quiet domestic man who feels that his home and all to which he clings are slipping from him. His lot was hard enough at best, and he had a bitter sense of being imposed upon and wronged by Lemuel Weeks. It was now evident enough that the widow and her daughter had been an intolerable burden to his neighbor, who had taken advantage of his need and induced him to assume the burden through false representation. To a man of Holcroft's simple, straightforward nature, any phase of trickery was intensely repugnant, and the fact that he had been overreached in a matter relating to his dearest hopes galled him to the quick. He possessed the strong common sense of his class. His wife had been like him in this respect, and her influence had intensified the trait. Queer people with abnormal manners excited his intense aversion. The most charitable view that he could take of Mrs. Mumpson was that her mind, such as she had, was unbalanced, that it was an impossibility for her to see any subject or duty in a sensible light or its right proportions. Her course, so prejudicial to her own interests, and her incessant and stilted talk, were proof to his mind of a certain degree of insanity, and he had heard that people in this condition often united to their unnatural ways a wonderful degree of cunning. Her child was almost as uncanny as herself, and gave him a shivering sense of discomfort whenever he caught her small, greenish eyes fixed upon him. "Yet she'll be the only one who'll earn her salt. I don't see how I'm going to stand 'em. I don't, indeed, but suppose I'll have to for 3 months, or else sell out and clear out." By the time he reached town, a cold rain had set in. He went at once to the intelligence office, but could obtain no girl for Mrs. Mumpson to superintend, nor any certain promise of one. He did not much care, for he felt that the new plan was not going to work. Having bartered all his eggs for groceries, he sold the old stove and bought a new one, then drew from the bank a little ready money. Since his butter was so inferior, he took it to his friend Tom Watterly, the keeper of the poorhouse. Prosperous Tom slapped his old friend on the back and said, "You look awfully glum and chopfallen, Jim. Come now, don't look at the world as if it was made of tar, pitch, and turpentine. I know your luck's been hard, but you make it a sight harder by being so set in all your ways. You think there's no place to live on God's earth but that old up and downhill farm of yours that I wouldn't take as a gift. Why, man alive, there's a dozen things you can turn your hand to. But if you will stay there, do as other men do. Pick out a smart, handy woman that can make butter yaller as gold, that'll bring gold, and not such limsy-slimsy, ghostly-looking stuff as you've brought me. Bein' it's you, I'll take it and give as much for it as I'd pay for better, but you can't run your old ranch in this fashion." "I know it, Tom," replied Holcroft ruefully. "I'm all at sea, but, as you say, I'm set in my ways, and I'd rather live on bread and milk and keep my farm than make money anywhere else. I guess I'll have to give it all up, though, and pull out, but it's like rooting up one of the old oaks in the meadow lot. The fact is, Tom, I've been fooled into one of the worst scrapes I've got into yet." "I see how it is," said Tom heartily and complacently. "You want a practical, foresighted man to talk straight at you for an hour or two and clear up the fog you're in. You study and brood over little things out there alone until they seem mountains which you can't get over nohow, when, if you'd take one good jump out, they'd be behind you. Now, you've got to stay and take a bite with me, and then we'll light our pipes and untangle this snarl. No backing out. I can do you more good than all the preaching you ever heard. Hey there, Bill!" shouting to one of the paupers who was detailed for such work. "Take this team to the barn and feed 'em. Come in, old feller. You'll find that Tom Watterly allus has a snack and a good word for an old crony." Holcroft was easily persuaded, for he felt the need of cheer, and he looked up to Tom as a very sagacious, practical man. So he said, "Perhaps you can see farther into a millstone than I can, and if you can show me a way out of my difficulties, you'll be a friend sure enough." "Why, of course I can. Your difficulties are all here and here," touching his bullet head and the region of his heart. "There ain't no great difficulties, in fact, but after you've brooded out there a week or two alone, you think you're caught as fast as if you were in a bear trap. Here, Angie," addressing his wife, "I've coaxed Holcroft to take supper with us. You can hurry it up a little, can't you?" Mrs. Watterly gave their guest a cold, limp hand and a rather frigid welcome. But this did not disconcert him. It's only her way, he had always thought. She looks after her husband's interests as mine did for me, and she don't talk him to death. This thought, in the main, summed up Mrs. Watterly's best traits. She was a commonplace, narrow, selfish woman whose character is not worth sketching. Tom stood a little in fear of her, and was usually careful not to impose extra tasks, but since she helped him to save and get ahead, he regarded her as a model wife. Holcroft shared in his opinion and sighed deeply as he sat down to supper. "Ah, Tom," he said, "you're a lucky man. You've got a wife that keeps everything indoors up to the mark and gives you a chance to attend to your own proper business. That's the way it was with mine. I never knew what a lopsided, helpless creature a man was until I was left alone. You and I were lucky in getting the women we did, but when my partner left me, she took all the luck with her. That ain't the worst. She took what's more than luck and money and everything. I seemed to lose with her my grit and interest in most things. It'll seem foolishness to you, but I can't take comfort in anything much except working that old farm that I've worked and played on ever since I can remember anything. You're not one of those fools, Tom, that have to learn from their own experience. Take a bit from mine and be good to your wife while you can. I'd give all I'm worth, I know that ain't much, if I could say some things to my wife and do some things for her that I didn't do." Holcroft spoke in the simplicity of a full and remorseful heart, but he unconsciously propitiated Mrs. Watterly in no small degree. Indeed, she felt that he had quite repaid her for his entertainment, and the usually taciturn woman seconded his remarks with much emphasis. "Well, now, Angy," said Tom, "if you averaged up husbands in these parts, I guess you'd find you were faring rather better than most women folks. I let you take the bit in your teeth and go your own jog mostly. Now, own up, don't I?" "That wasn't my meaning exactly, Tom," resumed Holcroft. "You and I could well afford to let our wives take their own jog, for they always jogged steady and faithful and didn't need any urging and guiding. But even a dumb critter likes a good word now and then and a little patting on the back. It doesn't cost us anything and does them a sight of good. But we kind of let the chances slip by and forget about it until like enough it's too late." "Well," replied Tom, with a deprecatory look at his wife, "Angy don't take to petting very much. She thinks it's a kind of foolishness for such middle-aged people as we're getting to be." "A husband can show his consideration without blarneying," remarked Mrs. Watterly coldly. "When a man takes on in that way, you may be sure he wants something extra to pay for it." After a little thought, Holcroft said, "I guess it's a good way to pay for it between husband and wife. Look here, Jim, since you're so well up on the matrimonial question, why in thunder don't you marry again? That would settle all your difficulties." And Tom looked at his friend with a sort of wonder that he should hesitate to take this practical, sensible course. "It's very easy for you to say, 'Why don't you marry again?' If you were in my place, you'd see that there are things in the way of marrying for the sake of having a good butter maker and all that kind of thing." "Mr. Watterly wouldn't be long in comforting himself," remarked his wife. "His advice to you makes the course he'd take mighty clear." "Now, Angy," said Tom reproachfully. "Well," he added with a grin, "you're forewarned, so you've only to take care of yourself and not give me a chance." "The trouble is," Holcroft resumed, "I don't see how an honest man is going to comfort himself unless it all comes about in some natural sort of way. I suppose there are people who can marry over and over again just as easy as they'd roll off a log. It ain't for me to judge them, and I don't understand how they do it. You are a very practical man, Tom, but just you put yourself in my shoes and see what you'd do. In the first place, I don't know of a woman in the world that I'd think of marrying. That's saying nothing against the women. There's lots too good for me, but I don't know him, and I can't go around and hunt him up. Even if I could, with my shy, awkward ways, I wouldn't feel half so nervous starting out on a bear hunt. Here's difficulty right at the beginning. Supposing I found a nice, sensible woman such as I'd be willing to marry, there isn't one chance in 100 she'd look at an old fellow like me. Another difficulty, supposing she would. Suppose she looked me square in the eyes and said, "So you truly want a wife?" What in thunder would I say then? I don't want a wife. I want a housekeeper, a butter maker, one that would look after my interests if they were her own, and if I could hire a woman that would do what I wish, I'd never think of marrying. I can't tell a woman that I love her when I don't. If I went to a minister with a woman, I'd be deceiving him and deceiving her and perjuring myself promiscuously. I married once according to law and gospel, and I was married through and through, and I can't do the thing over again in any way that would seem to me like marrying at all. The idea of me sitting by the fire and wishing that the woman who sat on t'other side of the stove was my first wife. Yet I couldn't help doing this any more than breathing. Even if there was any chance of my succeeding, I can't see anything square or honest in my going out and hunting up a wife as a mere matter of business. I know other people do it, and I've thought a good deal about it myself, but when it comes to the point of acting, I find I can't do it. The two men now withdrew from the table to the fireside and lighted their pipes. Mrs. Watterly stepped out for a moment, and Tom, looking over his shoulder to make sure she was out of earshot, said under his breath, "But suppose you found a woman that you could love and obey and all that?" "Oh, of course, that would make everything different. I wouldn't begin with a lie then, and I know enough of my wife to feel sure that she wouldn't be a sort of dog in the manger after she was dead. She was one of those good souls that if she could speak her mind this minute she would say, 'James, what's best and right for you is best and right.' But it's just because she was such a good wife that I know there's no use of trying to put anyone in her place. Where on earth could I find anybody, and how could we get acquainted so that we'd know anything about each other? No, I must just scratch along for a short time as things are, and be on the lookout to sell or rent." Tom smoked meditatively for a few moments and then remarked, "I guess that's your best way out." "It ain't an easy way either," said Holcroft. "Finding a purchaser or tenant for a farm like mine is almost as hard as finding a wife. Then, as I feel, leaving my place is next to leaving the world." Tom shook his head ruefully and admitted, "I declare, Jim, when a feller comes to think it all over, you are in a bad fix, especially as you feel. I thought I could talk you over into practical common sense in no time. It's easy enough, when one don't know all the bearings of a case, to think carelessly. Oh, he ain't as bad off as he thinks he is. He can do this and that and the t'other thing. But when you come to look it all over, you find he can't, except at a big loss. Of course, you can give away your farm on which you were doing well and getting ahead. though how you did it I can't see. You'd have to about give it away if you forced a sale, and where on earth you'll find a tenant who'll pay anything worth considering. But there's no use of croaking. I wish I could help you, old feller. By jocks, I believe I can. There's an old woman here who's right smart and handy when she can't get her bottle filled. I believe she'd be glad to go with you, for she don't like our board and lodging overmuch. Do you think she'd go tonight? Oh, yes, guess so. A little cold water'll be a good change for her. Mrs. Wiggins was seen, and feeling that any change would be for the better, readily agreed to go for very moderate wages. Holcroft looked dubiously at the woman's heavy form and heavier face, but felt that it was the best he could do. Squeezing Mrs. Watterly's cold, limp hand in a way that would have thawed a lump of ice, he said, "Good-bye," and then declaring that he would rather do his own harnessing for a night ride, he went out into the storm. Tom put on his rubber coat and went to the barn with his friend, toward whom he cherished honest goodwill. "By jocks," he ejaculated sympathetically, "but you have hard lines, Jim. What in thunder would I do with two such witty women to look after my house?" End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Mrs. Mumpson accepts her mission. As Holcroft drove through the town, Mrs. Wiggins, who, as matters were explained to her, had expressed her views chiefly by affirmative nods, now began to use her tongue with much fluency. "I 'ave a friend hereabouts," she said, "and she's been a-keepin' some of my things. I'll be 'oldin' to ye, master, if ye'll jest stop a bit at the door whilst I gets 'em. If ye'll hadvance me $1 or so on me wages, it'll be a long time afore I trouble ye again." The farmer had received too broad a hint not to know that Mrs. Wiggins was intent on renewing her acquaintance with her worst enemy. He briefly replied, therefore, "It's too late to stop now. I'll be coming down soon again, and will get your things." In vain Mrs. Wiggins expostulated, for he drove steadily on. With a sort of grim humor he thought of the meeting of the two "witty women," as Tom had characterized them, and of Mrs. Mumpson's dismay at finding in the cheap girl a dame of 60, weighing not far from 200. "If it wasn't such awfully serious business for me," he thought, "it would be better'n going to a theatre to see the two go on. If I haven't got 3 peculiar females on my hands now, I'd like to hear of the man that has." When Mrs. Wiggins found that she could not gain her point, she subsided into utter silence. It soon became evident in the cloudy light of the moon that she was going to sleep, for she so nodded and swayed about that the farmer feared she would tumble out of the wagon. She occupied a seat just back of his, and filled it too. The idea of stepping over, sitting beside her, and holding her in, was inexpressibly repugnant to him. So he began talking to her and finally shouting at her to keep her awake. His efforts were useless. He glanced with rueful dismay over his shoulder as he thought, "If she falls out, I don't see how on earth I'll ever get her back again." Fortunately, the seat slipped back a little, and she soon slid down into a sort of mountainous heap on the bottom of the wagon, as unmindful of the rain as if it were a lullaby. Now that his mind was at rest about her falling out, and knowing that he had a heavy load, Holcroft let the horses take their own time along the miry highway. Left to her own devices by Holcroft's absence, Mrs. Mumpson had passed what she regarded as a very eventful afternoon and evening. Not that anything unusual had happened, unless everything she said and did may be looked upon as unusual. But Mrs. Mumpson justly felt that the critical periods of life are those upon which definite courses of action are decided upon. In the secret recess of her heart, supposing her to possess such an organ, she had partially admitted to herself, even before she had entered Holcroft's door, that she might be persuaded into marrying him, but the inspection of his room, much deliberate thought, and prolonged soliloquy had convinced her that she ought to enter into nuptial relations as her thought formulated itself. It was a trait of Mrs. Mumpson's active mind that, when it once entered upon a line of thought, it was hurried along from conclusion to conclusion with wonderful rapidity. While Jane made up Mr. Holcroft's bed, her mother began to inspect, and soon suffered keenly from every painful discovery. The farmer's meagre wardrobe and other belongings were soon rummaged over, but one large closet and several bureau drawers were locked. "These are the receptacles of the deceased Mrs. Holcroft's effects," she said with compressed lips. "They are mouldering useless away. Moth and rust will enter while I, the caretaker, am debarred. I should not be debarred. All the things in that closet should be shaken out, aired, and carefully put back. Who knows how useful they may be in the future? Waste is wicked. Indeed, there are few things more wicked than waste. Now I think of it, I have some keys in my trunk." "He won't like it," interposed Jane. "In the responsible position I have assumed," replied Mrs. Mumpson with dignity, "I must consider not what he wants, but what is best for him and what may be best for others." Jane had too much curiosity herself to make further objection, and the keys were brought. It was astonishing what a number of keys Mrs. Mumpson possessed, and she was not long in finding those which would open the ordinary locks thought by Holcroft to be ample protection. "I was right," said Mrs. Mumpson complacently. "A musty odor exudes from these closed receptacles. Men have no comprehension of the need of such caretakers as I am." Everything that had ever belonged to poor Mrs. Holcroft was pulled out, taken to the window, and examined, Jane following as usual in the wake of her mother, and putting everything to the same tests which her parent applied. Mrs. Holcroft had been a careful woman, and the extent and substantial character of her wardrobe proved that her husband had not been close in his allowances to her. Mrs. Mumpson's watery blue eyes grew positively animated as she felt of and held up to the light one thing after another. Mrs. Holcroft was evidently unnaturally large, she reflected aloud, but then these things could be made over, and much material be left to repair them from time to time. The dresses are of sombre colors, becoming to a lady somewhat advanced in years and of subdued taste. By the time that the bed and all the chairs in the room were littered with wearing apparel, Mrs. Mumpson said, "Jane, I desire you to bring the rocking chair. So many thoughts are crowding upon me that I must sit down and think." Jane did as requested, but remarked, "The sun is getting low, and all these things'll have to be put back just as they was, or he'll be awful mad." "Yes, Jane," replied Mrs. Mumpson abstractedly and rocking gently, "you can put them back. Your mind is not burdened like mine, and you haven't offspring and the future to provide for." And for a wonder she relapsed into silence. Possibly she possessed barely enough of womanhood to feel that her present train of thought had better be kept to herself. She gradually rocked faster and faster, thus indicating that she was rapidly approaching a conclusion. Meanwhile, Jane was endeavoring to put things back as they were before, and found it no easy task. As the light declined, she was overcome by a sort of panic, and, huddling the things into the drawers as fast as possible, she locked them up. Then, seizing her mother's hand and pulling the abstracted woman to her feet, she cried, "If he comes and finds us here and no supper ready, he'll turn us right out into the rain." Even Mrs. Mumpson felt that she was perhaps reaching conclusions too fast, and that some diplomacy might be necessary to consummate her plans. Her views, however, appeared to her so reasonable that she scarcely thought of failure, having the happy faculty of realizing everything in advance, whether it ever took place or not. As she slowly descended the stairs with the rocking chair, she thought, "Nothing could be more suitable. We are both about the same age. I am most respectably connected. In fact, I regard myself as somewhat his superior in this respect. He is painfully undeveloped and irreligious, and thus is in sore need of female influence. He is lonely and downhearted, and in a woman's voice there is a spell to banish care. Worst of all, things are going to waste. I must deliberately face the great duty with which Providence has brought me face to face. At first, he may be a little blind to this great opportunity of his life, that I must expect, remembering the influence he was under so many years. But I will be patient, and by the proper use of language, place everything eventually before him in a way that will cause him to yield in glad submission to my views of the duties, the privileges, and the responsibilities of life." So active was Mrs. Mumpson's mind that this train of thought was complete by the time she had ensconced herself in the rocking chair by the fireless kitchen stove. Once more Jane seized her hand and dragged her up. "You must help," said the child. "I expect him every minute, and I'm scared half to death to think what he'll do, especially if he finds out we've been rummaging." "Jane," said Mrs. Mumpson severely, "that is not a proper way of expressing yourself. I am housekeeper here, and I've been inspecting." "Shall I tell him you've been inspecting?" asked the girl keenly. "Children of your age should speak when they are spoken to," replied her mother still more severely. "You cannot comprehend my motives and duties, and I should have to punish you if you passed any remarks upon my actions." "Well," said Jane apprehensively, "I only hope we'll soon have a chance to fix up them drawers, for if he should open 'em we'd have to tramp again, and we will anyway if you don't help me get supper." "You are mistaken, Jane," responded Mrs. Mumpson with dignity. "We shall not leave this roof for 3 months, and that will give me ample time to open his eyes to his true interests. I will condescend to these menial tasks until he brings a girl who will yield the deference due to my years and station in life." Between them, after filling the room with smoke, they kindled the kitchen fire. Jane insisted on making the coffee, and then helped her mother to prepare the rest of the supper, doing in fact the greater part of the work. Then they sat down to wait, and they waited so long that Mrs. Mumpson began to express her disapproval by rocking violently. At last she said severely, "Jane, we will partake of supper alone." "I'd rather wait till he comes." "It's not proper that we should wait. He is not showing me due respect. Come, do as I command." Mrs. Mumpson indulged in lofty and aggrieved remarks throughout the meal, and then returned to her rocker. At last her indignant sense of wrong reached such a point that she commanded Jane to clear the table and put away the things. "I won't," said the child. "What? Will you compel me to chastise you?" "Well, then, I'll tell him it was all your doings." "I shall tell him so myself. I shall remonstrate with him. The idea of his coming home alone at this time of night with an unknown female." "One would think you was his aunt to hear you talk," remarked the girl sullenly. "I am a respectable woman, and most respectably connected. My character and antecedents render me irreproachful." This could not be said of a hussy, and a hussy he'll probably bring, some flighty, immature female that will tax even my patience to train. Another hour passed, and the frown on Mrs. Mumpson's brow grew positively awful. "To think," she muttered, "that a man whom I have deemed it my duty to marry should stay out so, and under such peculiar circumstances. He must have a lesson which he can never forget." Then aloud to Jane, "Kindle a fire on the parlor hearth, and let this fire go out. He must find us in the most respectable room in the house, a room befitting my station." "I declare, mother, you ain't got no sense at all," exclaimed the child, exasperated beyond measure. "I'll teach you to use such unrespectful language," cried Mrs. Mumpson, darting from her chair like a hawk and pouncing upon the unhappy child. With ears tingling from a cuffing she could not soon forget, Jane lighted the parlor fire and sat down sniffling in the farthest corner. "There shall be only one mistress in this house," said Mrs. Mumpson, who had now reached the loftiest plane of virtuous indignation, "and its master shall learn that his practices reflect upon even me as well as himself." At last the sound of horses' feet were heard on the wet, oozy ground without. The irate widow did not rise, but merely indicated her knowledge of Holcroft's arrival by rocking more rapidly. "Hello there, Jane!" he shouted. "Bring a light to the kitchen." "Jane, remain!" said Mrs. Mumpson with an awful look. Holcroft stumbled through the dark kitchen to the parlor door and looked with surprise at the group before him. Mrs. Mumpson apparently oblivious and rocking as if the chair was possessed, and the child crying in a corner. "Jane, didn't you hear me call for a light?" he asked a little sharply. Mrs. Mumpson rose with great dignity and began, "Mr. Holcroft, I wish to remonstrate—" "Oh, bother! I've brought a woman to help you, and we're both wet through from this driving rain." "You've brought a strange female at this time of—" Holcroft's patience gave say, but he only said quietly, "You had better have a light in the kitchen within 2 minutes. I warn you both, I also wish some hot coffee." Mrs. Mumpson had no comprehension of a man who could be so quiet when he was angry, and she believed that she might impress him with a due sense of the enormity of his offense. "Mr. Holcroft, I scarcely feel that I can meet a girl who has no more sense of decorum than to—" But Jane, striking a match, revealed the fact that she was speaking to empty air. Mrs. Wiggins was at last so far aroused that she was helped from the wagon and came, shivering and dripping, toward the kitchen. She stood a moment in the doorway and filled it, blinking confusedly at the light. There was an absence of celerity in all Mrs. Wiggins' movements, and she was therefore slow in the matter of waking up. Her aspect and proportions almost took away Mrs. Mumpson's breath. Here certainly was much to superintend, much more than had been anticipated. Mrs. Wiggins was undoubtedly a peculiar female, as had been expected, but she was so elderly and monstrous that Mrs. Mumpson felt some embarrassment in her purpose to overwhelm Holcroft with a sense of the impropriety of his conduct. Mrs. Wiggins took uncertain steps toward the rocking chair and almost crushed it as she sat down. "Ye gives a body a cold welcome," she remarked, rubbing her eyes. Mrs. Mumpson had got out of her way as a minnow would shun a leviathan. "May I ask your name?" she gasped. "Wiggins, Mrs. Wiggins." "Oh, indeed, you are a married woman?" "No, I'm a widder. What's more, I'm cold and rippin' and hungry. I might a better stayed at the poorhouse than come to a place like this." "What!" almost screamed Mrs. Mumpson. "Are you a pauper?" "I tell ye I'm a widder, and good as you be for all he said," was the sullen reply. To think that a respectably connected woman like me— But for once Mrs. Mumpson found language inadequate. Since Mrs. Wiggins occupied the rocking chair, she hardly knew what to do, and plaintively declared, I feel as if my whole nervous system was giving way. No harm'll be done if it does, remarked Mrs. Wiggins, who was not in an amiable mood. This from the female I'm to superintend, gasped the bewildered woman. Her equanimity was still further disturbed by the entrance of the farmer, who looked at the stove with a heavy frown. "Why in the name of common sense isn't there a fire," he asked, "and supper on the table? Couldn't you hear that it was raining and know we'd want some supper after a long, cold ride?" "Mr. Holcroft," began the widow in some trepidation, "I don't approve such irregular habits—" "Madam," interrupted Holcroft sternly, "did I agree to do what you approved of? Your course is so peculiar that I scarcely believe you are in your right mind. You had better go to your room and try to recover your senses. If I can't have things in this house to suit me, I'll have no one in it. Here, Jane, you can help." Mrs. Mumpson put her handkerchief to her eyes and departed. She felt that this display of emotion would touch Holcroft's feelings when he came to think the scene all over. Having kindled the fire, he said to Jane, "You and Mrs. Wiggins get some coffee and supper in short order, and have it ready when I come in," and he hastened out to care for his horses. If the old woman was slow, she knew just how to make every motion effective, and a good supper was soon ready. "Why didn't you keep up a fire, Jane?" Holcroft asked. "She wouldn't let me. She said how you must be taught a lesson," replied the girl, feeling that she must choose between two potentates, and deciding quickly in favor of the farmer. She had been losing faith in her mother's wisdom a long time, and this night's experience had banished the last shred of it. Some rather bitter words rose to Holcroft's lips, but he restrained them. He felt that he ought not to disparage the mother to the child. As Mrs. Wiggins grew warm and imbibed the generous coffee, her demeanor thawed perceptibly, and she graciously vouchsafed the remark, "When you're out late, Hagen, I'll look after ye." Mrs. Mumpson had not been so far off as not to hear Jane's explanation, as the poor child found to her cost when she went up to bed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. A Night of Terror. As poor, dazed, homeless Alida passed out into the street after the revelation that she was not a wife and never had been, she heard a voice say, "Well, Hannah wasn't long in bouncing the woman. I guess we'd better go up now. Ferguson will need a lesson that he won't soon forget." The speaker of these words was Mrs. Ferguson's brother, William Hackman, and his companion was a detective. The wife had laid her still sleeping child down on the lounge and was coolly completing Alida's preparations for dinner. Her husband had sunk back into a chair and again buried his face in his hands. He looked up with startled, bloodshot eyes as his brother-in-law and the stranger entered, and then resumed his former attitude. Mrs. Ferguson briefly related what had happened and then said, "Take chairs and draw up." "I don't want any dinner," muttered the husband. Mr. William Hackman now gave way to his irritation. Turning to his brother, he relieved his mind as follows. "See here, Hank Ferguson, if you hadn't the best wife in the land, this gentleman would now be giving you a promenade to jail. I've left my work for weeks and spent a sight of money to see that my sister got her rights, and by thunder she's going to have 'em. We've agreed to give you a chance to brace up and be a man. If we find out there isn't any man in you, then you go to prison and hard labor to the full extent of the law. We've fixed things so you can't play any more tricks. This man is a private detective. As long as you do the square thing by your wife and child, you'll be let alone. If you try to sneak off, you'll be nabbed. Now, if you ain't a scamp down to your heel taps, get up out of that chair like a man. Treat your wife as she deserves for letting you off so easy, and don't make her change her mind by acting as if you, and not her, was the wronged person." At heart, Ferguson was a weak, cowardly, selfish creature, whose chief aim in life was to have things to suit himself. When they ceased to be agreeable, he was ready for a change, without much regard for the means to his ends. He had always foreseen the possibility of the event which had now taken place, but, like all self-indulgent natures, had hoped that he might escape detection. Alida, moreover, had won a far stronger hold upon him than he had once imagined possible. He was terribly mortified and cast down by the result of his experiment, as he regarded it, but the thought of a prison and hard labor speedily drew his mind away from this aspect of the affair. He had been fairly caught, his lark was over, and he soon resolved that the easiest and safest way out of the scrape was the best way. He therefore raised his head and came forward with a penitent air as he said, "It's natural I should be overwhelmed with shame at the position in which I find myself. But I see the truth of your words, and I try to make it all right as far as I can. I go back with you and Hannah to my old home. I've got money in the bank. I'll sell out everything here, and I'll pay you, William, as far as I can, what you've spent. Hannah is mighty good to let me off so easy, and she won't be sorry. This man is witness to what I say," and the detective nodded. "Why, Ferguson," said Mr. Hackman effusively, "now you're talking like a man. Come and kiss him, Hannah, and make it all up." "That's the way with you men," said the woman bitterly. "These things count for little. Henry Ferguson must prove he's honest in what he says by deeds, not words. I'll do as I've said if he acts square, and that's enough to start with." "All right," said Ferguson, glad enough to escape the caress. "I'll do as I say." He did do all he promised, and very promptly too. He was not capable of believing that a woman wronged as Alida had been would not prosecute him, and he was eager to escape to another state, and in a certain measure again to hide his identity under his own actual name. Meanwhile, how fared the poor creature who had fled, driven forth by her first wild impulse to escape from a false and terrible position? With every step she took down the dimly lighted street, the abyss into which she had fallen seemed to grow deeper and darker. She was overwhelmed with the magnitude of her misfortune. She shunned the illumined thoroughfares with a half-crazed sense that every finger would be pointed at her. Her final words, spoken to Ferguson, were the last clear promptings of her womanly nature. After that, everything grew confused, except the impression of remediless disaster and shame. She was incapable of forming any correct judgment concerning her position. The thought of her pastor filled her with horror. He, she thought, would take the same view which the woman had so brutally expressed, that in her eagerness to be married she had brought to the parsonage an unknown man, and had involved a clergyman in her own scandalous record. It would all be in the papers, and her pastor's name mixed up in the affair. She would rather die than subject him to such an ordeal. Long after, when he learned the facts in the case, he looked at her very sadly as he asked, "Didn't you know me better than that? Had I so failed in my preaching that you couldn't come straight to me?" She wondered afterward that she had not done this, but she was too morbid, too close upon absolute insanity to do what was wise and safe. She simply yielded to the wild impulse to escape, to cower, to hide from every human eye, hastening through the darkest, obscurest streets, not caring where. In the confusion of her mind she would retrace her steps, and soon was utterly lost, wandering she knew not whither. As it grew late, casual passers-by looked after her curiously, rough men spoke to her, and others jeered. She only hastened on, driven by her desperate trouble like the wild, ragged clouds that were flying across the stormy March sky. At last a policeman said gruffly, "You've passed me twice. You can't be roaming the streets at this time of night. Why don't you go home?" Standing before him and wringing her hands, she moaned, "I have no home." "Where did you come from?" "Oh, I can't tell you. Take me to any place where a woman will be safe." "I can't take you to any place now but the station house." "But can I be alone there? I won't be put with anybody?" "No, no, of course not. You'll be better off there. Come along. 'Tain't far." She walked beside him without a word. "You'd better tell me something of your story. Perhaps I can do more for you in the morning." "I can't. I'm a stranger. I haven't any friends in town." Well, well, the sergeant will see what can be done in the morning. You've been up to some foolishness, I suppose, and you'd better tell the whole story to the sergeant." She soon entered the station house and was locked up in a narrow cell. She heard the grating of the key in the lock with a sense of relief, feeling that she had at least found a temporary place of refuge and security. A hard board was the only couch it possessed, but the thought of sleep did not enter her mind. Sitting down, she buried her face in her hands and rocked back and forth in agony and distraction until day dawned. At last someone, she felt she could not raise her eyes to his face, brought her some breakfast and coffee. She drank the latter, but left the food untasted. Finally she was led to the sergeant's private room and told that she must give an account of herself. "If you can't or won't tell a clear story," the officer threatened, "you'll have to go before the justice in open court, and he may commit you to prison. If you tell the truth now, it may be that I can discharge you. You had no business to be wandering about the streets like a vagrant or worse, but if you were a stranger or lost and hadn't sense enough to go where you'd be cared for, I can let you go." "Oh," said Alida, again wringing her hands and looking at the officer with eyes so full of misery and fear that he began to soften. "I don't know where to go." "Haven't you a friend or acquaintance in town?" "Not one that I can go to." "Why don't you tell me your story? Then I'll know what to do and perhaps can help you. You don't look like a depraved woman." "I'm not. God knows I'm not." "Well, my poor woman, I've got to act in view of what I know, not what God knows." "If I tell my story, will I have to give names?" "No, not necessarily. It would be best, though." "I can't do that, but I tell you the truth. I will swear it on the Bible I married someone. A good minister married us. The man deceived me. He was already married, and last night his wife came to my happy home and proved before the man whom I thought my husband that I was no wife at all. He didn't deny it. Oh, oh, oh!" And she again rocked back and forth in uncontrollable anguish. "That's all," she added brokenly. "I had no right to be near him or her any longer, and I rushed out. I don't remember much more. My brain seemed on fire. I just walked and walked till I was brought here." "Well, well," said the sergeant sympathetically, "you have been treated badly, outrageously. But you are not to blame unless you married the man hastily and foolishly." "That's what everyone will think, but it don't seem to me that I did. It's a long story, and I can't tell it." "But you ought to tell it, my poor woman. You ought to sue the man for damages and send him to state prison." "No, no!" cried Alida passionately. "I don't want to see him again, and I won't go to a court before people unless I'm dragged there." The sergeant looked up at the policeman who had arrested her and said, "This story is not contrary to anything you saw?" "No, sir. She was wandering about and seemed half out of her mind." "Well, then, I can let you go." "But I don't know where to go," she replied, looking at him with hunted, hollow eyes. "I feel as if I were going to be sick. Please don't turn me into the streets. I'd rather go back to the cell." "That won't answer. There's no place that I can send you to except the poorhouse. Haven't you any money?" "No, sir. I just rushed away and left everything when I learned the truth." Tom Waterley's hotel is the only place for her, said the policeman with a nod. Oh, I can't go to a hotel. He means the almshouse, explained the sergeant. What is your name? Alida. That's all now. Yes, I'm a pauper, and I can't work just yet. I'll be safe there, won't I? Certainly, safe as in your mother's house. Oh, mother, mother, thank God you are dead. Well, I am sorry for you, said the sergeant kindly. 'Tain't often we have so sad a case as yours. If you say so, I'll send for Tom Waterley, and he and his wife will take charge of you. After a few days, your mind will get quieter and clearer, and then you'll prosecute the man who wronged you. I'll go to the poorhouse until I can do better, she replied wearily. Now, if you please, I'll return to my cell where I can be alone. Oh, we can give you a better room than that, said the sergeant. Show her into the waiting room, Tim. If you prosecute, we can help you with our testimony. Goodbye, and may you have better days. Waterley was telegraphed to come down with a conveyance, for the almshouse was in a suburb. In due time he appeared, and was briefly told Alida's story. He swore a little at the mean cuss, the author of all the trouble, and then took the stricken woman to what all his acquaintances facetiously termed his hotel. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 11. Baffled. In the general consciousness, nature is regarded as feminine, and even those who love her most will have to adopt Mrs. Mumpson's oft-expressed opinion of the sex and admit that she is sometimes a peculiar female. During the month of March, in which our story opens, there was scarcely any limit to her varying moods. It would almost appear that she was taking a mysterious interest in Holcroft's affairs, but whether it was a kindly interest or not, one might be at a loss to decide. When she caught him away from home, she pelted him with the coldest of rain and made his house, with even Mrs. Mumpson and Jane abiding there, seem a refuge. In the morning after the day on which he had brought, or in a sense had carted, Mrs. Wiggins to his domicile, nature was evidently bent on instituting contrasts between herself and the rival phases of femininity with which the farmer was compelled to associate. It may have been that she had another motive and was determined to keep her humble worshipper at her feet, and to render it impossible for him to make the changes toward which he had felt himself driven. Being an early riser, he was up with the sun, and the sun rose so serenely and smiled so benignly that Holcroft's clouded brow cleared in spite of all that had happened or could take place. The rain, which had brought such discomfort the night before, had settled the ground and made it comparatively firm to his tread. The southern breeze which fanned his cheek was as soft as the air of May. He remembered that it was Sunday, and that beyond feeding his stock and milking, he would have nothing to do. He exulted in the unusual mildness and thought, with an immense sense of relief, I can stay outdoors nearly all day. He resolved to let his help kindle the fire and get breakfast as they could, and to keep out of their way. Whatever changes the future might bring, he would have one more long day in rambling about his fields, and in thinking over the past. Feeling that there need be no haste about anything, he leisurely inhaled the air, fragrant from springing grass, and listened with a vague, undefined pleasure to the ecstatic music of the bluebirds, song sparrows, and robins. If anyone had asked him why he liked to hear them, he would have replied, I'm used to 'em. When they come, I know that plowing and planting time is near." It must be admitted that Holcroft's enjoyment of spring was not very far removed from that of the stock in his barnyard. All the animal creation rejoices in the returning sun and warmth. A subtle, powerful influence sets the blood in more rapid motion, kindles new desires, and awakens a glad expectancy. All that is alive becomes more thoroughly alive, and existence in itself is a pleasure. Spring had always brought to the farmer quickened pulses, renewed activity and hopefulness, and he was pleased to find that he was not so old and cast down that its former influence had spent itself. Indeed, it seemed that never before had his fields, his stock, and outdoor work, and these comprised nature to him, been so attractive. They remained unchanged amid the sad changes which had clouded his life, and his heart clung more tenaciously than ever to old scenes and occupations. They might not bring him happiness again, but he instinctively felt that they might ensure a comfort and peace with which he could be content. At last he went to the barn and began his work, doing everything slowly, and getting all the solace he could from the tasks. The horses whinnied their welcome, and he rubbed their noses caressingly as he fed them. The cows came briskly to the rack in which he foddered them in pleasant weather, and when he scratched them between the horns, they turned their mild, Juno-like eyes upon him with undisguised affection. The chickens, clamoring for their breakfast, followed so closely that he had to be careful where he stepped. Although he knew that all this good will was based chiefly on the hope of food and the remembrance of it in the past, nevertheless it soothed and pleased him. He was in sympathy with this homely life. It belonged to him and was dependent on him. It made him honest returns for his care. Moreover, it was agreeably linked with the past. There were quiet cows which his wife had milked, clucking biddies which she had lifted from nests with their downy broods. He looked at them wistfully, and was wondering if they ever missed the presence that he regretted so deeply, when he became conscious that Jane's eyes were upon him. How long she had been watching him he did not know, but she merely said, "Breakfast's ready," and disappeared. With a sigh he went to his room to perform his ablutions, remembering with a slight pang how his wife always had a basin and towel ready for him in the kitchen. In the breaking up of just such homely customs, he was continually reminded of his loss. On awakening to the light of this Sabbath morning, Mrs. Mumpson had thought deeply and reasoned everything out again. She felt that it must be an eventful day, and that there was much to be accomplished. In the first place, there was Mrs. Wiggins. She disapproved of her decidedly. "She isn't the sort of person that I would prefer to superintend," she remarked to Jane while making a toilet which she deemed befitting the day. "And the hour will assuredly come when Mr. Holcroft will look upon her in the light that I do. He will eventually realize that I cannot be brought in such close relationship with a pauper. Not that the relationship is exactly close, but then I shall have to speak to her, in brief, to superintend her. My eyes will be offended by her vast proportions and uncouth appearance. The floor creaks beneath her tread and affects my nerves seriously. Of course, while she is here, I shall zealously, as befits one in my responsible position, try to render useful such service as she can perform. But then, the fact that I disapprove of her must soon become evident. When it is discovered that I only tolerate her, there will be a change. I cannot show my disapproval very strongly today, for this is a day set apart for sacred things, and Mrs. Viggins, as she calls herself, I cannot imagine a Mr. Viggins, for no man in his senses could have married such a creature. As I was saying, Mrs. Viggins is not at all sacred, and I must endeavor to abstract my mind from her till tomorrow, as far as possible. My first duty today is to induce Mr. Holcroft to take us to church. It will give the people of Oakville such a pleasing impression to see us driving to church. Of course, I may fail. Mr. Holcroft is evidently a hardened man. All the influences of his life have been adverse to spiritual development, and it may require some weeks of my influence to soften him, and awaken yearnings for what he has not yet known. "He may be yearnin' for breakfast," Jane remarked, completing her toilet by tying her little pigtail braid with something that had once been a bit of black ribbon, but was now a string. "You'd better come down soon and help. If Mrs. Viggins cannot get breakfast, I would like to know what she is here for," continued Mrs. Mumpson loftily, and regardless of Jane's departure. I shall decline to do menial work any longer, especially on this sacred day, and after I have made my toilet for church, Mr. Holcroft has had time to think. My disapproval was manifest last night, and it has undoubtedly occurred to him that he has not conformed to the proprieties of life. Indeed, I almost fear I shall have to teach him what the proprieties of life are. He witnessed my emotions when he spoke as he should not have spoken to me. But I must make allowances for his unregenerate state. He was cold and wet and hungry last night, and men are unreasonable at such times. I shall now heap coals of fire upon his head. I shall show that I am a meek, forgiving Christian woman, and he will relent, soften, and become penitent. Then will be my opportunity," and she descended to the arena which should witness her efforts. During the period in which Mrs. Mumpson had indulged in these lofty reflections and self-communings, Mrs. Wiggins had also arisen. I am not sure whether she had thought of anything in particular or not. She may have had some spiritual longings which were not becoming to any day of the week. Being a woman of deeds, rather than of thought, probably not much else occurred to her beyond the duty of kindling the fire and getting breakfast. Jane came down and offered to assist, but was cleared out with no more scruple than if Mrs. Wiggins had been one of the much-visited relatives. "The hidee," she grumbled, "of havin' sich a little trollop round under my feet." Jane, therefore, solaced herself by watching the cheap girl till her mother appeared. Mrs. Mumpson sailed majestically in and took the rocking chair, mentally thankful that it had survived the crushing weight imposed upon it the evening before. Mrs. Wiggins did not drop a courtesy. Indeed, not a sign of recognition passed over her vast, immobile face. Mrs. Mumpson was a little embarrassed. "I hardly know how to comport myself toward that female," she thought. "She is utterly uncouth. Her manners are unmistakably those of a pauper. I think I will ignore her today. I do not wish my feelings ruffled or put out of harmony with the sacred duties and motives which actuate me." Mrs. Mumpson therefore rocked gently, solemnly, and, strange to say, silently, and Mrs. Wiggins also proceeded with her duties, but not in silence, for everything in the room trembled and clattered at her tread. Suddenly she turned on Jane and said, "'Ere, you little baggage, go and tell the master breakfast's ready." Mrs. Mumpson sprang from her chair, and with a voice choked with indignation, gasped, "Do you dare address my offspring thus?" "Your what?" "My child, my daughter, who is not a pauper, but the offspring of a most respecterble woman and respecterbly connected. I'm amazed, I'm dumbfoundered, You're a bit daft, I'm a thinking." Then to Jane, "Vy don't ye go and hearn your salt?" "Jane, I forbid." But it had not taken Jane half a minute to decide between the now jarring domestic powers, and henceforth she would be at Mrs. Wiggins' beck and call. "She can do something," the child muttered, as she stole upon Holcroft. Mrs. Mumpson sank back in her chair, but her mode of rocking betokened a perturbed spirit. "I will restrain myself till tomorrow, and then—" She shook her head portentously, and waited till the farmer appeared, feeling assured that Mrs. Wiggins would soon be taught to recognize her station. When breakfast was on the table, she darted to her place behind the coffee pot, for she felt that there was no telling what this awful Mrs. Wiggins might not assume during this day of sacred restraint. But the ex-pauper had no thought of presumption in her master's presence, and the rocking chair again distracted Mrs. Mumpson's nerves as it creaked under an unwonted weight. Holcroft took his seat in silence. The widow again bowed her head devoutly, and sighed deeply when observing that the farmer ignored her suggestion. "I trust that you feel refreshed after your repose," she said benignly. "I do." "It is a lovely morning, a morning, I may add, befitting the sacred day. Nature is at peace and suggests that we and all should be at peace." "There's nothing I like more, Mrs. Mumpson, unless it is quiet." "I feel that way myself. You don't know what restraint I have put upon myself that the sacred quiet of this day might not be disturbed. I have had strong provocation since I entered this apartment. I will forbear to speak of it till tomorrow, in order that there may be quietness and that our minds may be prepared for worship. I feel that it would be unseemly for us to enter a house of worship with thoughts of strife in our souls. At precisely what moment do you wish me to be ready for church?" "I am not going to church, Mrs. Mumpson." "Not going to church? I scarcely understand. Worship is such a sacred duty." You and Jane certainly have a right to go to church, and since it is your wish, I'll take you down to Lemuel Weeks' and you can go with them." "I don't want to go with Cousin Lemuel's, nor to church nuther," Jane protested. "Why, Mr. Holcroft," began the widow sweetly, "after you're once harnessed up, it will take but a little longer to keep on to the meeting house. It would appear so seemly for us to drive thither as a matter of course. It would be what the community expects of us. This is not our day, that we should spend it carnally. We should be spiritually minded. We should put away things of earth. Thoughts of business and any unnecessary toil should be abhorrent. I have often thought that there was too much milking done on Sunday among farmers. I know they say it is essential, but they all seem so prone to forget that but one thing is needful. I feel it borne in upon my mind, Mr. Holcroft, that I should plead with you to attend divine worship and seek an uplifting of your thoughts. You have no idea how differently the day may end, or what emotions may be aroused if you place yourself under the droppings of the sanctuary." "I'm like Jane. I don't wish to go," said Mr. Holcroft nervously. "But my dear Mr. Holcroft," the farmer fidgeted under this address, "the very essence of true religion is to do what we don't wish to do. We are to mortify the flesh and thwart the carnal mind. The more thorny the path of self-denial is, the more certain it's the right path. I've already entered upon it," she continued, turning a momentary glance upon Mrs. Wiggins. "Never before was a respectable woman so harrowed and outraged, but I am calm. I am endeavoring to maintain a frame of mind suitable to worship, and I feel it my bounden duty to impress upon you that worship is a necessity to every human being. My conscience would not acquit me if I did not use all my influence." "Very well, Mrs. Mumpson, you and your conscience are quits. You have used all your influence. I will do as I said, take you to Lemuel Weeks', and you can go to church with his family." And he rose from the table. "But Cousin Lemuel is also painfully blind to his spiritual interests." Holcroft did not stay to listen, and was soon engaged in the morning milking. Jane flatly declared that she would not go to Cousin Lemuel's or to church. "It don't do me no good, nor you nuther," she sullenly declared to her mother. Mrs. Mumpson now resolved upon a different line of tactics. Assuming a lofty, spiritual air, she commanded Jane to light a fire in the parlor, and retired thither with the rocking chair. The elder widow looked after her and ejaculated, "Vell, hif she hain't the craziest loon I never heard talk. Hif she vas blind, she might 'a' seen that the master didn't vant hany sich lecturin' clack." Having kindled the fire, the child was about to leave the room, when her mother interposed and said solemnly, "Jane, sit down and keep Sunday." "I'm going to help Mrs. Wiggins if she'll let me." "You will not so demean yourself. I wish you to have no relations whatever with that female in the kitchen. If you had proper self-respect, you would never speak to her again. We aint visitin' here. If I can't work indoors, I'll tell 'em I'll work outdoors. It's not proper for you to work today. I want you to sit there in the corner and learn the 5th commandment. Ain't you going to Cousin Lemuel's?" "On mature reflection, I have decided to remain at home. I thought you would if you had any sense left. You know well enough we aint wanted down there. I'll go tell him not to hitch up." "Well, I will permit you to do so. Then return to your Sunday task." "I'm going to mind him," responded the child. She passed rapidly and apprehensively through the kitchen, but paused on the doorstep to make some overtures to Mrs. Wiggins. If that austere dame was not to be propitiated, a line of retreat was opened to the barn. "Say," she began, to attract attention. "Vell, young un," replied Mrs. Wiggins, rendered more pacific by her breakfast. "Don't you want me to wash up the dishes and put 'em away? I know how." "Hi'll try ye, hif you breaks hanythink," and the old woman nodded volumes at the child. "I'll be back in a minute," said Jane. A moment later she met Holcroft carrying 2 pails of milk from the barnyard. He was about to pass without noticing her, but she again secured attention by her usual preface, "Say," when she had a somewhat extended communication to make. "Come to the dairy room, Jane, and say your say there," said Holcroft not unkindly. "She ain't going to Cousin Lemuel's," said the girl, from the door. "What is she going to do?" "Rock in the parlor. Say, can't I help Mrs. Wiggins wash up the dishes and do the work?" "Certainly. Why not?" "Mother says I must sit in the parlor and learn commandments and keep Sunday." "Well, Jane, which do you think you ought to do?" "I think I ought to work, and if you and Mrs. Wiggins will let me, I will work in spite of mother. I think that you and your mother both should help do the necessary work today. There won't be much. If I try and help Mrs. Wiggins, mother'll bounce at me. She shook me last night after I went upstairs, and she boxed my ears 'cause I wanted to keep the kitchen fire up last night. I'll go with you to the kitchen and tell Mrs. Wiggins to let you help, and I won't let your mother punish you again unless you do wrong." Mrs. Wiggins, relying on Jane's promise of help, had sat down to the solace of her pipe for a few minutes, but was about to thrust it hastily away on seeing Holcroft. He reassured her by saying good-naturedly, "No need of that, my good woman. Sit still and enjoy your pipe. I like to smoke myself. Jane will help clear away things, and I wish her to. You'll find she's quite handy. By the way, have you all the tobacco you want?" "Vell now, master, p'raps you know the 'lowance down hat the poor us vasn't sich as 'ud keep a body in vat you'd call satisfyin' smokin'. I never 'ad enough to keep down the hankerin'." "I suppose that's so. You shall have half of my stock, and when I go to town again, I'll get you a good supply. I guess I'll light my pipe too before starting for a walk." "Bless your 'art, master, you makes a body comfortable. Ven I smokes, I feels more at 'ome and kind of contented like. An old 'ooman like me ain't got much left to comfort her but her pipe." "Jane!" called Mrs. Mumpson sharply from the parlor. As there was no answer, the widow soon appeared in the kitchen door. Smoking was one of the unpardonable sins in Mrs. Mumpson's eyes, and when she saw Mrs. Wiggins puffing comfortably away, and Holcroft lighting his pipe, while Jane cleared the table, language almost failed her. She managed to articulate, "Jane, this atmosphere is not fit for you to breathe on this sacred day. I wish you to share my seclusion." "Mrs. Mumpson, I have told her to help Mrs. Wiggins in the necessary work," Holcroft interposed. "Mr. Holcroft, you don't realize men never do. Jane is my offspring, and—" "Oh, if you put it that way, I shan't interfere between mother and child. But I suppose you and Jane came here to work." "If you will enter the parlor, I will explain to you fully my views and—" "Please excuse me," said Holcroft, hastily passing out. "I was just starting for a walk. I'm bound to have one more day to myself on the old place," he muttered as he bent his steps toward an upland pasture. Jane, seeing that her mother was about to pounce upon her, ran behind Mrs. Wiggins, who slowly rose and began a progress toward the irate widow, remarking as she did so, "Hi'll just shut the door twixt ye and yer offspring, and then ye can say yer prayers hon t'other side." Mrs. Mumpson was so overcome at the turn affairs had taken on this day, which was to witness such progress in her plans and hopes, as to feel the absolute necessity of a prolonged season of thought and soliloquy, and she relapsed, without further protest, into the rocking chair. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 12. Jane. Holcroft was not long in climbing to a sunny nook whence he could see not only his farm and dwelling, but also the Oakville valley, and the little white spire of the distant meeting-house. He looked at this last-named object wistfully and very sadly. Mrs. Mumpson's tirade about worship had been without effect, but the memories suggested by the church were bitter-sweet indeed. It belonged to the Methodist denomination, and Holcroft had been taken or had gone thither from the time of his earliest recollection. He saw himself sitting between his father and mother, a round-faced urchin, to whom the sermon was unintelligible, but to whom little Bessie Jones in the next pew was a fact, not only intelligible, but very interesting. She would turn around and stare at him until he smiled, then she would giggle until her mother brought her right about face with considerable emphasis. After this, he saw the little boy, could it have been himself, nodding, swaying, and finally slumbering peacefully, with his head on his mother's lap, until shaken into sufficient consciousness to be half dragged, half led to the door. Once in the big, springless farm wagon he was himself again, looking eagerly around to catch another glimpse of Bessie Jones. Then he was a big, irreverent boy, shyly and awkwardly bent on mischief in the same old meeting-house. Bessie Jones no longer turned and stared at him, but he exultingly discovered that he could still make her giggle on the sly. Years passed, and Bessie was his occasional choice for a sleigh ride when the long body of some farm wagon was placed on runners, and boys and girls, young men and women, they almost thought themselves, were packed in like sardines. Something like self-reproach smote Holcroft even now, remembering how he had allowed his fancy much latitude at this period, paying attention to more than one girl besides Bessie, and painfully undecided which he liked best. Then had come the memorable year which had opened with a protracted meeting. He and Bessie Jones had passed under conviction at the same time, and on the same evening had gone forward to the anxious seat. From the way in which she sobbed, one might have supposed that the good, simple-hearted girl had terrible burdens on her conscience, but she soon found hope, and her tears gave place to smiles. Holcroft, on the contrary, was terribly cast down and unable to find relief. He felt that he had much more to answer for than Bessie. He accused himself of having been a rather coarse, vulgar boy. He had made fun of sacred things in that very meeting-house more times than he liked to think of, and now for some reason could think of nothing else. He could not shed tears or get up much emotion, neither could he rid himself of the dull weight at heart. The minister, the brethren and sisters, prayed for him and over him, but nothing removed his terrible inertia. He became a familiar form on the anxious seat, for there was a dogged persistence in his nature which prevented him from giving up. But at the close of each meeting he went home in a state of deeper dejection. Sometimes, in returning, he was Bessie Jones' escort, and her happiness added to his gall and bitterness. One moonlight night they stopped under the shadow of a pine near her father's door, and talked over the matter a few moments before parting. Bessie was full of sympathy which she hardly knew how to express. Unconsciously, in her earnestness, how well he remembered the act, she laid her hand on his arm, and she said, "James, I guess I know what's the matter with you. In all your seeking you are thinking only of yourself, how bad you've been, and all that. I wouldn't think of myself and what I was any more, if I was you. You ain't so awful bad, James, that I'd turn a cold shoulder to you. But you might think I was doing just that if you stayed away from me and kept saying to yourself, 'I ain't fit to speak to Bessie Jones.'" Her face had looked sweet and compassionate, and her touch upon his arm had conveyed the subtle magic of sympathy. Under her homely logic, the truth had burst upon him like sunshine. In brief, he had turned from his own shadow and was in the light. He remembered how in his deep feeling he had bowed his head on her shoulder and murmured, "Oh, Bessie, heaven bless you, I see it all." He no longer went to the anxious seat. With this young girl, and many others, he was taken into the church on probation. Thereafter, his fancy never wandered again, and there was no other girl in Oakville for him but Bessie. In due time, he had gone with her to yonder meeting-house to be married. It had all seemed to come about as a matter of course. He scarcely knew when he became formally engaged. They "kept company" together steadfastly for a suitable period, and that seemed to settle it in their own and everybody else's mind. There had been no change in Bessie's quiet, constant soul. After her words under the shadow of the pine tree, she seemed to find it difficult to speak of religious subjects, even to her husband. But her simple faith had been unwavering, and she had entered into rest without fear or misgiving. Not so her husband. He had his spiritual ups and downs, but like herself was reticent. While she lived, only a heavy storm kept them from going to meeting, but with Holcroft worship was often little more than a form, his mind being on the farm and its interests. Parents and relatives had died, and the habit of seclusion from neighborhood and church life had grown upon them gradually and almost unconsciously. For a long time after his wife's death, Holcroft had felt that he did not wish to see anyone who would make references to his loss. He shrank from formal condolences as he would from the touch of a diseased nerve. When the minister called, he listened politely but silently to a general exhortation, then muttered, when left alone, "It's all as he says, I suppose." But somehow his words are like the medicines Bessie took, they don't do any good. He kept up the form of his faith, and a certain vague hope, until the night on which he drove forth the Irish revelers from his home. In remembrance of his rage and profanity on that occasion, He silently and in dreary misgiving concluded that he should not, even to himself, keep up the pretense of religion any longer. "I've fallen from grace, that is, if I ever had any," was a thought which did much to rob him of courage to meet his other trials. Whenever he dwelt on these subjects, doubts, perplexities, and resentment at his misfortunes so thronged his mind that he was appalled. So he strove to occupy himself with the immediate present. Today, however, in recalling the past, his thoughts would question the future and the outcome of his experiences. In accordance with his simple, downright nature, he muttered, "I might as well face the truth and have done with it. I don't know whether I'll ever see my wife again or not. I don't know whether God is for me or against me. Sometimes I half think there isn't any God. I don't know what will become of me when I die. I'm sure of only one thing. While I do live, I could take comfort in working the old place." In brief, without ever having heard of the term, he was an agnostic, but not one of the self-complacent superior type who fancy that they have developed themselves beyond the trammels of faith, and are ever ready to make the world aware of their progress. At last he recognized that his long reverie was leading to despondency and weakness. He rose, shook himself half angrily, and strode toward the house. "I'm here, and here I'm going to stay," he growled. "As long as I'm on my own land, it's nobody's business what I am or how I feel. If I can't get decent, sensible women help, I'll close up my dairy and live here alone. I certainly can make enough to support myself." Jane met him with a summons to dinner, looking apprehensively at his stern, gloomy face. Mrs. Mumpson did not appear. "Call her," he said curtly. The literal Jane returned from the parlor and said unsympathetically, "She's got a handkerchief to her eyes, and says she don't want no dinner." "Very well," he replied, much relieved. Apparently he did not want much dinner either, for he soon started out again. Mrs. Wiggins was not utterly wanting in the intuitions of her sex, and said nothing to break in upon her master's abstraction. In the afternoon Holcroft visited every nook and corner of his farm, laying out, he hoped, so much occupation for both hands and thought as to render him proof against domestic tribulations. He had not been gone long before Mrs. Mumpson called in a plaintive voice, "Jane!" The child entered the parlor warily, keeping open a line of retreat to the door. "You need not fear me," said her mother, rocking pathetically. "My feelings are so hurt and crushed that I can only bemoan the wrongs from which I suffer. You little know, Jane, you little know a mother's heart." "No," assented Jane, "I dunno nothing about it." "What wonder then that I weep, when even my child is so unnatural?" "I dunno how to be anything else but what I be," replied the girl in self-defense. "If you would only yield more to my guidance and influence, Jane, the future might be brighter for us both. If you had but stored up the 5th commandment in memory, but I forbear. You cannot so far forget your duty as not to tell me how he behaved at dinner." "He looked awful glum, and hardly said a word." "Ah!" exclaimed the widow, "the spell is working." "If you ain't a-working tomorrow, there'll be a worse spell," the girl remarked. "That will do, Jane, that will do. You little understand, how should you? Please keep an eye on him, and let me know how he looks and what he is doing, and whether his face still wears a gloomy or a penitent aspect. Do as I bid you, Jane, and you may unconsciously secure your own well-being by obedience." Watching anyone was a far more congenial task to the child than learning the commandments, and she hastened to comply. Moreover, she had the strongest curiosity in regard to Holcroft herself. She felt that he was the arbiter of her fate. So untaught was she that delicacy and tact were unknown qualities. Her one hope of pleasing was in work. She had no power of guessing that sly espionage would counterbalance such service. Another round of visiting was dreaded above all things. She was, therefore, exceedingly anxious about the future. "Mother may be right," she thought. "P'raps she can make him marry her, so we needn't go away any more. P'raps she's taken the right way to bring a man around and get him hooked, as Cousin Lemuel said. If I was going to hook a man, though, I'd try another plan than mother's. I'd keep my mouth shut and my eyes open. I'd see what he wanted and do it, even 'fore he spoke. 'Fi's big enough, I bet I could hook a man quicker'n she can by using her tongue 'stead of her hands." Jane's scheme was not so bad a one, but that it might be tried to advantage by those so disposed. Her matrimonial prospects, however, being still far in the future, it behooved her to make her present existence as tolerable as possible. She knew how much depended on Holcroft, and was unaware of any other method of learning his purposes except that of watching him. Both fearing and fascinated, she dogged his steps most of the afternoon, but saw nothing to confirm her mother's view that any spell was working. She scarcely understood why he looked so long at field, thicket, and woods, as if he saw something invisible to her. In planning future work and improvements, the farmer had attained a quieter and more genial frame of mind. When, therefore, he sat down and, in glancing about, saw Jane crouching behind a low hemlock, he was more amused than irritated. He had dwelt on his own interests so long that he was ready to consider even Jane's for a while. Poor child, he thought. She doesn't know any better, and perhaps has even been taught to do such things. I think I'll surprise her and draw her out a little. "Jane, come over here," he called. The girl sprang to her feet and hesitated whether to fly or obey. "Don't be afraid," added Holcroft. "I won't scold you. Come." She stole toward him like some small, wild, fearful animal in doubt of its reception. "Sit down there on that rock," he said. She obeyed with a sly, sidelong look, and he saw that she kept her feet gathered under her so as to spring away if he made the slightest hostile movement. "Jane, do you think it's right to watch people so?" he asked gravely. "She told me to." "Your mother?" The girl nodded. "But do you think it's right yourself?" "Dunno. 'Tain't best if you get caught." "Well, Jane," said Holcroft, with something like a smile lurking in his deep-set eyes, "I don't think it's right at all. I don't want you to watch me any more, no matter who tells you to. Will you promise not to?" The child nodded. She seemed averse to speaking when a sign would answer. "Can I go now?" she asked after a moment. "Not yet. I want to ask you some questions. Was anyone ever kind to you?" "I dunno. I suppose so." "What would you call being kind to you?" "Not scoldin' or cuffin' me." "If I didn't scold or strike you, would you think I was kind then?" She nodded, but after a moment's thought said, "And if you didn't look as if you hated to see me round?" "Do you think I've been kind to you?" "Kinder'n anybody else. You sort o' look at me sometimes as if I was a rat. I don't s'pose you can help it, and I don't mind. I'd ruther stay here and work than go a-visitin' again. Why can't I work outdoors when there's nothin' for me to do in the house?" "Are you willing to work? To do anything you can?" Jane was not sufficiently politic to enlarge on her desire for honest toil and honest bread. She merely nodded. Holcroft smiled as he asked, "Why are you so anxious to work?" "'Cause I won't feel like a stray cat in the house then. I want to be some'eres where I've a right to be." "Wouldn't they let you work down at Lemuel Weeks'?" She shook her head. "Why not?" he asked. "They said I wasn't honest. They said they couldn't trust me with things, 'cause when I was hungry I took things to eat." "Was that the way you were treated at other places?" "Mostly." "Jane," asked Holcroft very kindly, "did anyone ever kiss you?" "Mother used to 'fore people. It allus made me kind o' sick." Holcroft shook his head as if this child was a problem beyond him, and for a time they sat together in silence. At last he arose and said, "It's time to go home. Now, Jane, don't follow me. Walk openly at my side, and when you come to call me at any time, come openly, make a noise, whistle or sing as a child ought. As long as you are with me, never do anything on the sly, and we'll get along well enough." She nodded and walked beside him. At last, as if emboldened by his words, she broke out, "Say, if mother married you, you couldn't send us away, could you?" "Why do you ask such a question?" said Holcroft, frowning. "I was a-thinking—" "Well," he interrupted sternly, "never think or speak of such things again." The child had a miserable sense that she had angered him. She was also satisfied that her mother's schemes would be futile, and she scarcely spoke again that day. Holcroft was more than angry, he was disgusted. That Mrs. Mumpson's design upon him was so offensively open that even this ignorant child understood it, and was expected to further it, caused such a strong revulsion in his mind that he half resolved to put them back in his market wagon on the morrow and take them back to their relatives. His newly awakened sympathy for Jane quickly vanished. If the girl and her mother had been repulsive from the first, they were now hideous, in view of their efforts to fasten themselves upon him permanently. Fancy, then, the climax in his feelings when, as they passed the house, the front door suddenly opened and Mrs. Mumpson emerged with clasped hands and the exclamation, "Oh, how touching! Just like father and child!" Without noticing the remark, he said coldly as he passed, "Jane, go help Mrs. Wiggins get supper." His anger and disgust grew so strong as he hastily did his evening work that he resolved not to endanger his self-control by sitting down within earshot of Mrs. Mumpson. As soon as possible, therefore, he carried the new stove to his room and put it up. The widow tried to address him as he passed in and out, but he paid no heed to her. At last he only paused long enough at the kitchen door to say, "Jane, bring me some supper to my room. Remember, you only are to bring it." Bewildered and abashed, Mrs. Mumpson rocked nervously. "I had looked for relentings this evening, a general softening," she murmured, "and I don't understand his bearing toward me." Then a happy thought struck her. I see," she cried softly and ecstatically. "He is struggling with himself. He finds that he must either deny himself my society or yield at once. The end is near." A little later, she, too, appeared at the kitchen door and said, with serious sweetness, "Jane, you can also bring me my supper to the parlor." Mrs. Wiggins shook with mirth in all her vast proportions as she remarked, "Jane, ye can bring me my supper from the stove to the table here, and then vait on yourself." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 13. Not Wife, but Waif. Tom Watterly's horse was the pride of his heart. It was a bob-tailed, raw-boned animal, but as Tom complacently remarked to Alida, "He can pass about anything on the road," a boast that he let no chance escape of verifying. It was a terrible ordeal to the poor woman to go dashing through the streets in an open wagon, feeling that every eye was upon her. With head bowed down, she employed her failing strength in holding herself from falling out, yet almost wishing that she might be dashed against some object that would end her wretched life. It finally occurred to Tom that the woman at his side might not, after her recent experience, share in his enthusiasm, and he pulled up, remarking, with a rough effort at sympathy, "It's a cussed shame you've been treated so, and as soon as you're ready, I'll help you get even with the scamp." "I'm not well, sir," said Alida humbly. "I only ask for a quiet place where I can rest till strong enough to do some kind of work." "Well, well," said Tom kindly, "don't lose heart. We'll do the best by you we can. That ain't saying very much, though, for we're full and running over." He soon drew rein at the poorhouse door and sprang out. I feel strange," Alida gasped. Tom caught the fainting woman in his arms and shouted, "Here, Bill, Joe, you lazy loons, where are you?" 3 or 4 half-wrecks of men shuffled to his assistance, and together they bore the unconscious woman to the room which was used as a sort of hospital. Some old crones gathered around with such restoratives as they had at command. Gradually the stricken woman revived, but as the whole miserable truth came back, she turned her face to the wall with a sinking of heart akin to despair. At last, from sheer exhaustion, feverish sleep ensued, from which she often started with moans and low cries. One impression haunted her: she was falling, ever falling into a dark, bottomless abyss. Hours passed in the same partial stupor, filled with phantoms and horrible dreams. Toward evening she aroused herself mechanically to take the broth Mrs. Watterly ordered her to swallow, then relapsed into the same lethargy. Late in the night she became conscious that someone was kneeling at her bedside and fondling her. She started up with a slight cry. "Don't be afraid, it's only me, dear," said a quavering voice. In the dim rays of a night lamp, Alida saw an old woman with gray hair falling about her face and on her night robe. At first, in her confused, feverish impressions, the poor waif was dumb with superstitious awe and trembled between joy and fear. Could her mother have come to comfort her in her sore extremity? "Put your head on me, old withered breast," said the apparition, "and ye'll know a mither's heart niver changes. I've been a looking for ye and expecting ye these long weary years. They said ye wouldn't come back, that I'd niver find ye again, but I knowed I would, and here ye are in me arms, me darlint. Don't draw away from your old mither. Don't ye be afeard or shamed loike. No matter what ye've done or where ye've been or who ye've been with, a mither's heart welcomes ye back jist the same as when yous was a baby and slept on me breast. A mither's heart 'ud quench the fires o' hell. I'd go into the burning flames of the pit and bear ye out in me arms, so niver fear. Now that I've found ye, ye're safe. Ye'll not run away from me agin. I'll hold ye back." And the poor creature clasped Alida with such conclusive energy that she screamed from pain and terror. "Ye shall not get away from me. Ye shall not go back to evil ways. Whist, whist, be aisy and let me plead wid ye. Think how many long weary years I've looked for ye and waited for ye. Niver have I slept night or day in me watchin'. Ye may be so stained and lost and ruined that the whole world will scorn ye, yet not your mither, not your old mither. Oh, Nora, Nora, why did ye rin away from me? Wasn't I koind? No, no, ye cannot lave me agin." And she threw herself on Alida, whose disordered mind was tortured by what she heard. Whether or not it was a more terrible dream than had yet oppressed her, she scarcely knew, but in the excess of her nervous horror she sent out a cry that echoed in every part of the large building. Two old women rushed in and dragged Alida's persecutor, screaming, away. "That's allus the way o' it," she shrieked. "As soon as I find me Nora, they snatches me and carries me off, and I have to begin me watchin' and waitin' and lookin' agin." Alida continued sobbing and trembling violently. One of the awakened patients sought to assure her by saying, "Don't mind it so, miss. It's only crazy Kate. Her daughter ran away from her years and years ago, how many no one knows, and when a young woman's brought here she thinks it's her lost Nora. They oughtn't to let her get out, knowing you was here." For several days Alida's reason wavered. The nervous shock of her sad experiences had been so great that it did not seem at all improbable that she, like the insane mother, might be haunted for the rest of her life by an overwhelming impression of something lost. In her morbid, shaken mind, she confounded the wrong she had received with guilt on her own part. Eventually she grew calmer and more sensible. Although her conscience acquitted her of intentional evil, nothing could remove the deep-rooted conviction that she was shamed beyond hope of remedy. For a time she was unable to rally from nervous prostration. Meanwhile, her mind was preternaturally active, presenting every detail of the past until she was often ready to cry aloud in her despair. Tom Watterly took an unusual interest in her case, and exhorted the visiting physician to do his best for her. She finally began to improve, and with the first return of strength sought to do something with her feeble hands. The bread of charity was not sweet. Although the place in which she lodged was clean, and the coarse, unvarying fare abundant, she shrank shuddering, with each day's clearer consciousness, from the majority of those about her. Phases of life of which she had scarcely dreamed were the common topics of conversation. In her mother she had learned to venerate gray hairs, and it was an awful shock to learn that so many of the feeble creatures about her were coarse, wicked, and evil disposed. How could their withered lips frame the words they spoke? How could they dwell on subjects that were profanation, even to such wrecks of womanhood as themselves? Moreover, they persecuted her by their curiosity. The good material in her apparel had been examined and commented on. Her wedding ring had been seen and its absence soon noted, for Alida, after gaining the power to recall the past fully, had thrown away the metal lie, feeling that it was the last link in a chain binding her to a loathed and hated relationship. Learning from their questions that the inmates of the almshouse did not know her history, she refused to reveal it, thus awakening endless surmises. Many histories were made for her, the beldams vying with each other in constructing the worst one. Poor Alida soon learned that there was public opinion even in an almshouse, and that she was under its ban. In dreary despondency she thought, "They've found out about me. If such creatures as these think I'm hardly fit to speak to, how can I ever find work among good, respectable people?" Her extreme depression, the coarse, vulgar, and uncharitable natures by which she was surrounded, retarded her recovery. By her efforts to do anything in her power for others, she disarmed the hostility of some of the women, and those that were more or less demented became fond of her. But the majority probed her wound by every look and word. She was a saint compared with any of these, yet they made her envy their respectability. She often thought, "Would to God that I was as old and ready to die as the feeblest woman here, if I could only hold up my head like her." One day a woman who had a child left it sleeping in its rude wooden cradle and went downstairs. The babe wakened and began to cry. Alida took it up and found a strange solace in rocking it to sleep again upon her breast. At last the mother returned, glared a moment into Alida's appealing eyes, then snatched the child away with the cruel words, "Don't you be touched my baby agin. To think it had been in the arms of the loikes o' ye." Alida went away and sobbed until her strength was gone. She found that there were some others ostracized like herself, but they accepted their position as a matter of course, as if it belonged to them and was the least of their troubles. Her strength was returning, yet she was still feeble when she sent for Mrs. Watterly and asked, "Do you think I'm strong enough to take a place somewhere?" "You ought to know that better than me," was the chilly reply. Do you think I could get a place? I would be willing to do any kind of honest work not beyond my strength." "You hardly look able to sit up straight. Better wait till you're stronger. I'll tell my husband. If applications come, he'll see about it." And she turned coldly away. A day or two later Tom came and said brusquely, but not unkindly, "Don't like my hotel, eh? What can you do?" "I'm used to sewing, but I'd try to do almost anything by which I could earn my living." "Best thing to do is to prosecute that scamp and make him pay you a good round sum." She shook her head decidedly. "I don't wish to see him again. I don't wish to go before people and have the past talked about. I'd like a place with some kind, quiet people who keep no other help. Perhaps they wouldn't take me if they knew. But I would be so faithful to them, and try so hard to learn what they wanted." "That's all nonsense. They're not taking you. I'll find you a place some day, but you're not strong enough yet. You'd be brought right back here. You're as pale as a ghost, almost look like one. So don't be impatient, but give me a chance to find you a good place. I feel sorry for you, and don't want you to get among folks that have no feelings. Don't you worry now. Chirk up, and you'll come out all right." I think that if I'm employed, the people who take me ought to know," said Alida with bowed head. "They'll be blamed fools if they don't think more of you when they do know," was his response. "Still, that shall be as you please. I've told only my wife, and they've kept mum at the police station, so the thing hasn't gotten into the papers." Alida's head bowed lower still as she replied, "I thank you. My only wish now is to find some quiet place in which I can work and be left to myself." "Very well," said Tom good-naturedly. "Cheer up. I'll be on the lookout for you." She turned to the window near which she was sitting to hide the tears which his rough kindness evoked. "He don't seem to shrink from me as if I wasn't fit to be spoken to," she thought, "but his wife did. I'm afraid people won't take me when they know." The April sunshine poured in at the window. The grass was becoming green. A robin alighted on a tree near by and poured out a jubilant song. For a few moments hope, that had been almost dead in her heart, revived. As she looked gratefully at the bird, thanking it in her heart for the song, it darted upon a string hanging on an adjacent spray and bore it to a crotch between two boughs. Then Alida saw it was building a nest. Her woman's heart gave way. "Oh," she moaned, "I shall never have a home again, no place shared by one who cares for me. To work, and to be tolerated for the sake of my work, is all that's left." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 14. A Pitched Battle. It was an odd household under Holcroft's roof on the evening of the Sunday we have described. The farmer, in a sense, had taken sanctuary in his own room, that he might escape the maneuvering wiles of his tormenting housekeeper. If she would content herself with general topics, he would try to endure her foolish, high-flown talk until the 3 months expired. But that she should speedily and openly take the initiative in matrimonial designs was proof of such an unbalanced mind that he was filled with nervous dread. "Hanged if one can tell what such a silly, harebrained woman will do next," he thought, as he brooded by the fire. "Sunday or no Sunday, I feel as if I'd like to take my horsewhip and give Lemuel Weeks a piece of my mind." Such musings did not promise well for Mrs. Mumpson, scheming in the parlor below, but as we have seen, she had the faculty of arranging all future events to her mind. That matters had not turned out in the past as she had expected counted for nothing. She was one who could not be taught even by experience. The most insignificant thing in Holcroft's dwelling had not escaped her scrutiny and pretty accurate guess as to value, yet she could not see or understand the intolerable disgust and irritation which her ridiculous conduct excited. In a weak mind, egotism and selfishness, beyond a certain point, pass into practical insanity. All sense of delicacy, of the fitness of things, is lost. Even the power to consider the rights and feelings of others is wanting. Unlike poor Holcroft, Mrs. Mumpson had few misgivings in regard to coming years. As she rocked unceasingly before the parlor fire, she arranged everything in regard to his future as well as her own. Jane, quite forgotten, was oppressed with a miserable presentiment of evil. Her pinched but intense little mind was concentrated on 2 facts: Holcroft's anger and her mother's lack of sense. From such premises it did not take her long to reason out but one conclusion: "Visitin' again." And this was the summing up of all evils. Now and then a tear would force its way out of one of her little eyes, but otherwise she kept her troubles to herself. Mrs. Wiggins was the only complacent personage in the house, and she unbent with a garrulous affability to Jane, which could be accounted for in but one way: Holcroft had forgotten about his cider barrel, thereby unconsciously giving her the chance to sample its contents freely. She was now smoking her pipe with much content, and indulging in pleasing reminiscences which the facts of her life scarcely warranted. "Ven he was as leetle a girl as you are," she began, and then related experiences quite devoid of the simplicity and innocence of childhood. The girl soon forgot her fears, and listened with avidity until the old dame's face grew heavier, if possible, with sleep, and she stumbled off to bed. Having no wish to see or speak to her mother again, the child blew out the candle and stole silently up the stairway. At last Mrs. Mumpson took her light and went noisily around, seeing to the fastening of doors and windows. "I know he is listening to every sound from me, and he shall learn what a caretaker I am," she murmured softly. Once out of doors in the morning, with his foot on the native heath of his farm, Holcroft's hopefulness and courage always returned. He was half angry with himself at his nervous irritation of the evening before. "If she becomes so cranky that I can't stand her, I'll pay the 3 months' wages and clear her out," he had concluded, and he went about his morning work with a grim purpose to submit to very little nonsense. Cider is akin to vinegar, and Mrs. Wiggins' liberal potations of the evening before had evidently imparted a marked acidity to her temper. She laid hold of the kitchen utensils as if she had a spite against them, and when Jane, confiding in her friendliness shown so recently, came down to assist, she was chased out of doors with language we forbear to repeat. Mrs. Mumpson, therefore, had no intimation of the low state of the barometer in the region of the kitchen. "I have taken time to think deeply and calmly," she murmured. "The proper course has been made clear to me. He is somewhat uncouth, he is silent and unable to express his thoughts and emotions, in brief, undeveloped. He is awfully irreligious. Moth and rust are busy in this house, much that would be so useful is going to waste. He must learn to look upon me as the developer, the caretaker, a patient and healthful embodiment of female influence. I will now begin actively my mission of making him an ornament to society. That mountainous Mrs. Viggins must be replaced by a deferential girl who will naturally look up to me. How can I be a true caretaker? How can I bring repose and refinement to this dwelling, with 200 pounds of female impudence in my way? Mr. Holcroft shall see that Mrs. Viggins is an unseemly and jarring discord in our home." And she brought the rocking chair from the parlor to the kitchen with a serene and lofty air. Jane hovered near the window, watching. At first there was an ominous silence in respect to words. Portentous sounds increased, however, for Mrs. Wiggins strode about with martial tread, making the boards creak and the dishes clatter, while her red eyes shot lurid and sanguinary gleams. She would seize a dipper as if it were a foe, slamming it upon the table again as if striking an enemy. Under her vigorous manipulation, kettles and pans resounded with reports like firearms. Mrs. Mumpson was evidently perturbed. Her calm superiority was forsaking her. Every moment she rocked faster, a sure indication that she was not at peace. At last she said, with great dignity, "Mrs. Viggins, I must request you to perform your tasks with less clamor. My nerves are not equal to this peculiar way of taking up and laying down things." "Vell, just ye vait a minute, han I'll show ye how I can take hup things han put 'em down hagen hout of my way." And before Mrs. Mumpson could interfere, she found herself lifted, chair and all bodily, and carried to the parlor. Between trepidation and anger, she could only gasp during the transit, and when left in the middle of the parlor floor, she looked around in utter bewilderment. It so happened that Holcroft, on his way from the barn, had seen Jane looking in at the window, and suspecting something amiss, had arrived just in time for the spectacle. Convulsed with laughter, he returned hastily to the barn, while Jane expressed her feelings, whatever they were, by executing something like a hornpipe before the window. Mrs. Mumpson, however, was not vanquished. She had only made a compulsory retreat from the scene of hostilities, and, after railing her shattered faculties, advanced again with the chair. "How dared you, you disreputable female?" she began. Mrs. Wiggins turned slowly and ominously upon her. "Ye call me a disreputable female, Hagan, and ye vont find hit healthy." Mrs. Mumpson prudently backed toward the door before delivering her return fire. "Woman!" she cried, "are you out of your mind? Don't you know I'm housekeeper here, and that it's my duty to superintend you and your work? Vell then, I'll double ye hup hand, put ye on the shelf off the dresser, and lock the glass door on ye. From hup there ye can see all that's goin' on, and superintend to your heart's content." And she started for her superior officer. Mrs. Mumpson backed so precipitately with her chair that it struck against the door case, and she sat down hard. Seeing that Mrs. Wiggins was almost upon her, she darted back into the parlor, leaving the chair as a trophy in the hands of her enemy. Mrs. Wiggins was somewhat appeased by this second triumph, and with the hope of added gall and bitterness to Mrs. Mumpson's defeat, she took the chair to her rival's favorite rocking place, lighted her pipe, and sat down in grim complacency. Mrs. Mumpson warily approached to recover a support which, from long habit, had become moral as well as physical, and her indignation knew no bounds when she saw it creaking under the weight of her foe. It must be admitted, however, that her ire was not so great that she did not retain the better part of valor, for she stepped back, unlocked the front door, and set it ajar. On returning, she opened with a volubility that awed even Mrs. Wiggins for a moment. "You miserable mountainous pauper, you interloper, you unrefined, irresponsible, unregenerate female, do you know what you have done in this outraging me? I'm a respecterble woman, respecterbly connected. I'm here in a responsible station. When Mr. Holcroft appears, he'll drive you from the dwelling which you vulgarize. Your presence makes this apartment a den. You are a wild beast." "I'm a wild beast, am I?" cried Mrs. Wiggins, at last stung into action, and she threw her lighted pipe at the open mouth that was discharging high-sounded epithets by the score. It struck the lintel over the widow's head, was shattered, and sent down upon her a shower of villainously smelling sparks. Mrs. Mumpson shrieked, and sought frantically to keep her calico wrapper from taking fire. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wiggins rose and took a step or two that she might assist should there be any positive danger, for she had not yet reached a point of malignity which would lead her to witness calmly an auto da fe. This was Jane's opportunity. Mrs. Wiggins had alienated this small and hitherto friendly power, and now, with a returning impulse of loyalty, it took sides with the weaker party. The kitchen door was on a crack. The child pushed it noiselessly open, darted around behind the stove, and withdrew the rocking chair. Mrs. Wiggins' brief anxiety and preoccupation passed, and she stepped backward again to sit down. She did sit down, but with such a terrific force that the stove and nearly everything else in the room threatened to fall with her. She sat helplessly for a bewildered moment, while Jane, with the chair, danced before her, exclaiming tauntingly, "That's for chasing me out as if I was a cat." "Nu, I'll chase you both out," cried the ireful Wiggins, scrambling to her feet. She made good her threat, for Holcroft, a moment later, saw mother and daughter, the latter carrying the chair, rushing from the front door, and Mrs. Wiggins, armed with a great wooden spoon, waddling after them, her objurgations mingling with Mrs. Mumpson's shrieks and Jane's shrill laughter. The widow caught a glimpse of him standing in the barn door, and, as if borne by the wind, she flew toward him, crying, "He shall be my protector." He barely had time to whisk through a side door and close it after him. The widow's impetuous desire to pant out the story of her wrongs carried her into the midst of the barnyard, where she was speedily confronted by an unruly young heifer that could scarcely be blamed for hostility to such a wild-looking object. The animal shook its head threateningly as it advanced. Again the widow's shrieks resounded. This time Holcroft was about to come to the rescue, when the beleaguered woman made a dash for the top of the nearest fence, reminding her amused looker-on of the night of her arrival, when she had perched like some strange sort of bird on the wagon wheel. Seeing that she was abundantly able to escape alone, the farmer remained in concealment. Although disgusted and angry at the scenes taking place, he was scarcely able to restrain roars of laughter. Perched upon the fence, the widow called piteously for him to lift her down, but he was not to be caught by any such device. At last, giving up hope and still threatened by the heifer, she went over on the other side. Knowing that she must make a detour before reaching the dwelling, Holcroft went thither rapidly with the purpose of restoring order at once. "Jane," he said sternly, "take that chair to the parlor and leave it there. Let there be no more such nonsense." At his approach, Mrs. Wiggins had retreated sullenly to the kitchen. "Come," he ordered, "hasten breakfast, and let there be no more quarreling." "If I was left to me work in peace," she began. "Well, you shall do it in peace." At this moment Mrs. Mumpson came tearing in, quite oblivious of the fact that she had left a goodly part of her calico skirt on a nail of the fence. She was rushing toward Holcroft, when he said sternly and with a repellent gesture, "Stop and listen to me. If there's any more of this quarreling like cats and dogs in my house, I'll send for the constable and have you all arrested. If you are not all utterly demented and hopeless fools, you will know that you came here to do my work and nothing else." Then, catching a glimpse of Mrs. Mumpson's dress, and fearing he should laugh outright, he turned abruptly on his heel and went to his room, where he was in a divided state between irrepressible mirth and vexation. Mrs. Mumpson also fled to her room. She felt that the proper course for her at this juncture was a fit of violent hysterics. But a prompt douche from the water pitcher, administered by the unsympathetic Jane, effectually checked the first symptoms. "Was ever a respectable woman—" "You ain't respectable," interrupted the girl, as she departed. "You look like a scarecrow. 'Fi's you, I'd begin to show some sense now." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 15. What is to become of me? Holcroft's reference to a constable and arrest, though scarcely intended to be more than a vague threat, had the effect of clearing the air like a clap of thunder. Jane had never lost her senses, such as she possessed, and Mrs. Wiggins recovered hers sufficiently to apologize to the farmer when he came down to breakfast. "But that Mumpson's hawfully haggravatin', master, as ye know yourself, I'm a-thinking. Vould ye jist tell a body vat she is here and ow him to get hon with her? If him to take me horders from her, I'd rather go back to the poorhouse." "You are to take your orders from me and no one else. All I ask is that you go on quietly with your work and pay no attention to her. You know well enough that I can't have such goings on. I want you to let Jane help you and learn her to do everything as far as she can. Mrs. Mumpson can do the mending and ironing, I suppose. At any rate, I won't have any more quarreling and uproar. I'm a quiet man and intend to have a quiet house. You and Jane can get along very well in the kitchen, and you say you understand the dairy work. Vell, I does. Han nu I've got me horders, I'll go right along. Mrs. Mumpson was like one who had been rudely shaken out of a dream, and she appeared to have sense enough to realize that she couldn't assume so much at first as she anticipated. She received from Jane a cup of coffee, and said feebly, "I can partake of no more after the recent trying events." For some hours she was a little dazed, but her mind was of too little weight to be long cast down. Jane rehearsed Holcroft's words, described his manner, and sought with much insistence to show her mother that she must drop her nonsense at once. "I can see it in his eye," said the girl, "that he won't stand much more. If yer don't come down and keep your hands busy and your tongue still, we'll tramp. As to his marrying you, bah! He'd just as soon marry Mrs. Wiggins." This was awful prose, but Mrs. Mumpson was too bewildered and discouraged for a time to dispute it, and the household fell into a somewhat regular routine. The widow appeared at her meals with the air of a meek and suffering martyr. Holcroft was exceedingly brief in his replies to her questions, and paid no heed to her remarks. After supper and his evening work, he went directly to his room. Every day, however, he secretly chafed with ever-increasing discontent over this tormenting presence in his house. The mending and such work as she attempted was so wretchedly performed that it would better have been left undone. She was also recovering her garrulousness, and mistook his toleration and her immunity in the parlor for proof of a growing consideration. "He knows that my hands were never made for such coarse menial tasks as that Viggins does," she thought, as she darned one of his stockings in a way that would render it almost impossible for him to put his foot into it again. "The events of last Monday morning were unfortunate, unforeseen, unprecedented. I was unprepared for such vulgar, barbarous, unheard-of proceedings, taken off my feet, as it were. But now that he's had time to think it all over, he sees that I am not a common woman like Viggins." Mrs. Mumpson would have suffered rather than have accorded her enemy the prefix of Mrs. "Who is only fit to be among pots and kettles. He leaves me in the parlor as if a refined apartment became me and I became it. Time and my influence will mellow, soften, elevate, develop, and at last awaken a desire for my society, then yearnings. My first error was in not giving myself time to make a proper impression. He will soon begin to yield like the earth without. First it is hard and frosty, then it is cold and muddy, if I may permit myself so disagreeable an illustration. Now he is becoming mellow, and soon every word I utter will be like good seed in good ground. How aptly it all fits! I have only to be patient." She was finally left almost to utter idleness, for Jane and Mrs. Wiggins gradually took from the incompetent hands even the light tasks which she had attempted. She made no protest, regarding all as another proof that Holcroft was beginning to recognize her superiority and unfitness for menial tasks. She would maintain, however, her character as the caretaker, and ostentatiously inspected everything. She also tried to make as much noise in fastening up the dwelling at night as if she were barricading a castle. Holcroft would listen grimly, well aware that no house had been entered in Oakville during his memory. He had taken an early occasion to say at the table that he wished no one to enter his room except Jane, and that he would not permit any infringement of this rule. Mrs. Mumpson's feelings had been hurt at first by this order, but she soon satisfied herself that it had been meant for Mrs. Wiggins' benefit and not her own. She found, however, that Jane interpreted it literally. "If either of you set foot in that room, I'll tell him," she said flatly. "I've had my orders, and I'm a-goin' to obey. There's to be no more rummagin'. If you'll give me the keys, I'll put things back in order again." "Well, I won't give you the keys. I'm the proper person to put things in order if you did not replace them properly. You are just making an excuse to rummage yourself. My motive for inspecting is very different from yours." "Shouldn't wonder if you was sorry some day," the girl had remarked, and so the matter had dropped and been forgotten. Holcroft solaced himself with the fact that Jane and Mrs. Wiggins served his meals regularly and looked after the dairy with better care than it had received since his wife died. If I had only those two in the house, I could get along first rate, he thought. After the 3 months are up, I'll try to make such an arrangement. I'd pay the mother and send her off now, but if I did, Lemuel Weeks would put her up to a lawsuit. April days brought the longed-for plowing and planting, and the farmer was so busy and absorbed in his work that Mrs. Mumpson had less and less place in his thoughts, even as a thorn in the flesh. One bright afternoon, however, chaos came again unexpectedly. Mrs. Wiggins did not suggest a volatile creature, yet such, alas, she was. She apparently exhaled and was lost, leaving no trace. The circumstances of her disappearance permit of a very matter-of-fact and not very creditable explanation. On the day in question, she prepared an unusually good dinner, and the farmer had enjoyed it in spite of Mrs. Mumpson's presence and desultory remarks. The morning had been fine, and he had made progress in his early spring work. Mrs. Wiggins felt that her hour and opportunity had come. Following him to the door, she said in a low tone, and yet with a decisive accent, as if she was claiming a right, "Master, I'd thank ye for me 2 weeks' wages." He unsuspectingly and unhesitatingly gave it to her, thinking, "That's the way with such people. They want to be paid often and be sure of their money. She'll work all the better for having it." Mrs. Wiggins knew the hour when the stage passed the house. She had made up a bundle without a very close regard to meum or tuum, and was ready to flit. The chance speedily came. The caretaker was rocking in the parlor and would disdain to look, while Jane had gone out to help plant some early potatoes on a warm hillside. The coast was clear. Seeing the stage coming, the old woman waddled down the lane at a remarkable pace, paid her fare to town, and the Holcroft kitchen knew her no more. Then she found the friend she had wished to see on her way out to the farm, and that this friend brought her quickly under Tom Watterly's care again goes without saying. As the shadows lengthened and the robins became tuneful, Holcroft said, "You've done well, Jane. Thank you. Now you can go back to the house." The child soon returned in breathless haste to the field where the farmer was covering the potato pieces she had dropped, and cried, "Mrs. Wiggins gone!" Like a flash, the woman's motive in asking for her wages occurred to him, but he started for the house to assure himself of the truth. "Perhaps she's in the cellar," he said, "or else she's out for a walk." "No, she ain't," persisted Jane. "I've looked everywhere and all over the barn, and she ain't nowhere. Mother hain't seen her nuther." With dreary misgivings, Holcroft remembered that he no longer had a practical ally in the old Englishwoman, and he felt that a new breaking up was coming. He looked wistfully at Jane and thought, "I could get along with that child if the other was away, but that can't be. She'd visit here indefinitely if Jane stayed." When Mrs. Mumpson learned from Jane of Mrs. Wiggins' disappearance, she was thrown into a state of strong excitement. She felt that her hour and opportunity might be near also, and she began to rock very fast. What else could he expect of such a female? She soliloquized. "I've no doubt but she's taken things, too. He'll now learn my value and what it is to have a caretaker who will never desert him." Spirits and courage rose with the emergency. Her thoughts hurried her along like a dry leaf caught in a March gale. "Yes," she murmured, "the time has come for me to act, to dare, to show him in his desperate need and hour of desertion what might be, may be, must be. He will now see clearly the difference between these peculiar females who come and go, and a respecterble woman and a mother who can be depended upon, one who will never steal away like a thief in the night." She saw Holcroft approaching the house with Jane. She heard him ascend to Mrs. Wiggins' room, then return to the kitchen and ejaculate, "Yes, she's gone sure enough." "Now act," murmured the widow, and she rushed toward the farmer with clasped hands and cried with emotion, "Yes, she's gone, but I'm not gone. You are not deserted. Jane will be minister to you, I will be the caretaker, and our home will be all the happier because that monstrous creature is absent. Dear Mr. Holcroft, don't be so blind to your own interests and happiness. Don't remain undeveloped. Everything is wrong here if you would but see it. You are lonely and desolate. Moth and rust have entered. Things in unopened drawers and closets are molding and going to waste. Yield to true female influence and—" Holcroft had been rendered speechless at first by this onslaught, but the reference to unopened drawers and closets awakened a sudden suspicion. Had she dared to touch what had belonged to his wife? "What?" he exclaimed sharply, interrupting her. Then, with an expression of disgust and anger, he passed her swiftly and went to his room. A moment later came the stern summons, "Jane, come here." "Now you'll see what'll come of that rummagin'," whimpered Jane. "You ain't got no sense at all to go at him so. He's just goin' to put us right out," and she went upstairs as if to execution. "Have I failed?" gasped Mrs. Mumpson, and retreating to the chair, she rocked nervously. "Jane," said Holcroft in hot anger, "my wife's things have been pulled out of her bureau and stuffed back again as if they were no better than dishcloths. Who did it?" The child now began to cry aloud. "There, there," he said with intense irritation. "I can't trust you either." "I hain't touched 'em since you told me not to do things on the sly," the girl sobbed brokenly. But he had closed the door upon her and did not hear. He could have forgiven her almost anything but this. Since she only had been permitted to take care of his room, he naturally thought that she had committed the sacrilege, and her manner had confirmed this impression. Of course the mother had been present and probably had assisted, but he had expected nothing better of her. He took the things out, folded and smoothed them as carefully as he could with his heavy hands and clumsy fingers. His gentle, almost reverent touch was in strange contrast with his flushed, angry face and gleaming eyes. "This is the worst that's happened yet," he muttered. "Oh, Lemuel Weeks, it's well you are not here now, or we might both have cause to be sorry. It was you who put these prying and, for all I know, thieving creatures into my house, and it was as mean a trick as ever one man played another. You and this precious cousin of yours thought you could bring about a marriage. You put her up to her ridiculous antics. Faugh! The very thought of it all makes me sick." "Oh, mother, what shall I do?" Jane cried, rushing into the parlor and throwing herself on the floor. "He's going to put us right out." "He can't put me out before the 3 months are up," quavered the widow. "Yes, he can. We've been a rummagin' where we'd no business to be. He's mad enough to do anything. He just looks awful. I'm afraid of him." "Jane," said her mother plaintively, "I feel indisposed. I think I'll retire." "Yes, that's the way with you," sobbed the child. "You get me into the scrape, and now you retire." Mrs. Mumpson's confidence in herself and her schemes was terribly shaken. "I must act very discreetly. I must be alone that I may think over these untoward events. Mr. Holcroft has been so warped by the past female influences of his life that there's no counting on his action. He taxes me sorely," she explained, and then ascended the stairs. "Oh, oh," moaned the child as she writhed on the floor. "Mother ain't got no sense at all. What is going to become of me? I'd rather hang about his barn than go back to Cousin Lemuel's or any other cousin's." Spurred by one hope, she at last sprung up and went to the kitchen. It was already growing dark, and she lighted the lamp, kindled the fire, and began getting supper with breathless energy. As far as he could discover, Holcroft was satisfied that nothing had been taken. In this respect he was right. Mrs. Mumpson's curiosity and covetousness were boundless, but she would not steal. There are few who do not draw the line somewhere. Having tried to put the articles back as they were before, he locked them up, and went hastily down and out, feeling that he must regain his self-control and decide upon his future action at once. "I will then carry out my purposes in a way that will give the Weeks tribe no chance to make trouble." As he passed the kitchen windows, he saw Jane rushing about as if possessed, and he stopped to watch her. It soon became evident that she was trying to get his supper. His heart relented at once in spite of himself. "The poor wronged child," he muttered. "Why should I be so hard on her for doing what she's been brought up to do? Well, well, it's too bad to send her away, but I can't help it. I'd lose my own reason if the mother were here much longer, and if I kept Jane, her idiotic mother would stay in spite of me. If she didn't, there'd be endless talk and lawsuits too, like enough, about separating parent and child. Jane's too young and little anyway, to be here alone and do the work, but I'm sorry for her, I declare I am, and I wish I could do something to give her a chance in the world. If my wife was only living, we'd take and bring her up, disagreeable and homely as she is. But there's no use of my trying to do anything alone. I fear, after all, that I shall have to give up the old place and go, I don't know where. What is to become of her? End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of He Fell in Love with His Wife.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 16. Mrs. Mumpson's Vicissitudes. Having completed her preparations for supper, Jane stole timidly up to Holcroft's room to summon him. Her first rap on his door was scarcely audible, then she ventured to knock louder and finally to call him, but there was no response. Full of vague dread, she went to her mother's room and said, "He won't answer me. He's so awful mad that I don't know what he'll do." "I think he has left his apartment," her mother moaned from the bed. "Why couldn't yer tell me so before?" cried Jane. "What yer going to bed for? If you'd only show some sense and try to do what he brought you here for, like enough he'd keep us yet." "My heart's too crushed, Jane." "Oh, bother, bother," said the child, and the child rushed away. She looked into the dark parlor and called, "Mr. Holcroft." Then she appeared in the kitchen again, the picture of uncouth distress and perplexity. A moment later she opened the door and darted toward the barn. "What do you wish, Jane?" said Holcroft, emerging from a shadowy corner and recalling her. Supper's ready," sobbed the child. He came in and sat down at the table, considerately appearing not to notice her until she had a chance to recover composure. She vigorously used the sleeve of both arms in drying her eyes, then stole in and found a seat in a dusky corner. "Why don't you come to supper?" he asked quietly. "Don't want any." "You had better take some up to your mother." "She oughtn't to have any." "That doesn't make any difference. I want you to take up something to her, and then come down and eat your supper like a sensible girl." "I ain't been sensible, nor mother nuther." "Do as I say, Jane." The child obeyed, but she couldn't swallow anything but a little coffee. Holcroft was in a quandary. He had not the gift of speaking soothing yet meaningless words, and was too honest to raise false hopes. He was therefore almost as silent and embarrassed as Jane herself. To the girl's furtive scrutiny he did not seem hardened against her, and she at last ventured to say, "Say, I didn't touch them drawers after you told me not to do anything on the sly." "When were they opened? Tell me the truth, Jane." "Mother opened them the first day you left us alone. I told her you wouldn't like it, but she said she was housekeeper. She said how it was her duty to inspect everything. I wanted to inspect too. We was just rummagin', that's what it was. After the things were all pulled out, Mother got the rocker and wouldn't do anything. It was gettin' late, and I was frightened and poked 'em back in a hurry. Mother wanted to rummage agin the other day, and I wouldn't let her. Then she wouldn't let me have the keys so I could fix 'em up." "But the keys were in my pocket, Jane." "Mother has a lot of keys. I've told you just how it all was." "Nothing was taken away?" "No, Mother ain't got sense, but she never takes things. I nuther, 'cept when I'm hungry. Never took anything here. Say, are you going to send us away?" "I fear I shall have to, Jane. I'm sorry for you, for I believe you would try to do the best you could if given a chance, and I can see you never had a chance." "No," said the child, blinking hard to keep the tears out of her eyes. "I ain't had no teachin'. I've just kinder growed along with the farm hands and rough boys. Them that didn't hate me teased me. Say, couldn't I stay in your barn and sleep in the hay?" Holcroft was sorely perplexed and pushed away his half-eaten supper. He knew himself what it was to be friendless and lonely, and his heart softened toward this worse than motherless child. "Jane," he said kindly, "I'm just as sorry for you as I can be. But you don't know the difficulties in the way of what you wish, and I fear I can't make you understand them. Indeed, it would not be best to tell you all of them. If I could keep you at all, you should stay in the house, and I'd be kind to you, but it can't be. I may not stay here myself. My future course is very uncertain. There's no use of my trying to go on as I have. Perhaps some day I can do something for you, and if I can, I will. I will pay your mother her 3 months' wages in full in the morning, and then I want you both to get your things into your trunk, and I'll take you to your cousin Lemuel's." Driven almost to desperation, Jane suggested the only scheme she could think of. "If you stayed here, and I run away and come back, wouldn't you keep me? I'd work all day and all night just for the sake of stayin'." "No, Jane," said Holcroft firmly.
You'd make me no end of trouble if you did that. If you'll be a good girl and learn how to do things, I'll try to find you a place among kind people some day when you're older and can act for yourself." "You're afraid 'f I 'was here mother'd come a-visitin'," said the girl keenly. "You're too young to understand half the trouble that might follow. My plans are too uncertain for me to tangle myself up. You and your mother must go away at once, so I can do what I must do before it's too late in the season. Here's a couple of dollars which you can keep for yourself." And he went up to his room, feeling that he could not witness the child's distress any longer. He fought hard against despondency, and tried to face the actual conditions of his affairs. "I might have known," he thought, "that things would have turned out somewhat as they have, with such women in the house, and I don't see much chance of getting better ones. I've been so bent on staying and going on as I used to that I've just shut my eyes to the facts." He got out an old account book and pored over it a long time. The entries therein were blind enough, but at last he concluded, "It's plain that I've lost money on the dairy ever since my wife died, and the prospects now are worse than ever. That Weeks tribe will set the whole town talking against me, and it will be just about impossible to get a decent woman to come here. I might as well have an auction and sell all the cows but one at once. After that, if I find I can't make out living alone, I'll put the place in better order and sell or rent. I can get my own meals after a fashion, and old Jonathan Johnson's wife will do my washing and mending. It's time it was done better than it has been, for some of my clothes make me look like a scarecrow. I believe Jonathan will come with his cross dog and stay here too, when I must be away. Well, it's a hard lot for a man, but I'd be about as bad off and 100-fold more lonely if I went anywhere else. I can only feel my way along and live a day at a time. I'll learn what can be done and what can't be done. One thing is clear, I can't go on with this Mrs. Mumpson in the house a day longer. She makes me creep and crawl all over, and the first thing I know I shall be swearing like a bloody pirate unless I get rid of her. If she wasn't such a hopeless idiot, I'd let her stay for the sake of Jane, but I won't pay her good wages to make my life a burden a day longer." And with like self-communings he spent the evening until the habit of early drowsiness overcame him. The morning found Jane dispirited and a little sullen, as older and wiser people are apt to be when disappointed. She employed herself in getting breakfast carelessly and languidly, and the result was not satisfactory. "Where's your mother?" Holcroft asked when he came in. "She told me to tell you she was indisposed." "Indisposed to go to Lemuel Weeks'?" "I 'spect she means she's sick." He frowned and looked suspiciously at the girl. Here was a new complication, and very possibly a trick. "What's the matter with her?" "Dunno." "Well, she had better get well enough to go by this afternoon," he remarked, controlling his irritation with difficulty, and nothing more was said. Full of his new plans, he spent a busy forenoon and then came to dinner. It was the same old story. He went up and knocked at Mrs. Mumpson's door, saying that he wished to speak with her. "I'm too indisposed to transact business," she replied feebly. "You must be ready tomorrow morning," he called. "I have business plans which can't be delayed," and he turned away, muttering rather sulphurous words. "He will relent, his hard heart will soften at last." But we shall not weary the reader with the long soliloquies with which she beguiled her politic seclusion, as she regarded it. Poor unsophisticated Jane made matters worse. The condition of life among her much-visited relatives now existed again. She was not wanted, and her old, sly, sullen, and furtive manner reasserted itself. Much of Holcroft's sympathy was thus alienated, yet he partially understood and pitied her. It became, however, all the more clear that he must get rid of both mother and child, and that further relations with either of them could only lead to trouble. The following morning only Jane appeared. "Is your mother really sick?" he asked. "Suppose so," was the laconic reply. "You haven't taken much pains with the breakfast, Jane." "'Tain't no use." With knitted brows he thought deeply, and silently ate the wretched meal which had been prepared. Then, remarking that he might do some writing, he went up to a small attic room which had been used occasionally by a hired man. It contained a covered pipe-hole leading into the chimney flue. Removing the cover, he stopped up the flue with an old woolen coat. "I suppose I'll have to meet tricks with tricks," he muttered. Returning to his own apartment, he lighted a fire in the stove and laid upon the kindling blaze some dampened wood, then went out and quietly hitched his horses to the wagon. The pungent odor of smoke soon filled the house. The cover over the pipe hole in Mrs. Mumpson's room was not very secure, and thick volumes began to pour in upon the startled widow. "Jane!" she shrieked. If Jane was sullen toward Holcroft, she was furious at her mother, and paid no heed at first to her cry. "Jane! Jane! The house is on fire!" Then the child did fly up the stairway. The smoke seemed to confirm the words of her mother, who was dressing in hot haste. "Run and tell Mr. Holcroft!" she cried. "I won't," said the girl. "If he won't keep us in the house, I don't care if he don't have any house." "No, no, tell him!" screamed Mrs. Mumpson. "If we save his house, he will relent. Gratitude will overwhelm him. So far from turning us away, he will sue, he will plead for forgiveness for his former harshness. His home saved will be our home won. Just put our things in the trunk first. Perhaps the house can't be saved, and you know we must save our things. Help me, quick! There, there, now!" Both were sneezing and choking in a half-strangled manner. "Now let me lock it. My hand trembles so. Take hold and draw it out. Drag it downstairs, no matter how it scratches things." Having reached the hall below, she opened the door and shrieked for Holcroft. Jane also began running towards the barn. The farmer came hastily out and shouted, "What's the matter?" "The house is on fire!" they screamed in chorus. To carry out his ruse, he ran swiftly to the house. Mrs. Mumpson stood before him wringing her hands and crying. "Oh, dear Mr. Holcroft, can't I do anything to help you? I would so like to help you, and—" "Yes, my good woman, let me get in the door and see what's the matter. Oh, here's your trunk, that's sensible. Better get it outside," and he went up the stairs 2 steps at a time and rushed into his room. "Jane, Jane!" ejaculated Mrs. Mumpson, sinking on a seat in the porch. "He called me his good woman." But Jane was busy dragging the trunk out of doors. Having secured her own and her mother's worldly possessions, she called, "Shall I bring water and carry things out?" "No," he replied, "not yet. There's something the matter with the chimney," and he hastened up to the attic room, removed the clog from the flue, put on the cover again, and threw open the window. Returning, he locked the door of the room which Mrs. Mumpson had occupied and came downstairs. "I must get a ladder and examine the chimney," he said as he passed. "Oh, my dear Mr. Holcroft," the widow began. "Can't talk with you yet," and he hastened on. "As soon as he's sure the house is safe, Jane, all will be well." But the girl had grown hopeless and cynical. She had not penetrated his scheme to restore her mother to health, but understood the man well enough to be sure that her mother's hopes would end as they had in the past. She sat down apathetically on the trunk to see what would happen next. After a brief inspection, Holcroft came down from the roof and said, "The chimney will have to be repaired," which was true enough, and equally so other parts of the dwelling. The fortunes of the owner were reflected in the appearance of the building. If it were a possible thing, Holcroft wished to carry out his ruse undetected, and he hastened upstairs again, ostensibly to see that all danger had passed, but in reality to prepare his mind for an intensely disagreeable interview. "I'd rather face a mob of men than one idiotic woman," he muttered. "I could calculate the actions of a setting hen with her head cut off better than I can this widow's. But there's no help for it," and he came down looking very resolute. "I've let the fire in my stove go out, and there's no more danger," he said quietly, as he sat down on the porch opposite Mrs. Mumpson. "Oh!" she exclaimed, with a long breath of relief. "We've saved the dwelling. What would we have done if it had burned down? We would have been homeless." "That may be my condition soon, as it is," he said coldly. "I am very glad, Mrs. Mumpson, that you are so much better. As Jane told you, I suppose, I will pay you the sum I agreed to give you for 3 months' service." "My dear Mr. Holcroft, my nerves have been too shaken to talk business this morning," and the widow leaned back and looked as if she were going to faint. "I'm only a poor lone woman," she added feebly, "and you cannot be so lacking in the milk of human kindness as to take advantage of me." "No, madam, nor shall I allow you and Lemuel Weeks to take advantage of me. This is my house, and I have a right to make my own arrangements." "It might be all arranged so easily in another way," sighed the widow. "It cannot be arranged in any other way," he began. "Mr. Holcroft," she cried, leaning suddenly forward with clasped hands and speaking effusively, "you but now called me your good woman. Think how much those words mean. Make them true, now that you've spoken them. Then you won't be homeless and will never need a caretaker." "Are you making me an offer of marriage?" he asked with lowering brow. "Oh, no, indeed," she simpered. "That wouldn't be becoming in me. I'm only responding to your own words." Rising, he said sternly, "No power on earth could induce me to marry you, and that would be plain enough if you were in your right mind. I shall not stand this foolishness another moment. You must go with me at once to Lemuel Weeks'. If you will not, I'll have you taken to an insane asylum." "To an insane asylum? What for?" she half shrieked, springing to her feet. "You'll see," he replied, going down the steps. "Jump up, Jane. I shall take the trunk to your cousin's. If you are so crazy as to stay in a man's house when he don't want you and won't have you, you are fit only for an asylum." Mrs. Mumpson was sane enough to perceive that she was at the end of her adhesive resources. In his possession of her trunk, the farmer also had a strategic advantage which made it necessary for her to yield. She did so, however, with very bad grace. When he drove up, she bounced into the wagon as if made of india rubber, while Jane followed slowly with a look of sullen apathy. He touched his horses with the whip into a smart trot, scarcely daring to believe in his good fortune. The lane was rather steep and rough, and he soon had to pull up lest the object of his unhappy solicitude should be jolted out of the vehicle. This gave the widow her chance to open fire. "The end has not come yet, Mr. Holcroft," she said vindictively. "You may think you are going to have an easy triumph over a poor, friendless, unfortunate, sensitive, afflicted woman and a fatherless child, but you shall soon learn that there's a law in the land. You have addressed improper words to me, you have threatened me, you have broken your agreement. I have writings, I have a memory. I have language to plead the cause of the widow and the fatherless. I have been wronged, outraged, trampled upon, and then turned out of doors. The indignant world shall hear my story, the finger of scorn will be pointed at you. Your name will become a byword and a hissing. Respectable women, respectably connected, will stand aloof and shudder." The torrent of words was unchecked except when the wheels struck a stone, jolting her so severely that her jaws came together with a click as if she were snapping at him. He made no reply whatever, but longed to get his hands upon Lemuel Weeks. Pushing his horses to a high rate of speed, he soon reached that interested neighbor's door, intercepting him just as he was starting to town. He looked very sour as he saw his wife's relatives, and demanded harshly, "What does this mean?" "It means," cried Mrs. Mumpson in her high, cackling tones, "that he's said things and done things too awful to speak of, that he's broken his agreement and turned us out of doors." "Jim Holcroft," said Mr. Weeks, blustering up to the wagon, "you can't carry on with this high hand. Take these people back to your house where they belong, or you'll be sorry." Holcroft sprang out, whirled Mr. Weeks out of his way, took out the trunk, then with equal expedition and no more ceremony lifted down Mrs. Mumpson and Jane. "Do you know what you're about?" shouted Mr. Weeks in a rage. "I'll have the law on you this very day." Holcroft maintained his ominous silence as he hitched his horses securely. Then he strode towards Weeks, who backed away from him. "Oh, don't be afraid, you sneaking, cowardly fox," said the farmer bitterly. "If I gave you your deserts, I'd take my horsewhip to you. You're going to law me, are you? Well, begin today, and I'll be ready for you. I won't demean myself by answering that woman, but I'm ready for you in any way you've a mind to come. I'll put you and your wife on the witness stand. I'll summon Cousin Abram, as you call him, and his wife, and compel you all under oath to give Mrs. Mumpson a few testimonials. I'll prove the trick you played on me and the lies you told. I'll prove that this woman in my absence invaded my room, and with keys of her own opened my dead wife's bureau and pulled out her things. I'll prove that she hasn't earned her salt, and can't, and may prove something more. Now, if you want to go to law, begin. Nothing would please me better than to show up you and your tribe. I've offered to pay this woman her 3 months' wages in full, and so have kept my agreement. She has not kept hers, for she's only sat in a rocking chair and made trouble. Now, do as you please. I'll give you all the law you want. I'd like to add a horsewhipping, but that would give you a case, and now you haven't any." As Holcroft uttered these words sternly and slowly, like a man angry indeed but under perfect self-control, the perspiration broke out on Weeks' face. He was aware that Mrs. Mumpson was too well known to play the role of a wronged woman, and remembered what his testimony and that of many others would be under oath. Therefore he began, "Oh, well, Mr. Holcroft, there's no need of your getting in such a rage and threatening so. I'm willing to talk the matter over and only want to do the square thing." The farmer made a gesture of disgust as he said, "I understand you, Lemuel Weeks. There's no talking needed, and I'm in no mood for it. Here's the money I agreed to pay. I'll give it to Mrs. Mumpson when she has signed this paper, as you've signed as witness of her signature. Otherwise it's law. Now decide quick. I'm in a hurry." Objections were interposed, and Holcroft, returning the money to his pocket, started for his team without a word. "Oh, well," said Weeks, in strong irritation, "I haven't time for a lawsuit at this season of the year. You are both cranks, and I suppose it would be best for me and my folks to be rid of you both. It's a pity, though, you couldn't be married and left to fight it out." Holcroft took the whip from his wagon and said quietly, "If you speak another insulting word, I'll horsewhip you and take my chances." Something in the man's look prevented Weeks from uttering another unnecessary remark. The business was soon transacted, accompanied with Mrs. Mumpson's venomous words, for she had discovered that she could stigmatize Holcroft with impunity. He went to Jane and shook her hand as he said good-bye. "I am sorry for you, and I won't forget my promise," then drove rapidly away. "Cousin Lemuel," said Mrs. Mumpson plaintively, "won't you have Timothy take my trunk to our room?" "No, I won't," he snapped. "You've had your chance and have fooled it away. I was just going to town, and you and Jane will go along with me." And he put the widow's trunk into his wagon. Mrs. Weeks came out and wiped her eyes ostentatiously with her apron as she whispered, "I can't help it, Cynthy. When Lemuel goes off the handle in this way, it's no use for me to say anything." Mrs. Mumpson wept hysterically as she was driven away. Jane's sullen and apathetic aspect had passed away in part, for Holcroft's words had kindled something like hope. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 17. A Momentous Decision. It must be admitted that Holcroft enjoyed his triumph over Lemuel Weeks very much, after the fashion of the aboriginal man. Indeed, he was almost sorry he had not been given a little more provocation, knowing well that, had this been true, his neighbor would have received a fuller return for his interested efforts. As he saw his farmhouse in the shimmering April sunlight, as the old churning dog came forward, wagging his tail, the farmer said, "This is the only place which can ever be home to me. Well, well, it's queer about people. Some, when they go, leave you desolate. Others make you happy by their absence. I never dreamed that silly Mumpson could make me happy, but she has. Blessed if I don't feel happy. The first time in a year or more." And he began to whistle old Coronation in the most lively fashion as he unharnessed his horses. A little later he prepared himself a good dinner and ate it in leisurely enjoyment, sharing a morsel now and then with the old dog. "You're a plaguey sight better company than she was," he mused. "That poor little stray cat of a Jane. What will become of her? Well, well, soon as she's old enough to cut loose from her mother, I'll try to give her a chance, if it's a possible thing." After dinner he made a rough draft of an auction bill, offering his cows for sale, muttering as he did so, "Tom Watterly'll help me put it in better shape." Then he drove a mile away to see old Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. The former agreed for a small sum to mount guard with his dog during the farmer's occasional absences, and the latter readily consented to do the washing and mending. "What do I want of any more peculiar females, as that daft widow called 'em?" he chuckled on his return. "Blames if she wasn't the most peculiar of the lot. Think of me marrying her!" And the hillside echoed to his derisive laugh. As I feel today, there's a better chance of my being struck by lightning than marrying, and I don't think any woman could do it in spite of me. I'll run the ranch alone." That evening he smoked his pipe cheerfully beside the kitchen fire, the dog sleeping at his feet. "I declare," he said, smiling, "I feel quite at home." In the morning, after attending to his work, he went for old Jonathan Johnson and installed him in charge of the premises, then drove to the almshouse with all the surplus butter and eggs on hand. Tom Watterly arrived at the door with his fast-trotting horse at the same time, and cried, "Hello, Jim! Just in time. I'm a sort of grass widower today. Been taking my wife out to see her sister. Come in and take pot luck with me and keep up my spirits." "Well now, Tom," said Holcroft, shaking hands, "I'm glad not that your wife's away, although it does make me downhearted to contrast your lot and mine. But I'm glad you can give me a little time, for I want to use that practical head of yours. Some advice, you know. All right, nothing to do for an hour or two but eat dinner and smoke my pipe with you. Here, Bill, take this team and feed 'em." "Hold on," said Holcroft. "I'm not going to sponge on you. I've got some favors to ask, and I want you to take in return some butter half spoiled in the making, and this basket of eggs. They're all right." "Go to thunder, Holcroft. What do you take me for? When you've filled your pipe after dinner, will you pull an egg out of your pocket and say, 'That's for a smoke'? No, no. I don't sell any advice to old friends like you. I'll buy your butter and eggs at what they're worth and have done with 'em. Business is one thing, and sitting down and talking over an old crony's troubles is another. I'm not a saint, Jim, as you know. A man in politics can't be. But I remember when we were boys together, and somehow thinking of those old days always fetches me. Come in, for dinner is awaiting, I guess. Well, Tom, saint or no saint, I'd like to vote for you for governor. This ain't an electioneering trick, as you know. I can play them off as well as the next feller when there's need, kiss the babies and all that." Dinner was placed on the table immediately, and in a few moments the friends were left alone. Then Holcroft related in a half-comic, half-serious manner his tribulations with the help. Tom sat back in his chair and roared at the account of the pitched battle between the two widows and the final smoking out of Mrs. Mumpson, but he reproached his friend for not having horsewhipped Lemuel Weeks. "Don't you remember, Jim, he was a sneaking, tricky chap when we were at school together? I licked him once, and it always does me good to think of it. I own it takes considerable to rile me to the point of striking a man, especially on his own land. His wife was looking out the window, too. If we'd been out in the road or anywhere else, but what's the use? I'm glad now it turned out as it has, for I've too much on my mind for lawsuits, and the less one has to do with such cattle as Weeks, the better. Well, you see, I'm alone again, and I'm going to go it alone. I'm going to sell my cows and give up the dairy, and the thing I wanted help in most is the putting this auction bill in shape. Also, advice as to whether I had better try to sell here in town or up at the farm." Tom shook his head dubiously and scarcely glanced at the paper. "Your scheme don't look practical to me," he said. "I don't believe you can run that farm alone without losing money. You'll just keep on going behind till the first thing you know you'll clap a mortgage on it. Then you'll soon be done for. What's more, you'll break down if you try to do both outdoor and indoor work. Busy times will soon come, and you won't get your meals regularly. You'll be living on coffee and anything that comes handiest. Your house will grow untidy and not fit to live in. If you should be taken sick, there'll be no one to do for you. Lumbermen, hunters, and such fellows can rough it alone for a while, but I never heard of a farm being run by manpower alone. Now, as to selling out your stock, look at it. Grazing is what your farm's good for, mostly. It's a pity you're so bent on staying there. Even if you didn't get very much for the place, from sale or rent, you'd have something that was sure. A strong, capable man like you could find something to turn your hand to. Then you could board in some respectable family and not have to live like Robinson Crusoe. I've thought it over since we talked last, and if I was you, I'd sell or rent." "It's too late in the season to do either," said Holcroft dejectedly. "What's more, I don't want to, at least not this year. I've settled that, Tom. I'm going to have one more summer on the old place anyway, if I have to live on bread and milk." "You can't make bread." "I'll have it brought from town on the stage." "Well, it's a pity some good, decent woman. There, how should I come to forget all about her till this minute?" "I don't know whether it would work. Perhaps it would. There's a woman here out of the common run. She has quite a story, which I'll tell you in confidence. Then you can say whether you'd like to employ her or not. If you will stay on the farm, my advice is that you have a woman to do the housework, and me and Angie must try to find you one, if the one I have in mind won't answer. The trouble is, Holcroft, to get the right kind of a woman to live there alone with you, unless you married her. Nice women don't like to be talked about, and I don't blame 'em. The one that's here, though, is so friendless and alone in the world that she might be glad enough to get a home almost anywheres." "Well, tell me about her," said Holcroft gloomily. "But I'm about discouraged in the line of women help." Watterly told Alida's story with a certain rude pathos which touched the farmer's naturally kind heart, and he quite forgot his own need in indignation at the poor woman's wrongs. "It's a shame," he said excitedly, pacing the room. "I say, Tom, all the law in the land wouldn't keep me from giving that fellow a whipping or worse. Well, she won't prosecute, she won't face the public. She just wants to go to some quiet place and work for her bread. She don't seem to have any friends, or else she's too ashamed to let them know. Why, of course, I'd give such a woman a refuge till she could do better. What man wouldn't? A good many wouldn't. What's more, if she went with you, her story might get out, and you'd both be talked about. I don't care that for gossip," with a snap of his fingers. "You know I'd treat her with respect. What I know and what other people would say are two very different things. Neither you nor anyone else can go too strongly against public opinion. Still, it's nobody's business," said Tom thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's worth the trial. If she went, I think she'd stay and do the best by you she could. Would you like to see her?" "Yes." Alida was summoned and stood with downcast eyes in the door. "Come in and take a chair," said Tom kindly. "You know I promised to be on the lookout for a good place for you. Well, my friend here, Mr. Holcroft, whom I've known ever since I was a boy, wants a woman to do general housework and take care of the dairy." She gave the farmer one of those swift, comprehensive glances by which women take in a personality, and said in a tone of regret, "But I don't understand dairy work." "Oh, you'd soon learn. It's just the kind of a place you said you wanted, a lonely, out-of-the-way farm and no other help kept. What's more, my friend Holcroft is a kind, honest man. He'd treat you right. He knows all about your trouble and is sorry for you." If Holcroft had been an ogre in appearance, he would have received the grateful glance which she now gave him as she said, "I'd be only too glad to work for you, sir, if you think I can do, or learn to do, what is required." Holcroft, while his friend was speaking, had studied closely Alida's thin, pale face, and he saw nothing in it not in harmony with the story he had heard. "I am sorry for you," he said kindly. "I believe you never meant to do wrong and have tried to do right. I will be perfectly honest with you. My wife is dead, the help I had has left me, and I live alone in the house. The truth is, too, that I could not afford to keep two in help, and there would not be work for them both." Alida had learned much in her terrible adversity, and had, moreover, the instincts of a class superior to the position she was asked to take. She bowed low to hide the burning flush that crimsoned her pale cheeks as she faltered, "It may seem strange to you, sirs, that one situated as I am should hesitate. But I have never knowingly done anything which gave people the right to speak against me. I do not fear work. I would humbly try to do my best, but—" She hesitated and rose as if to retire. "I understand you," said Holcroft kindly, "and I don't blame you for doing what you think is right." "I'm very sorry, sir," she replied, tears coming into her eyes as she went out of the room. "There it is, Holcroft," said Tom. "I believe she's just the one for you, but you can see she isn't of the common kind. She knows as well as you and me how people would talk, especially if her story came out, as like enough it will." "Hang people!" snarled the farmer. "Yes, a good lot of 'em deserve hanging, but it wouldn't help you any just now. Perhaps she'd go with you if you got another girl or took an old woman from the house here to keep her company." "I'm sick to death of such hags," said the farmer with an impatient gesture. Then he sat down and looked at his friend as if a plan was forming in his mind of which he scarcely dare speak. "Well, out with it," said Tom. "Have you ever seen a marriage ceremony performed by a justice of the peace?" Holcroft asked slowly. "No, but they do it often enough." What? Are you going to offer her marriage? You say she is homeless and friendless? Yes. And you believe she is just what she seems, just what her story shows her to be? Yes, I've seen too many frauds to be taken in. She isn't a fraud. Neither does she belong to that miserable, wishy-washy, downhill class that sooner or later fetches up in a poorhouse. They say we're all made of dust, but some seem made of mud. You could see she was out of the common, and she's here on account of the wrong she received and not the wrong she did. I say all this in fairness to her, but when it comes to marrying her, that's another question. Tom, as I've told you, I don't want to marry. In fact, I couldn't go before a minister and promise what I'd have to. But I could do something like this. I could give this woman an honest name and a home. It would be marriage before the law. No one could ever say a word against either of us. I would be true and kind to her, and she should share in my fortunes. That's all. You have often advised me to marry, and you know if I did, it couldn't be anything else but a business affair. Then it ought to be done in a business-like way. You say I can't get along alone, and like enough you're right. I've learned more from this woman's manner than I have in a year why I can't get and keep the right kind of help, and I now feel if I could find a good, honest woman who would make my interest hers, and help me make a living in my own home, I'd give her my name and all the security which an honest name conveys. Now, this poor woman is in sore need, and she might be grateful for what I can do, while any other woman would naturally expect me to promise more than I honestly can. Anyhow, I'd have to go through the form, and I can't and won't go and say sacred words, just about what I said when I married my wife, and know all the time I was lying. Well, Holcroft, you're a queer duck, and this is a queer plan of yours. You're beyond my depth now, and I can't advise. Why is it a queer plan? Things only seem odd because they are not common. As a matter of fact, you advise a business marriage. When I try to follow your advice honestly and not dishonestly, you say I'm queer. I suppose if everybody became honest, it would be the queerest world ever known, said Tom, laughing. Well, you might do worse than marry this woman. I can tell you that marrying is a risky business at best. You know a justice will tie you just as tight as a minister, and while I have given you my impression about this woman, I know little about her, and you know next to nothing. I guess that would be the case anyhow. If you set out to find a wife for me, where is there a woman that you actually do know more about? As for my going here and there, to get acquainted, it's out of the question. All my feelings rise up against such a course. Now, I feel sorry for this woman. She has at least my sympathy. If she is as friendless, poor, and unhappy as she seems, I might do her as great a kindness as she would do for me if she could take care of my home. I wouldn't expect very much. It would be a comfort just to have someone in the house that wouldn't rob or waste, and who, knowing what her station was, would be content. Of course I'd have to talk it over with her and make my purpose clear. She might agree with you that it's too queer to be thought of. If so, that would be the end of it. Well, Jim, you always finish by half talking me over to your side of a question. Now, if my wife was home, I don't believe she'd listen to any such plan. No, I suppose she wouldn't. She'd believe in people marrying and doing everything in the ordinary way. But neither I nor this woman is in ordinary circumstances. Do you know of a justice? Yes, and you know him too. Justice Harkins. Why, certainly. He came from our town, and I knew him when he was a boy, although I haven't seen much of him of late years. Well, shall I go and say to this woman, Alida Armstrong is her name now, I suppose, that you wish to see her again? Yes, I shall tell her the truth. Then she can decide. End of chapter 17. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Chapter 18 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Holcroft gives his hand. Alida was seated by a window with some of the mending in which she assisted, and, as usual, was apart by herself. Watterly entered the large apartment quietly, and at first she did not observe him. He had time to note that she was greatly dejected, and when she saw him she hastily wiped tears from her eyes. "You are a good deal cast down, Alida," he said, watching her closely. "I've reason to be. I don't see any light ahead at all. Well, you know the old saying, it's darkest before day. I want you to come with me again. I think I found a chance for you." She rose with alacrity and followed. As soon as they were alone, he turned and looked her squarely in the face as he said gravely, "You have good common sense, haven't you?" "I don't know, sir," she faltered, perplexed and troubled by the question. "Well, you can understand this much, I suppose. As superintendent of this house I have a responsible position, which I could easily lose if I allowed myself to be mixed up with anything wrong or improper. To come right to the point, you don't know much about me, and next to nothing of my friend Holcroft. But can't you see that even if I was a heartless, good-for-nothing fellow, it wouldn't be wise or safe for me to permit anything that wouldn't bear the light? I think you're an honest man, sir. It would be strange if I did not have confidence when you have judged me and treated me so kindly. But, Mr. Watterly, although helpless and friendless, I must try to do what I think is best. If I accepted Mr. Holcroft's position, it might do him harm. You know how quick the world is to misjudge. It would seem to confirm everything that has been said against me." And the same painful flush again overspread her features. "Well, Lida, all you have to do is listen patiently to my friend. Whether you agree with his views or not, you will see that he is a good-hearted, honest man. I want to prepare you for this talk by assuring you that I've known him since he was a boy, that he has lived all his life in this region and is known by many others, and that I wouldn't dare let him ask you to do anything wrong, even if I was bad enough. I'm sure, sir, you don't wish me any harm." She again faltered in deep perplexity. "Indeed I don't. I don't advise my friend's course, neither do I oppose it. He's certainly old enough to act for himself. I suppose I'm a rough counselor for a young woman, but since you appear to have so few friends, I'm inclined to act as one. Just you stand on the question of right and wrong, and dismiss from your mind all foolish notions of what people will say. As a rule, all the people in the world can't do as much for us as somebody in particular. Now you go in the parlor and listen like a sensible woman. I'll be reading the paper, and the girl will be clearing off the table in the next room here." Puzzled and trembling, Alida entered the apartment where Holcroft was seated. She was so embarrassed that she could not lift her eyes to him. "Please sit down," he said gravely, "and don't be troubled, much less frightened. You're just as free to act as ever you were in your life." She sat down near the door and compelled herself to look at him, for she felt instinctively that she might gather more from the expression of his face than his words. "Alida Armstrong is your name, Mr. Watterly tells me." "Yes, sir." "Well, Alida, I want to have a plain business talk with you. That's nothing to be nervous and worried about, you know. As I told you, I've heard your story. It has made me sorry for you instead of setting me against you. It has made me respect you as a right-minded woman, and I shall give you good proof that my words are true. At the same time, I shan't make any false pretenses to what isn't true and couldn't be true. Since I've heard your story, it's only fair you should hear mine, and I ought to tell it first." He went over the past very briefly until he came to the death of his wife. There was simple and homely pathos in the few sentences with which he referred to this event. Then more fully he enlarged upon his efforts and failure to keep house with hired help. Unconsciously, he had taken the best method to enlist her sympathy. The secluded cottage and hillside farm became realities to her fancy. She saw how the man's heart clung to his home, and his effort to keep it touched her deeply. "Oh," she thought, "I do wish there was some way for me to go there. The loneliness of the place which drove others away is the chief attraction for me. Then it would be pleasant to work for such a man, and make his home comfortable for him. It's plain from his words and looks that he's as honest and straightforward as the day is long. He only wants to keep his home and make his living in peace." As he had talked, her nervous embarrassment passed away, and the deep sense of her own need was pressing upon her again. She saw that he also was in great need. His business talk was revealing deep trouble and perplexity. With the quick intuitions of a woman, her mind went far beyond his brief sentences, and saw all the difficulties of his lot. His feeling reference to the loss of his wife proved that he was not a coarse-natured man. As he spoke so plainly of his life during the past year, her mind was insensibly abstracted from everything but his want and hers, and she thought his farmhouse afforded just the secluded refuge she craved. As he drew near the end of his story and hesitated in visible embarrassment, she mustered courage to say timidly, "Would you permit a suggestion from me?" "Why, certainly." You have said, sir, that your business and means would not allow you to keep two in help, and as you have been speaking I have tried to think of some way. The fact that your house is so lonely is just the reason why I should like to work in it. As you can understand, I have no wish to meet strangers. Now, sir, I am willing to work for very little. I should be glad to find such quiet refuge for simply my board and clothes, and I would do my very best and try to learn what I did not know. It seems to me that if I worked for so little, you might think you could afford to hire some elderly woman also." And she looked at him in the eager hope that he would accept her proposition. He shook his head as he replied, "I don't know of any such person. I took the best one in this house, and you know how she turned out." "Perhaps Mr. Watterly may know of someone else," she faltered. She was now deeply troubled and perplexed again, supposing that he was about to renew his first proposition that she should be his only help. "If Mr. Watterly did know of anyone, I would make the trial, but he does not. Your offer is very considerate and reasonable, but—" and he hesitated again, scarcely knowing how to go on. "I am sorry, sir," she said, rising as if to end the interview. "Stay," he said. "You do not understand me yet. Of course I should not make you the same offer that I did at first, after seeing your feeling about it, and I respect you all the more because you respect yourself. What I had in mind was to give you my name, and it's an honest name. If we were married, it would be perfectly proper for you to go with me, and no one could say a word against either of us." "Oh!" she gasped, in a strong agitation and surprise. "Now, don't be so taken aback. It's just as easy for you to refuse as it is to speak. But listen first. What seems strange and unexpected may be the most sensible thing for both of us. You have your side of the case to think of just as truly as I have mine, and I am not forgetting, and I don't ask you to forget, that I'm still talking business. You and I have both been through too much trouble and loss to say any silly nonsense to each other. You've heard my story, yet I'm almost a stranger to you as you are to me. We'd both have to take considerable on trust, yet I know I'm honest and well-meaning, and I believe you are. Now look at it. Here we are, both much alone in the world, both wishing to live a retired, quiet life. I don't care a rap for what people say as long as I'm doing right, and in this case they'd have nothing to say. It's our own business. I don't see as people will go ever do much for you, and a good many would impose on you and expect you to work beyond your strength. They may not be very kind or considerate either. I suppose you've thought of this?" "Yes," she replied with bowed head. "I should meet coldness, probably harshness and scorn." "Well, you'd never meet anything of the kind in my house. I would treat you with respect and kindness. At the same time, I am not going to mislead you by a word. You shall have a chance to decide in view of the whole truth. My friend, Mr. Watterly, has asked more than once, why don't you marry again? I told him I had been married once, and that I couldn't go before a minister and promise the same things over again when they wasn't true. I can't make to you any promises or say any words that are not true, and I don't ask or expect you to do what I can't do. But it has seemed to me that our condition was out of the common lot, that we could take each other just for what we might be to each other and no more. You would be my wife in name, and I do not ask you to be my wife in more than name. You would thus secure a good home and the care and protection of one who would be kind to you, and I would secure a housekeeper, one that would stay with me and make my interests hers. It would be a fair, square arrangement between ourselves, and nobody else's business. By taking this course we don't do any wrong to our feelings or have to say or promise anything that isn't true." "Yet I can't help saying, sir," she replied, in strong yet repressed agitation, "that your words sound very strange. And it seems stranger still that you can offer marriage to any kind to a woman situated as I am. You know my story, sir," she added, crimsoning, "and all may soon know it. You would suffer wrong and injury. I offer you open and honourable marriage before the world, and no other kind. Mr. Watterly and others, as many as you please, would witness it, and I'd have you given a certificate at once. As for your story, it has only awakened my sympathy. You have not meant to do any wrong. Your troubles are only another reason in my mind for not taking any advantage of you or deceiving you in the least. Look the truth squarely in the face. I am bent on keeping my house and getting my living as I have done, and I need a housekeeper that will be true to all my interests. Think how I've been robbed and wronged, and what a dog's life I've lived in my own home. You need a home, support, and a protector. I couldn't come to you or go to any other woman and say honestly more than this. Isn't it better for people to be united on the ground of truth than to begin by telling a pack of lies? But can people be married with such an understanding by a minister? Wouldn't it be deceiving him? I shall not ask you to deceive anyone. Any marriage that either you or I could now make would be practically a business marriage. I should therefore take you, if you were willing, to a justice and have a legal or civil marriage performed, and this would be just as binding as any other in the eye of the law. It is often done. This would be much better to my mind than if people, situated as we are, went to a church or a minister. Yes, I couldn't do that. Well now, Alida, he said, with a smile that wonderfully softened his rugged features, you are free to decide. It may seem to you a strange sort of courtship, but we are both too old for much foolishness. I never was sentimental, and it would be ridiculous to begin now. I am full of trouble and perplexity, and so are you. Are you willing to be my wife so far as an honest name goes, and help me make a living for us both? That's all I ask. I, in my turn, would promise to treat you with kindness and respect, and give you a home as long as I lived, and to leave you all I have in the world if I died. That's all I could promise. I'm a lonely, quiet man, and like to be by myself. I wouldn't be much society for you. I've said more today than I might in a month, for I felt that it was due to you to know just what you were doing. Oh, sir, said Alida, trembling and with tears in her eyes, you do not ask me much, and you offer a great deal. If you, a strong man, dread to leave your home and go out into the world you know not where, think how terrible it is for a weak, friendless woman to be worse than homeless. I have lost everything, even my good name. No, not in my eyes. Oh, I know, she cried, wringing her hands. Even these miserable paupers like myself have made me feel it. They have burned the truth into my brain and heart. Indeed, sir, you do not realize what you are doing or asking. It is not fit or meet that I should bear your name. You might be sorry, indeed. Alida, said Holcroft gravely, I have not forgotten your story, and you shouldn't forget mine. Be sensible now. Don't I look old enough to know what I'm about? Oh, she cried impetuously. If I were only sure it was right. It may be business to you, but it seems like life or death to me. It's more than death. I don't fear that, but I do fear life. I do fear the desperate struggle just to maintain a bare, dreary existence. I do dread going out among strangers and seeing their cold curiosity and their scorn. You can't understand a woman's heart. It isn't right for me to die till God takes me, but life has seemed so horrible, meeting suspicion on one side and cruel, significant looks of knowledge on the other. I've been tortured even here by these wretched hags, and I've envied even them so near to death. You're not ashamed like me. I know, and you should know, that my heart is broken, crushed, trampled into the mire. I had felt that for me even the thought of marriage again would be a mockery, a wicked thing, which I would never have a right to entertain. I never dreamt that anyone would think of such a thing, knowing what you know. Oh, why have you tempted me so if it is not right? I must do right. The feeling that I've not meant to do wrong is all that has kept me from despair. But can it be right to let you take me from the street, the poorhouse, with nothing to give but a blighted name, a broken heart, and a feeble hands? See, I am but the shadow of what I was, and a dark shadow at that. I could be only a dismal shadow at any man's hearth. Oh, I've thought and suffered until my reason seemed going. You don't realize, you don't know the depths into which I've fallen. It can't be right. Holcroft was almost appalled at this passionate outburst in one who thus far had been sad, indeed, yet self-controlled. He looked at her in mingled pity and consternation. His own troubles had seemed heavy enough, but he now caught glimpses of something far beyond trouble, of agony, of mortal dread that bordered on despair. He could scarcely comprehend how terrible to a woman like Alida were the recent events of her life, and how circumstances, with illness, had all tended to create a morbid horror of her situation. Like himself, she was naturally reticent, in regard to her deeper feelings, patient and undemonstrative. Had not his words evoked this outburst, she might have suffered and died in silence, but in this final conflict between conscience and hope, the hot lava of her heart had broken forth. So little was he then able to understand her, that suspicions crossed his mind. Perhaps his friend Watterly had not heard the true story, or else not the whole story. But his straightforward simplicity stood him in good stead, and he said gently, "Alida, You say I don't know. I don't realize. I believe you will tell me the truth. You went to a minister, and were married to a man that you thought you had a right to marry. You shall know it all from my own lips, she said, interrupting him. You have a right to know, and then you will see that it cannot be. And with bowed head and low, rapid, passionate utterance, she poured out her story. That woman, his wife, she concluded, made me feel that I was of the scum and offscouring of the earth, and they've made me feel so here too, even these wretched paupers. So the world will look on me till God takes me to my mother. Thank God she don't know. Don't you see now? She asked, raising her despairing eyes from which agony had dried all tears. Yes, I see you do, she added desperately, for even you have turned from me. Confound it, cried Holcroft, standing up and searching his pockets for a handkerchief. I'd like to choke that fellow. If I could get my hands on him, there'd be trouble. Turn away from you, you poor wrong creature. Don't you see I'm so sorry for you that I'm making a fool of myself? I, who couldn't shed a tear over my own troubles. There, come now. Let us be sensible. Let's get back to business, for I can't stand this kind of thing at all. I'm so confused, betwixt rage at him and pity for you. Let me see, this is where we were. I want someone to take care of my home, and you want a home. That's all there is about it now. If you say so, I'll make you Mrs. Holcroft in an hour. I did not mean to work upon your sympathies, only to tell you the truth, God bless you, that the impulses of your heart are so kind and merciful. Let me be true to you as well as to myself. Go away and think it all over calmly and quietly, even for the sake of being rescued from a life that I dread far more than death. I cannot let you do what you may regret unspeakably. Do not think I misunderstood your offer. It's the only one I could think of, and I would not have thought of it if you had not spoke. I have no heart to give. I could be a wife only in name, but I could work like a slave for protection from a cruel, jeering world. I could hope for something like peace and respite from suffering if I only had a safe refuge. But I must not have these if it is not right and best. Good to me must not come through wrong to you. Tush, tush, you mustn't talk so. I can't stand it at all. I've heard your story. It's just as I supposed at first, only a great deal more so. Why, of course, it's all right. It makes me believe in Providence. It all turns out so entirely for our mutual good. I can do as much to help you as you to help me. Now let's get back on the sensible, solid ground from which we started. The idea of my wanting you to work like a slave, like enough some people would, and then you'd soon break down and be brought back here again. No, I've explained just what I wish and just what I mean. You must get over the notion that I'm a sentimental fool, carried away by my feelings. How Tom Watterly would laugh at the idea. My mind is made up now, just as much as it would be a week hence. This is no place for you, and I don't like to think of you being here. My spring work is pressing too. Don't you see that by doing what I ask you can set me right on my feet and start me uphill again after a year of miserable downhill work? You have only to agree to what I've said, and you will be at home tonight, and I'll be quietly at my work tomorrow. Mr. Watterly will go with us to the justice, who has known me all my life. Then, if anyone ever says a word against you, he'll have me to settle with. Come, Alida, here's a strong hand that's able to take care of you. She hesitated for a moment, then clasped it like one who is thinking, and before he defined her purpose, she kissed and bewitted it with tears. End of chapter 18, recording by Caroline.
Chapter 19 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Goode. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. A Business Marriage. While Holcroft's sympathies had been deeply touched by the intense emotion of gratitude which had overpowered Alida, he had also been disturbed and rendered somewhat anxious. He was actually troubled lest the woman he was about to marry should speedily begin to love him, and develop a tendency to manifest her affection in a manner that would seem to him extravagant and certainly disagreeable. Accustomed all his life to repress his feelings, he wondered at himself and could not understand how he had given way so unexpectedly. He was not sufficiently versed in human nature to know that the depth of Alida's distress was the adequate cause. If there had been a false or an affected word, he would have remained cool enough. In his inability to gauge his own nature as well as hers, he feared lest this business-like marriage was verging toward sentiment on her part. He did not like her kissing his hand. He was profoundly sorry for her, but so he would have been for any other woman suffering under the burden of a great wrong. He felt that it would be embarrassing if she entertained sentiments toward him which he could not reciprocate, and open manifestations of regard would remind him of that horror of his life, Mrs. Mumpson. He was not incapable of quick, strong sympathy in any instance of genuine trouble, but he was one of those men who would shrink in natural recoil from any marked evidence of a woman's preference unless the counterpart of her regard existed in his own breast. To a woman of Alida's intuition, the way in which he withdrew his hand and the expression of his face had a world of meaning. She would not need a second hint. Yet she did not misjudge him. She knew that he meant what he had said, and had said all that he meant. She was also aware that he had not, and never could, understand the depths of fear and suffering from which his hand was lifting her. Her gratitude was akin to that of a lost soul saved, and that was all she had involuntarily expressed. She sat down again and quietly dried her eyes, while in her heart she purposed to show her gratitude by patient assiduity in learning to do what he required. Holcroft was now bent upon carrying out his plan as quickly as possible and returning home. He therefore asked, "Can you go with me at once, Alida?" She simply bowed her acquiescence. "That's sensible. Perhaps you had better get your things ready while I and Mr. Watterly go and arrange with Justice Harkins." Alida averted her face with a sort of shame which a woman feels who admits such a truth. "I haven't anything, sir, but a hat and cloak to put on. I came away and left everything." "And I'm glad of it," said Holcroft heartily. "I wouldn't want you to bring anything which that scoundrel gave you." He paced the room thoughtfully a moment or two, and then he called Watterly in. "It's settled, Tom. Alida will be Mrs. Holcroft as soon as we can see the justice. Do you think we could persuade him to come here?" "One thing at a time. Mrs. Holcroft, I may as well call you so, for when my friend says he'll do a thing, he does it. I congratulate you. I think you are well out of your troubles. Since you are to marry my old friend, we must be friends too." And he shook her heartily by the hand. His words and manner were another ray of light, a welcome rift in the black pall that had gathered around her. "You are the first friend I found, sir, after what happened," she said gratefully. "Well, you found another and a better one, and he'll always be just the same. Any woman might be glad—" "Come, Tom, no more of that. I'm a plain old farmer that does what he agrees, and that's all there is about it. I've told Alida just what I wished and could do." "I should hope so," interrupted Watterly, laughing. "You've taken enough time, certainly, and I guess you've talked more than you have before in a year. Yes, I know I'm almost as bad as an oyster about talking, except when I'm with you. Somehow we've always had a good deal to say to each other. In this case, I feel that it was due to Alida, that she should know all about me and understand fully just how I felt concerning this marriage. The very fact that she hasn't friends to advise her made it all the more needful that I should be plain and not mislead her in any respect. She has just as good a right to judge and act for herself as any woman in the land, and she takes me, and I take her, with no sentimental lies to start with. Now let's get back to business. I rather think, since Harkins was an old acquaintance of mine, he'll come up here and marry us, don't you? Alida, wouldn't you rather be married here quietly than face a lot of strangers? You can have your own way. I don't care now if half the town was present." "Oh, yes, indeed, sir. I don't want to meet strangers, and I'm not very strong yet. I thank you for considering my feelings so kindly." "Why, that's my duty," replied the farmer. "Come, Watterly, the sun is getting low, and we've considerable to do yet before we start home. I'm with you. Now, Alida, you go back quietly and act as if nothing had happened till I send for you. Of course, this impatient young groom will hurry back with the justice as fast as possible. Still, we may not find him, or he may be so busy that we shall have to come back for you and take you to his office." As she turned to leave the room, Holcroft gave her his hand and said kindly, "Now don't you be nervous or worried. I see you are not strong, and you shall not be taxed any more than I can help. Good-bye for a little while." Meantime, Watterly stepped out a moment and gave his domestic a few orders. Then he accompanied Holcroft to the barn, and the horses were soon attached to the market wagon. "You're in for it now, Jim, sure enough," he said, laughing. "What will Angie say to it all?" "Tell her that I say you've been a mighty good friend to me. Yet I hope I may never return any favors of the same kind." "By jocks, I hope not. I guess it's just as well she was away. She'll think we've acted just like two harum-scarum men, and will be awfully scandalized over you marrying this woman. Don't you feel a little nervous about it?" "No. When my mind's made up, I don't worry. Nobody else need lie awake, for it's my affair. Well, Jim, you know how I feel about it, but I've got to say something, and I might as well say it plain." "That's the only way you ought to say it." "Well, you talked long enough to give me plenty of time to think. One thing is clear, Angie won't take to this marriage. You know I'd like to have you both come in and take a meal, as you always have done. But then a man must keep peace with his wife, and I understand, Tom. We won't come till Miss Watterly asks us. But you won't have hard feelings?" "No, indeed." "Ain't you doing your level best as a friend?" "Well, you know women are so set about these things, and Angie is rather hard on people who don't come up to her mark of respectability. What's more, I suppose you'll find that others will think and act as she does. If you cared about people's opinions, I should have been dead against it. But as you feel and are situated, I'm hanged if I don't think she's just the one. If it hadn't been this one, I don't believe it would have been any one. Here we are." And he tied his horses before the office of the justice. Mr. Harkins greeted Holcroft with a sort of patronizing cordiality, and he was good enough to remember that they had been at the little country schoolhouse together. In Watterly he heartily recognized a brother politician who controlled a goodly number of votes. When Holcroft briefly made known his errand, the justice gave a great guffaw of laughter and said, "Oh, bring her here, and I'll invite in some of the boys as witnesses." "I'm not afraid of all the witnesses that you could crowd into a 10-acre lot," said Holcroft somewhat sternly. "But there is no occasion to invite the boys, whoever they are, or anyone else. She doesn't want to be stared at. I was in hopes, Mr. Harkins, that you'd ride up to the almshouse with us and quietly marry us there." "Well, I guess you'd better bring her here. I'm pretty busy this afternoon." "See here, Ben," said Watterly, taking the justice aside. "Holcroft is my friend, and you know I'm mighty thick with my friends. They count more with me than my wife's relations. Now I want you to do what Holcroft wishes, as a personal favor to me, and the time will come when I can make it up to you." "Oh, certainly, Watterly. I didn't understand," replied Harkins, who looked upon Holcroft as a close and, as he would phrase it, no-account farmer, from whom he could never expect even a vote. "I'll go with you at once. It's but a short job." "Well," said Holcroft, "how short can you make it?" "Let me get my book." And he took from the shelf the justice's assistant. "You can't want anything shorter than this." And he read, "By this act of joining hands, you do take each other as husband and wife, and solemnly engage in the presence of these witnesses to love and honor and comfort and cherish each other as such so long as you both shall live. Therefore, in accordance with the law of the state of New York, I do hereby pronounce you husband and wife." A sailor couldn't tie a knot quicker than that. "I guess you can, Justice," said Holcroft, taking the book. "Suppose you only read this much. By this act of joining hands, you do take each other as husband and wife. Therefore, in accordance with the law, etc. Would that be a legal marriage?" "Certainly. You'd have to go to a divorce court to get out of that. It's my purpose to keep out of courts of all kinds. I'll thank you to read just that much and no more. I don't want to say anything that isn't exactly true. You see how it is, Ben. Holcroft hasn't known the woman long, and she's a nice woman, too, if she is boarding at my hotel. Holcroft needs a wife, must have one, in fact, to help run his house and dairy. It wasn't exactly a love match, you know, and he's that kind of a man that a yoke of oxen couldn't draw a word out of him that he didn't mean." Yes, I see now," said Harkins. "I'll read just what you say and no more." And I'll have a little spread that we can be longer at than the ceremony," added Watterly, who was inclined to be a little hilarious over the affair. Holcroft, however, maintained his grave manner, and when they reached the almshouse he took Watterly aside and said, "See here, Tom, you've been a good friend today and seconded me in everything. Now let the affair pass off just as quietly and seriously as possible. She's too cast down for a gay wedding. Suppose we had a daughter who'd been through such an experience. A nice, good, modest girl. Her heart's too sore for fun and jokes. My marrying her is much the same as pulling her out of deep water in which she was sinking." "You're right, Jim. I didn't think, and one doesn't have much cause to be so sparing of the feelings of such creatures as come here. But she's out of the common run, and I ought to have remembered it. By jocks, you're mighty careful about promising to love, cherish, and obey and all that. But I guess you'll do a sight more than many who do promise. Of course I'm going to be kind. That's my duty. Give Harkins a hint. Tell him that she's lost her mother. He needn't know when the old lady died, but it will kind of solemnize him." Watterly did as requested, and Harkins, now convinced that his political interests could be furthered by careful compliance with all requirements, put on a grave official air, and was ready for business. Alida was sent for. She was too agitated to say farewell to any of the poor creatures with whom she had been compelled to associate, even to the few who, though scarcely sane, had manifested tenderness and affection. She had felt that she must reserve all her strength for the coming ordeal, which she both welcomed and feared inexpressibly. She knew how critical was the step she was taking, and how much depended on it. Yet the more she thought, the more it seemed to her as if Providence had, as by a miracle, given her a refuge. Holcroft's businesslike view of the marriage comforted her greatly, and she asked God to give her health and strength to work faithfully for him many years. But she had sad misgivings as she followed the messenger, for she felt so weak that she could scarcely walk. It was indeed a pallid, sorrowful, trembling bride that entered Mr. Watterly's parlour. Holcroft met her, and taking her hand, said kindly, "Courage! It will be over in a minute." She was so pale and agitated that the justice asked, "Do you enter into this marriage freely and without compulsion of any kind?" "Please let me sit down a moment," she faltered, and Watterly hastened to give her a chair. She fixed her eyes on Holcroft and said anxiously, "You see, sir, how weak I am. I have been sick, and I fear I am far from being well now. I fear you will be disappointed, and that is not right to you, and that I may not be able to—" "Alida," interrupted Holcroft gravely, "I'm not one to break my word. Home and quiet will soon restore you. Answer the justice and tell him the exact truth." No elixir could have brought hope and courage like that word home. She rose at once and said to Harkins, "I have consented to Mr. Holcroft's wishes with feelings of the deepest gratitude." "Very well. Join hands." She hesitated and looked for a moment at Holcroft with strange intensity. "It's all right, Alida," he said with a smile. "Come." His perfect honesty and steadfastness of purpose stood him in good stead then, for she came at once to his side and took his hand. Justice Harkins solemnly opened his big book and read, "By this act of joining hands you do take each other as husband and wife. Therefore, in accordance with the law of the state of New York, I do hereby pronounce you husband and wife. That's all." "I don't think you'll ever be sorry, Alida," said Holcroft, pressing her hand as he led her to a chair. Watterly again bustled up with congratulations, and then said, "You must all come out now to a little supper, and also remember that it was gotten up in a hurry." The domestic stared at Alida and Holcroft, and then, surmising what had taken place, was so excited that she could scarcely wait on the guests. Holcroft, with the simple tact which genuine kindness usually suggests, was attentive to his bride, but managed, by no slight effort for him, to engage the two men in general conversation, so that Alida might have time to recover her composure. His quiet, matter-of-fact bearing was reassuring in itself. A cup of strong tea and a little old currant wine, which Watterly insisted on her taking, brightened her up not a little. Indeed, her weakness was now largely due to the want of nourishment suited to her feeble condition. Moreover, both nerves and mind found relief and rest in the consciousness that the decisive step had been taken. She was no longer shuddering and recoiling from a past in which each day had revealed more disheartening elements. Her face was now toward a future that promised a refuge, security, and even hope. The quiet meal was soon over. Holcroft put a $5 bill in the hands of the justice, who filled in a certificate and departed, feeling that the afternoon had not been spent in vain. "Jim," said Watterly, drawing his friend aside, "you'll want to make some purchases. You know she's only what she wears. How are you off for money?" "Well, Tom, you know I didn't expect anything of this kind when—" "Of course I know it. Will 50 answer?" "Yes, you're a good friend. I'll return it in a day or two." "Return it when you're a mind to. I say, Alida, I want you to take this. Jim Holcroft can't get married and his bride not receive a present from me." And he put $10 in her hand. Tears rushed to her eyes as she turned them inquiringly to Holcroft to know what she should do. "Now see here, Tom, you've done too much for us already." "Shut up, Jim Holcroft. Don't you end the day by hurting my feelings. It's perfectly right and proper for me to do this. Good-bye, Alida. I don't believe you'll ever be sorry you found your way to my hotel." Alida took his proffered hand, but could only falter. I never can forget." End of chapter 19. Recording by Michelle Goode, Huntsville, Alabama, October 23rd, 2013.
Chapter 20 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. Uncle Jonathan's Impression of the Bride. "Now, Alida," said Holcroft as they drove away, "remember that we are two middle-aged, sensible people. At least, I'm middle-aged, and fairly sensible, too, I hope. You'll need to buy some things, and I want you to get all you need. Don't stint yourself, and you needn't hurry so as to get tired, for we shall have moonlight, and there's no use trying to get home before dark. Is there any particular store which you'd like to go to?" "No, sir, only I'd rather go over on the east side of the town where I'm not known." "That suits me, for it's the side nearest home, and I am known there." Perhaps you would rather go this evening where you are not known," she said hesitatingly. "It makes no difference to me. In fact, I know of a place where you'll have a good choice at reasonable rates." "I'll go where you wish," she said quietly. They soon entered a large shop together, and the proprietor said pleasantly, "Good evening, Mr. Holcroft." "Good evening, Mr. Jasper. My wife wants to get some things. If you'll be good enough to wait on her, I'll step out to do 2 or 3 errands." The merchant looked curiously at Alida, but was too polite to ask questions or make comments on her very simple purchases. Her old skill and training were of service now. She knew just what she absolutely needed, and bought no more. Holcroft laid in a good stock of groceries and some juicy beef, and then returned. When Mr. Jasper gave him his bill, he went to Alida, who was resting, and said in a low voice, "This won't do at all. You can't have bought half enough." For the first time something like a smile flitted across her face as she replied, "It's enough to begin with, I know." "Really, Mr. Holcroft, I didn't know you were married," said the merchant. "I must congratulate you." "Well, I am. Thank you. Good night." A few moments later he and his wife were bowling out of town toward the hills. Reaching one of these, the horses came down to a walk, and Holcroft turned and said, "Are you very tired, Alida? I'm troubled about you taking this long ride. You have been so sick." "I'm sorry I'm not stronger, sir, but the fresh air seems to do me good, and I think I can stand it." "You didn't promise to obey me, did you?" with a rather nervous little laugh. "No, sir, but I will." "That's a good beginning. Now see what an old tyrant I am. In the first place, I don't want you to say sir to me any more. My name is James. In the second place, you must work only as I let you. Your first business is to get strong and well, and you know we agreed to marry on strictly business grounds." "I understand it well, but I think you are very kind for a business man." "Oh, as to that, if I do say it of myself, I don't think it's my nature to be hard on those who treat me square. I think we shall be very good friends in our quiet way, and that's more than can be said of a good many who promise more than they seem to remember afterward." "I will try to do all you wish, for I am very grateful." "If you do, you may find I'm as grateful as you are." "That can never be. Your need and mine were very different. But I shall try to show my gratitude by learning your ways and wishes and not by many words of thanks." "Thank the Lord!" mentally ejaculated the farmer. "There's no Mrs. Mumpson in this case." But he only said kindly, "I think we understand each other now, Alida. I'm not a man of words either, and I had better show by actions also what I am. The fact is, although we are married, we are scarcely acquainted, and people can't get acquainted in a day." The first long hill was surmounted and away they bowled again, past cottage and farmhouse, through strips of woodland, and between fields from which came the fragrance of the springtime grass and the peepings of the hylas. The moon soon rose, full orbed, above the higher eastern hills, and the mild April evening became luminous and full of beauty. A healing sense of quiet and security already began to steal into Alida's bruised heart. In turning her back upon the town, in which she had suffered so greatly, she felt like one escaping from prison and torture. An increasing assurance of safety came with every mile. The cool, still radiance of the night appeared typical of her new and most unexpected experience. Light had risen on her shadowed path, but it was not warm, vivifying sunlight which stimulates and develops. A few hours before she was in darkness which might be felt, yet it was a gloom shot through and through with lurid threatening gleams. It had seemed to her that she had fallen from home, happiness, and honor to unfathomed depths, and yet there had appeared to be deeper and darker abysses on every side. She had shuddered at the thought of going out into the world, feeling that her misfortune would awaken suspicion rather than sympathy, scorn instead of kindness, that she must toil on until death, to sustain a life to which death would come as God's welcome messenger. Then had come this man at her side, with his comparatively trivial troubles and perplexities, and he had asked her help, she who was so helpless. He had banished despair from her earthly future, he had lifted her up, and was bearing her away from all which she had so dreaded. Nothing had been asked which her crushed spirit was unable to bestow. She was simply expected to aid him in his natural wish to keep his home and to live where he had always dwelt. His very inability to understand her, to see her broken, trampled life, and immeasurable need as she saw it, brought quietness of mind. The concentration of his thoughts on a few homely and simple hopes gave her immunity. With quick intuition she divined that she had not a whimsical, jealous, exacting nature to deal with. He was the plain, matter-of-fact man he seemed, so literal and absolutely truthful that he would appear odd to most people. To her mind, his were the traits which she could now most welcome and value. He knew all about her. She had merely to be herself, to do what she had promised, in order to rest securely on his rock-like truth. He had again touched a deep, grateful chord in speaking of her to the shopkeeper as his wife. He showed no disposition whatever to shrink from the relation before the world. It was evident that he meant to treat her with respect and kindness, and to exact respect from others. For all this, while sitting quietly and silently at his side, she thanked him almost passionately in her heart. But far more than for all this she was glad and grateful that he would not expect what she now felt it would be impossible for her to give, the love and personal devotion which had been inseparable from marriage in her girlhood thoughts. He would make good his words. She should be his wife in name, and be respected as such. He was too simple and true to himself and his buried love, too considerate of her, to expect more. She might hope, therefore, as he had said, that they might be helpful, loyal friends, and he would have been surprised indeed had he known how the pale, silent woman beside him was longing and hoping to fill his home with comfort. Thoughts like these had inspired and sustained her, while at the same time ministering the balm of hope. The quiet face of nature, lovely in the moonlight, seemed to welcome and reassure her. Happy are those who, when sorely wounded in life, can turn to the natural world and find in every tree, shrub, and flower a comforting friend that will not turn from them. Such are not far from God and peace. The range of Holcroft's thoughts were far simpler and narrower than Alida's. He turned rather deliberately from the past, preferring to dwell on the probable consummation of his hope. His home, his farm, were far more to him than the woman he had married. He had wedded her for their sake, and his thoughts followed his heart, which was in his hillside acres. It is said that women often marry for a home. He truly had done so to keep his home. The question which now most occupied him was the prospect of doing this through quiet, prosperous years. He dwelt minutely on Alida's manner as well as her words, and found nothing to shake his belief that she had been as truthful as himself. Nevertheless, he queried in regard to the future with not a little anxiety. In her present distress and poverty, she might naturally be glad of the refuge he had offered, but as time passed, and the poignancy of bitter memories was allayed, might not her life on the farm seem monotonous and dull, might not weariness and discontent come into her eyes in place of gratitude? "Well, well," he concluded, "this marrying is a risky experiment at best, but Tom Watterly's talk and her manner seemed to shut me up to it. I was made to feel that I couldn't go on in any other way, and I haven't done anything underhanded or wrong, as I see, for the chance of going on. If I hadn't become such a heathen, I should say there was a providence in it. But I don't know what to think about such things any more. Time'll show, and the prospect is better than it has been. She'll never be sorry if she carries out the agreement made today, if kindness and goodwill can repay her." Thus it may be seen that, although two life currents had become parallel, they were still very distinct. By the time Holcroft approached the lane leading to his dwelling, Alida was growing very weary, and felt that her endurance had almost reached its limit. Her face was so white in the moonlight that he asked solicitously, "You can stand it a little longer, can't you?" "I'll try. I'm very sorry I'm not stronger." "Don't you worry about that. You won't know yourself in a week. Here we are at the lane, and there's the house yonder. A moment or two more and you'll be by the fire." A loud barking startled old Jonathan Johnson out of his doze, and he hastened to replenish the fire and to call off his rather savage dog. He was a little surprised to see Holcroft drive toward the kitchen door with a woman by his side. "He's tried his luck with another of them town gals," he muttered, "but Jerusalem, she won't stay a week, and my old woman'll have the washin' and mendin' all the same." He could scarcely believe his ears and eyes when he heard the farmer say, "Alida, you must let me lift you out," and then saw the "town gal" set gently on the ground, her hand placed on Holcroft's arm as she was supported slowly and carefully to the rocking chair beside the fire. "Jonathan," was the quiet announcement, "this is Mrs. Holcroft, my wife." "Beg a pardon, wasn't 'spectin' jist sich a turn o' things. Respects, missus. Sorry to see you're enj'yin' poor health." "Yes, Jonathan, Mrs. Holcroft has been sick, but she's much better and will soon be well. She's very tired now from the long drive, but quiet life and country air will soon make her strong. I'll just step out and care for the horses, Alida, and soon be back again. You come and help me, Jonathan, and keep your dog off, too." The old man complied with rather poor grace, for he would have preferred to interview the bride, at whom he was staring with all his weak, watery eyes. Holcroft understood his neighbor's peculiarities too well to subject his wife to this ordeal, and was bent on dispatching Jonathan homeward as soon as possible. "I say, Jim," said the old guardsman, who felt that he was speaking to the boy he had known for 30-odd years, "where on airth did you pick up such a sickly-looking critter?" "I didn't pick her up," replied the farmer laughingly. "I married her fair and square, just as you did your wife 100 years ago, more or less. Haven't I as good a right to get married as you had?" "Oh, I ain't a disputin' your right, but it seems so kind o' suddent that it's taken what little breath I've left." "How do you know it's sudden? Did you go around telling everyone how you were getting on when you were a courtin'?" "Well, I swan, you got me. 'Tain't so long ago that I disremember we did it on the sly." "Well now, Uncle Jonathan, you've got nothing to say against me, for I didn't marry on the sly, although I've gone on the principle that my business wasn't everybody's business. When I saw your wife about my washing and mending, I didn't know I was going to be lucky so soon. You know you can't marry a woman in this country till she's willing. But tell your wife she shan't lose anything, and the next time I go to town I'll leave that settin' of eggs she wanted. Now, Jonathan, honor bright, do you feel able to walk home if I give you 50 cents extra?" "Why, sartinly. S'pose I'd take yer away in sich occasion? My wife wouldn't let me in if she'd knowed it." "Well, you and your wife are good neighbors, and that's more'n I can say for most people in these parts. Here's your money. Mrs. Holcroft isn't strong or well enough to talk any tonight. You got yourself a good supper, didn't you?" "Yes, yes, helped myself bountifully. Good night, and good luck to yer. I can't help thinking it was kind o' sudden, though, and then she's sich a sickly looking critter. Hope you haven't been taken in, but then, as you say, the marryin' business, like other kinds of business, is a man's own business. I hope everyone will take your sensible view, Uncle Jonathan. Good night. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 21. At Home. Alida was not so cold, weary and almost faint, but that she looked around the old kitchen with the strongest interest. This interest was as unlike Mrs. Mumpson's curiosity as she was unlike the widow. It is true the thought of self was prominent, yet hers were not selfish thoughts. There are some blessed natures in the world that, in doing the best for themselves, do the best that is possible for others. The genial warmth of the fire was grateful to her chilled and enfeebled frame. The homely kitchen, with its dresser of chinaware, its tin closet and pantry, the doors of which old Jonathan had left open, manlike, after helping himself bountifully, all suggested more comfort to this pallid bride sitting there alone than wealth of ornament in elegant apartments has brought to many others. She saw her chief domain not in its coarse and common aspect, but as her vantage ground, from which she could minister to the comforts of the one who had rescued her. Few brides would care to enter the kitchen first, but she was pleased. She who had scarcely hoped to smile again looked smilingly around on the quaint homelike room. "And this is to be my home," she murmured. "How strange, unexpected, yet natural it all is. Just what he led me to expect. The little lonely farmhouse where I can be safe from staring eyes and unwounded by cruel questionings. Yet that old man had a dozen questions on his tongue. I believe he took him away to save my feelings. It's strange that so plain and simple a man, in most respects, can be so considerate. Oh, pray God that all goes on as it promises. I couldn't have dreamt it this morning, but I have an odd home-like feeling already. Well, since I am at home, I may as well take off my hat and cloak." And she did so. Holcroft entered and said heartily, "That's right, Alida. You're here to stay, you know. You mustn't think it amiss that I left you a few moments alone, for I had to get that talkative old man off home. He's getting a little childish and would fire questions at you point blank." "But shouldn't you have taken him home in the wagon? I don't mind being alone." "Oh, no. He's spry enough to walk twice the distance, and often does. It's light as day outside, and I made it right with him. You can leave your things upstairs in your room, and I'll carry up your bundles also, if you're rested enough for the journey." "Oh, yes," she replied. "I'm feeling better already." He led the way to the apartment that Mrs. Mumpson had occupied, and said regretfully, "I'm sorry the room looks so bare and comfortless, but that will all be mended in time. When you come down, we'll have some coffee and supper." She soon reappeared in the kitchen, and he continued, "Now I'll show you that I'm not such a very helpless sort of man after all, so if you're sick you needn't worry. I'm going to get you a good cup of coffee and broil you a piece of steak." "Oh, please let me," she began. "No, can't allow you to do anything tonight but sit in that chair. You promised to mind, you know." And he smiled so genially that she smiled back at him, although tears came into her eyes. "I can't realize it all," she said in a low voice. "To think how this day began and how it is ending." "It's ending in a poor man's kitchen, Alida. It's rather rough to bring you in here first, but the parlour is cold and comfortless." "I would rather be brought here. It seems to me that it must be a light and cheerful room." "Yes, the sun shines in these east windows, and there's another window facing the south, so it's light all day long." She watched him curiously and with not a little self-reproach as he deftly prepared supper. "It's too bad for me to sit idle while you do such things, yet you do everything so well that I fear I shall seem awkward. Still, I think I do at least know how to cook a little." "If you knew what I've had to put up with for a year or more, You wouldn't worry about satisfying me in this respect. Except when old Mrs. Wiggins was here, I'd few decent meals that I didn't get myself." And then, to cheer her up, he laughingly told her of Mrs. Mumpson's essay at making coffee. He had a certain dry humour, and his unwonted effort at mimicry was so droll in itself that Alida was startled to hear her own voice in laughter, and she looked almost frightened, so deeply had she been impressed that it would never be possible, or even right, for her to laugh again. The farmer was secretly much pleased at his success. If she would laugh, be cheerful and not brood, he felt sure she would get well and be more contented. The desperate view she had taken of her misfortunes troubled him, and he had thought it possible that she might sink into despondency and something like invalidism, but that involuntary bubble of laughter reassured him. Quiet, wholesome, cheerful life will restore her to health, he thought, as he put his favourite beverage and the sputtering steak on the table. "Now," he said, placing a chair at the table, "you can pour me a cup of coffee." "I'm glad I can do something," she answered, "for I can't get over the strangeness of being so waited on. Indeed, everything that was unexpected or undreamt of has happened." And there was just the faintest bit of colour on her cheeks as she sat down opposite him. Few men are insensible to simple, natural, womanly grace, and poor Holcroft, who so long had been compelled to see at his table perfect terrors, as he called them, was agreeably impressed by the contrast she made with the Mumpson and Maloney species. Alida unconsciously had a subtle charm of carriage and action learned in her long past and happy girlhood, when all her associations were good and refined. Still, in its truest explanation, this grace is native and not acquired. It is a personal trait. Incapable of nice analysis or fine definitions, he only thought, "How much pleasanter it is to see at the table a quiet, sensible woman instead of a peculiar female." And it was not long before he supplemented her remark by saying, "Perhaps things are turning out for both of us better than we expected. I had made up my mind this morning to live here like a hermit, get my own meals and all that. I actually had the rough draft of an auction bill in my pocket. Yes, here it is now, and was going to sell my cows, give up my dairy, and try to make my living in a way that wouldn't require any woman help. That's what took me up to Tom Watterly's. I wanted him to help me put the bill in shape. He wouldn't look at it, and talked me right out of trying to live like Robinson Crusoe, as he expressed it. I'd been quite cheerful over my prospects. Indeed, I was almost happy in being alone again after having such terrors in the house. But, as I said, Watterly talked all the courage and hope right out of me, and made it clear that I couldn't go it alone. You see, Tom and I have been friends since we were boys together, and that's the reason he talks so plain to me." "He has a good, kind heart," said Alida. "I don't think I could have kept up at all had it not been for his kindness." "Yes, Tom's a rough diamond. He don't make any pretences, and looks upon himself as a rather hard case, but I fancy he's doing kind things in his rough way half the time. Well, as we were talking, he remembered you, and he spoke of you so feelingly, and told your story with so much honest sympathy, that he awoke my sympathy. Now you know how it has all come about. You see, it's all natural enough and simple enough, and probably it's the best thing that could have happened for us both. All you have to do is to get strong and well, and then it won't be any one-sided affair, as you've been too much inclined to think. I can go on and keep my farm and home just as my heart is bent on doing. I want you to understand everything, for then your mind will be more satisfied and at rest, and that's half the battle in getting over sickness and trouble like yours." "I can only thank God and you for the great change in my prospects. This quiet and escape from strangers are just what I most craved, and I'm already beginning to hope that if I can learn to do all you wish, I shall find a content that I never hoped for." And the tears that stood in her eyes were witnesses of her sincerity. "Well, don't expect to learn everything at once. Let me have my way for a while, and then you'll find as you get strong and the busy season comes on that I'll be so taken up with the farm that you'll have your own way. Won't you have some more steak? No? Well, you've enjoyed your supper a little, haven't you?" "Yes," she replied, smiling. "I actually felt hungry when I sat down, and the coffee has taken away the tired, faint feeling." "I hope you'll soon be good and hungry 3 times a day," he said, laughing pleasantly. "You'll at least let me clear the table?" she asked. "I feel so much better." "Yes, if you're sure you're strong enough. It may make you feel more at home. But drop everything till tomorrow when tired. I must go out and do my night work, and it's night work now, sure enough." "It's too bad," she said sympathetically. "What, to go out and feed my stock this clear bright night? And after a hearty supper too? Such farming is fun. I feel too as if I wanted to go and pat the cows all around in my gladness that I'm not going to sell them. Now remember, let everything go till morning as soon as you feel tired." She nodded smilingly and set to work. Standing in the shadow of a hemlock, he watched her for a few moments. Her movements were slow, as would be natural to one who had been so reduced by illness, but this every evidence of feebleness touched his feelings. She's eager to begin, too eager. No nonsense there about menial tasks. Well, it does give one hope to see such a woman as that in the old kitchen. And then the hungry cattle welcomed him. The traveller feels safe after the fierce Arab of the desert has broken bread with him. It would seem that a deep principle of human nature is involved in this act. More than the restoring power of the nourishment itself was the moral effect for Alida of that first meal in her husband's home. It was another step in what he had said was essential, the forming of his acquaintance. She had seen from the first that he was plain and unpolished, that he had not the veneer of gentility of the man she had so mistakenly married. Yet in his simple truth he was inspiring a respect which she had never felt for any man before. What element of real courtesy has been wanting, she asked herself. If this is an earnest of the future, thank God for the real. I found to my cost what a clever imitation of a man means. It was as sweet as it was strange to think that she, who had trembled at the necessity of becoming almost a slave to unfeeling strangers, had been compelled to rest while the husband performed tasks naturally hers. It was all very homely, yet the significance of the act was chivalrous consideration for her weakness. The place, the nature of the ministry, could not degrade the meaning of his action. Then, too, during the meal he had spoken natural, kindly words which gave to their breaking of bread together the true interpretation. Although so feeble and weary, she found a deep satisfaction in beginning her household work. "It does make me feel more at home," she said. "Strange that he should have thought of it." She had finished her task and sat down again when he entered with a pail of milk. Taking a dipper with a strainer on one side of it, he poured out a tumblerful. "Now take this," he said. "I've always heard that milk fresh from the cow was very strengthening. Then go and sleep till you're thoroughly rested, and don't think of coming down in the morning till you feel like it. I'll make the fire and get breakfast. You've seen how easily I can do it. I've several more cows to milk, and so we'll say good night." For the first time since chaos had come into her life, Alida slept soundly and refreshingly, unpursued by the fears which had haunted even her dreams. When she awoke, she expected to see the grey locks and repulsive features of the woman who had occupied the apartment with her at the almshouse, but she was alone in a small, strange room. Then memory gathered up the threads of the past, but so strange, so blessed did the truth seem that she hastened to dress and go down to the old kitchen and assure herself that her mind had not become shattered by her troubles and was mocking her with unreal fancies. The scene she looked upon would have soothed and reassured her even had her mind been as disordered as she for the moment had been tempted to believe. There was the same homely room which had pictured itself so deeply in her memory the evening before. Now it was more attractive, for the morning sun was shining into it, lighting up its homely details with a wholesome, cheerful reality which made it difficult to believe that there were tragic experiences in the world. The wood fire in the stove crackled merrily, and the lid of the kettle was already bobbing up and down from internal commotion. As she opened the door, a burst of song entered, securing her attention. She had heard the birds before without recognizing consciousness, as is so often true of her own condition in regard to the familiar sounds of nature. It was now almost as if she had received another sense, so strong, sweet and cheering was the symphony. Robins, song sparrows, blackbirds seemed to have gathered in the trees nearby to give her a jubilant welcome, but she soon found that the music shaded off to distant dreamlike notes, and remembered that it was a morning chorus of a hemisphere. This universality did not render the melody less personally grateful. We can appreciate all that is lovely in nature, yet leave all for others. As she stood listening and inhaling the soft air, full of the delicious perfume of the grass and expanding buds, and looking through the misty sunshine on the half-veiled landscape, she heard Holcroft's voice, chiding some unruly animal in the barnyard. This recalled her, and with the elasticity of returning health and hope, she set about getting breakfast. "It seems to me that I never heard birds sing before," she thought, "and their songs this morning are almost like the music of heaven. They seem as happy and unconscious of fear and trouble as if they were angels. Mother and I used to talk about the Garden of Eden, but could the air have been sweeter, or the sunshine more tempered to just the right degree of warmth and brightness, than here about my home? Oh, thank God again, again and forever, for a home like this." And for a few moments something of the ecstasy of one delivered from the black thraldom of evil filled her soul. She paused now and then to listen to the birds, for only their songs seemed capable of expressing her emotion. It was but another proof that heavenly thoughts and homely work may go on together. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 22. Getting Acquainted. It was still early, and Holcroft was under the impression that Alida would sleep late after the severe fatigues of the preceding day. He therefore continued his work at the barn sufficiently long to give his wife time for her little surprise. She was not long in finding and laying her hands on the simple materials for breakfast. A ham hung in the pantry, and beneath it was a great basket of eggs, while the flour barrel stood in the corner. Biscuits were soon in the oven, eggs conjured into an omelette, and the ham cut into delicate slices instead of great coarse steaks. Remembering Mrs. Mumpson's failure with the coffee, she made it a trifle strong, and boiled the milk that should temper without cooling it. The biscuits rose like her own spirits. The omelette speedily began to take on colour like her own flushed face as she busied herself about the stove. Everything was nearly ready when she saw Holcroft coming toward the house with 2 pails of milk. He took them to the large dairy room under the parlour, and then came briskly to the kitchen. She stood, screened by the door as he entered, then stopped and stared at the table all set and at the inviting breakfast on the stove. Seeing Alida's half-smiling, half-questioning face seeking his approval, he exclaimed, "Well, you have stolen a march on me. I supposed you were asleep yet." "I felt so much stronger and better when I awoke that I thought you wouldn't mind if I came down and made a beginning." "You call this a beginning, do you? Such a breakfast as this before 7 in the morning? I hope you haven't overtaxed yourself." "No, only a little of just the right kind of tired feeling." "Haven't you left anything for me to do?" "Perhaps. You will know when I've put all on the table. What I've prepared is ready." "Well, this is famous. I'll go and wash and fix up a little and be right down." When Holcroft returned he looked at her curiously, for he felt that he too was getting acquainted. Her thin face was made more youthful by colour, a pleased look was in her blue eyes, and a certain neatness and trimness about her dress to which he had not been accustomed. He scanned the table wonderingly, for things were not put upon it at haphazard. The light biscuits turned their brown cheeks invitingly toward him. She had arranged that they should do that. The ham was crisp, not sodden, and the omelette as russet as a November leaf. "This is a new dish," he said, looking at it closely. "What do you call it?" "Omelette. Perhaps you won't like it, but Mother used to be very fond of it." "No matter. We'll have it if you like it and it brings you pleasant thoughts of your mother." Then he took a good sip of coffee and set the cup down again as he had before under the Mumpson regime, but with a very different expression. She looked anxiously at him, but was quickly reassured. "I thought I knew how to make coffee. but I find I don't. I never tasted anything so good as that. How do you make it?" "Just as mother taught me." "Well, well, and you call this making a beginning? I just wish I could give Tom Watterly a cup of this coffee. It would set his mind at rest. 'By jocks,' he would say, 'isn't this better than going it alone?'" She looked positively happy under this sweet incense to a housewifely heart. She was being paid in the coin that women love best, and it was all the more precious to her because she had never expected to receive it again. He did like the omelette. He liked everything, and, after helping her liberally, cleared the table, then said he felt equal to doing 2 men's work. Before going out to his work, he lighted a fire on the parlour hearth and left a good supply of fuel beside it. "Now, Alida," he remarked humorously, "I've already found out that you have one fault that you and I will have to watch against. You're too willing. I fear you've gone beyond your strength this morning. I don't want you to do a thing today except to get the meals, and remember, I can help in this if you don't feel well. There's a fire in the parlour and I've wheeled the lounge up by it. Take it quietly today, and perhaps tomorrow I begin to show you about butter making." "I will do as you wish," she replied, "but please show me a little more where things are before you go out." This he did, and added, "You'll find the beef and some other things on a swing shelf in the cellar. The potato bins are down there too. But don't try to get up much dinner. What comes quickest and easiest will suit me. I'm a little backward with my work and must plough all day for oats. It's time they were in. After such a breakfast, I feel as if I'd eaten a bushel myself." A few moments later she saw him going up the lane that continued on past the house with his stout team and the plough, and she smiled as she heard him whistling "Coronation" with levity, as some good people would have thought. Ploughing and planting time had come, and under happier auspices, apparently, than he had ever imagined possible again. With the lines about his neck he began with a side-hill plough at the bottom of a large sloping field which had been in corn the previous year, and the long straight furrows increased from a narrow strip to a wide oblong area. "Ah," said he in tones of strong satisfaction, "the ground crumbles freely. It's just in the right condition. I'll quit ploughing this afternoon in time to harrow and sow all the ground that's ready. Then so much'll be all done and well done. It's curious how seed, if it goes into the ground at the right time and in the right way, comes right along and never gets discouraged. I ain't much on scientific farming, but I've always observed that when I sow or plant as soon as the ground is ready, I have better luck." The horses seemed infected by his own brisk spirit, stepping along without urging, and the farmer was swept speedily into the full, strong current of his habitual interests. One might have supposed the recent events would have the uppermost place in his thoughts, but this was not true. He rather dwelt upon them as the unexpectedly fortunate means to the end now attained. This was his life, and he was happy in the thought that his marriage promised to make this life not merely possible, but prosperous and full of quiet content. The calling of the born agriculturist, like that of the fisherman, has in it the element of chance, and is therefore full of moderate yet lasting excitement. Holcroft knew that, although he did his best, much would depend on the weather and other causes. He had met with disappointments in his crops, and had also achieved what he regarded as fine successes, although they would have seemed meagre on a western prairie. Every spring kindled anew his hopefulness and anticipation. He watched the weather with the interested and careful scrutiny of a sailor, and it must be admitted that his labour and its results depended more on natural causes than upon his skill in the careful use of the fertilizers. He was a farmer of the old school. The traditions received from his father controlled him in the main. Still, his good common sense and long experience stood him fairly well in the place of science and knowledge of improved methods, and he was better equipped than the man who has in his brain all that the books can teach, yet is without experience. Best of all, he had inherited and acquired an abiding love of the soil. He never could have been content except in its cultivation. He was therefore in the right condition to assimilate fuller knowledge and make the most of it. He knew well enough when it was about noon. From long habit he would have known had the sky been overcast, but now his glance at the sun was like looking at a watch. Dusty and begrimed, he followed his team to the barn, slipped from them their headstalls, and left them to amuse themselves with a little hay while they cooled sufficiently for heartier food. "Well now," he mused, "I wonder what that little woman has for dinner. Another new dish, like enough. Hanged if I'm fit to go in the house, and she looking so trim and neat. I think I'll first take a souse in the brook." And he went up behind the house, where an unfailing stream gurgled swiftly down from the hills. At the nearest point a small basin had been hollowed out, and as he approached he saw 2 or 3 speckled trout darting away through the limpid water. "Aha," he muttered, "glad you reminded me. When she's stronger she may enjoy catching our supper some afternoon. I must think of all the little things I can to liven her up so she won't get dull. It's curious how interested I am to know how she's got along and what she has for dinner. And to think that, less than a week ago, I used to hate to go near the house." As he entered the hall on his way to his room, that he might make himself more presentable, an appetizing odor greeted him, and Alida smiled from the kitchen door as she said, "Dinner's ready." Apparently she had taken him at his word, as she had prepared little else than an Irish stew, yet when he had partaken of it he thought he would prefer Irish stews from that time onward indefinitely. "Where did you learn to cook, Alida?" he asked. "Mother wasn't very strong, and her appetite often failed her. Then, too, we hadn't much to spend on our table, so we tried to make simple things taste nice. Do you like my way of preparing that old-fashioned dish?" "I'm going to show you how I like it," he replied, nodding approvingly. "Well, what have you been doing besides tempting me to eat too much?" "What you said, resting. You told me not to get up much of a dinner, so I very lazily prepared what you see. I've been lying on the lounge most of the morning." "Famous! And you feel better?" "Yes, I think I shall soon get well and strong," she replied, looking at him gratefully. "Well, well, my luck's turned at last. I once thought it never would, but if this goes on, well, you can't know what a change it is for the better. I can now put my mind on my work." "You've been ploughing all the morning, haven't you?" she ventured, and there was the pleased look in her eyes that he already liked to see. "Yes," he replied, "and I must keep at it several days to get in all the oats I mean to sow. If this weather holds, I shall be through next week." "I looked in the milk room a while ago. Isn't there anything I could do there this afternoon?" "No, I'll attend to everything there. It's too damp for you yet. Keep on resting. Why, bless me, I didn't think you'd be well enough to do anything for a week." "Indeed," she admitted, "I'm surprised at myself. It seems as if a crushing weight has been lifted off my mind and that I was coming right up. I'm so glad, for I feared I might be feeble and useless a long time." "Well, Alida, if you had been, or if you ever are, don't think I'll be impatient. The people I can't stand are those who try to take advantage of me, and I tell you I've had to contend with that disposition so long that I feel as if I could do almost anything for one who is simply honest and tries to keep her part of an agreement. But this won't do. I've enjoyed my own dinner so much that I've half forgotten that the horses haven't had theirs yet. Now will you scold if I light my pipe before I go out?" "Oh no, I don't mind that." "No good-natured fibs. Isn't smoke disagreeable?" She shook her head. "I don't mind it at all," she said, but her sudden paleness puzzled him. He could not know that he had involuntarily recalled the many times that she had filled the evening pipe for a man who now haunted her memory like a spectre. "I guess you don't like it very much," he said as he passed out. "Well, no matter. It's getting so mild that I can smoke out of doors." With the exception of the episode of dinner, the day was chiefly passed by Alida in a health-restoring languor, the natural reaction from the distress and strong excitements of the past. The rest that had been enjoined upon her was a blessed privilege, and still more happy was the truth that she could rest. Reclining on the lounge in the parlour, with a wood fire on one side and the April sun on the other, both creating warmth and good cheer, she felt like those who have just escaped from a wreck and engulfing waves. Her mind was too weary to question either the past or the future, and sometimes a consciousness of safety is happiness in itself. In the afternoon the crackling of the fire and the calling and singing of the birds without formed a soothing lullaby, and she fell asleep. At last, in a dream, she heard exquisite music which appeared to grow so loud, strong and triumphant that she started up and looked around bewildered. A moment later she saw that a robin was singing in a lilac bush by the window and that near the bird was a nest partially constructed. She recalled her hopeless grief when she had last seen the building of one of their little homes, and she fell upon her knees with a gratitude too deep for words, and far more grateful to heaven than words. Stepping out on the porch, she saw by the shadows that the sun was low in the west and that Holcroft was coming down the lane with his horses. He nodded pleasantly as he passed on to the barn. Her eyes followed him lingeringly till he disappeared, and then they ranged over the wide valley and the wooded hills in the distance. Not a breath of air was stirring. The lowing of cattle and other rural sounds, softened by distance, came from other farmhouses. The birds were at vespers, and their songs, to her fancy, were imbued with a softer, sweeter melody than in the morning. From the adjacent fields came clear, mellow notes that made her nerves tingle, so ethereal yet penetrating were they. She was sure she had never heard such bird music before. When Holcroft came in to supper, she asked, "What birds are those that sing in the fields?" "Meadowlarks. Do you like them?" "I never heard a hymn sung that did me more good." "Well, I own up I'd rather hear 'em than much of the singing we used to have down at the meeting house." "It seems to me," she remarked as she sat down at the table, "that I've never heard birds sing as they have today." "Now I think of it, they have been tuning up wonderfully. Perhaps they've an idea of my good luck," he added smilingly. "I'd thought of that about myself," she ventured. "I took a nap this afternoon and a robin sang so near the window that it woke me up. It was a pleasant way to be waked." "Took a nap, did you? That's famous. Well, well, this day's gone just to suit me, and I haven't had many such in a good while, I can tell you. I've got in a big strip of oats, and now when I come in tired, here's a good supper. I certainly shall have to be on the watch to do Tom Watterly good turns for talking me into this business. That taking a nap was a first-rate idea. You ought to keep it up for a month." "No, indeed. There's no reason why you should work hard and I be idle. I've rested today as you wished, and I feel better than I ever expected to again. But tomorrow I must begin in earnest. What use is there of your keeping your cows if good butter is not made? Then I must be busy with my needle." "Yes, that's true enough. See how thoughtless I am. I forgot you hadn't any clothes to speak of. I ought to take you to town to a dressmaker." "I think you'd better get your oats in," she replied, smiling shyly. "Besides, I have a dressmaker that just suits me. One that's made my dresses a good many years." "If she don't suit you, you're hard to be suited," said he, laughing. "Well, some day, after you're fixed up, I shall have to let you know how dilapidated I am." "Won't you do me a little favor?" "Oh yes, a dozen of 'em, big or little." "Please bring down this evening something that needs mending. I am so much better." "No, no, I wasn't hinting for you to do anything tonight." "But you've promised me," she urged. "Remember, I've been resting nearly all day. I'm used to sewing and earned my living at it. Somehow it don't seem natural for me to sit with idle hands." "If I hadn't promised." "But you have." "I suppose I'm fairly caught." And he brought down a little of the most pressing of the mending. "Now I'll reward you," she said, handing him his pipe well filled. "You go in the parlour and have a quiet smoke. I won't be long in clearing up the kitchen." "What? Smoke in the parlour?" "Yes, why not? I assure you I don't mind it." "Ha! Why didn't I think of it before? I might have kept the parlour and smoked Mrs. Mumpson out." "It won't be smoke that will keep me out." "I should hope not, or anything else. I must tell you how I did have to smoke Mrs. Mumpson out at last." And he did so with so much drollery that she again yielded to irrepressible laughter. "Poor thing, I'm sorry for her," she said. "I'm sorry for Jane. Poor little stray cat of a child. I hope we can do something for her some day." And having lighted his pipe, he took up the county paper, left weakly in a hollow tree by the stage driver, and went into the parlour. After freshening up the fire, he sat down to read, but by the time she joined him the tired man was nodding. He tried to brighten up, but his eyes were heavy. "You've worked hard today," she said sympathetically. "Well, I have," he answered. "I've not done such a good day's work in a year." Then why don't you go to sleep at once?" "It don't seem polite." "Please don't talk that way," she interrupted. "I don't mind being alone at all. I shall feel a great deal more at home if you forget all about ceremony." "Well, Alida, I guess we'd both better begin on that basis. If I give up when I'm tired, you must. You mustn't think I'm always such a sleepyhead. The fact is, I've been more tired out with worry of late than with work. I can laugh about it now, but I've been so desperate over it that I've felt more like swearing. You'll find out I've become a good deal of a heathen." "Very well. I'll wait till I find out." "I think we're getting acquainted famously, don't you?" "Yes," she nodded, with a smile that meant more than a long speech. "Good night." End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23. Between the Past and Future. Human nature, in common with Mother Nature, has its immutable laws. The people who existed before the flood were, in their primal motives, like those of today. The conventionality of highly civilized society does not change the heart, but it puts so much restraint upon it that not a few appear heartless. They march through life and fight its battles like uniformed men, trained in a certain school of tactics. The monotony of character and action is superficial, in most cases rather than real, and he who fathoms the eyes of others, who catches the subtle quality of tones and interprets the flexible mouth that utters them, will discover that the whole gamut of human nature exists in those that appear only like certain musical instruments, made by machinery to play a few well-known tunes. Conventional restraint often, no doubt, produces dwarfed and defective human nature. I suppose that if souls could be put under a microscope, the undeveloped rudiments of almost everything would be discovered. It is more satisfactory to study the things themselves than their suggestions. This we are usually better able to do among people of simple and untrammeled modes of life, who are not practiced in disguises. Their peculiar traits and their general and dominant laws and impulses are exhibited with less reserve than by those who have learned to be always on their guard. Of course there are commonplace yeomen as truly as commonplace aristocrats, and simple life abounds in simpletons. When a man in Holcroft's position has decided traits, they are apt to have a somewhat full expression. His rugged nature beside a tamer one outlines itself more vividly, just as a mountain peak is silhouetted against the horizon better than a rounded hill. It probably has been observed that his character possessed much simplicity and directness. He had neither the force nor the ambition to raise him above his circumstances. He was merely decided within the lines of his environment. Perhaps the current of his life was all the stronger for being narrow. His motives were neither complex nor vacillating. He had married to keep his home and to continue in the conditions of life dear from his association and the strongest preference, and his heart overflowed with goodwill and kindness toward Alida because she promised to solve the hard problem of the future satisfactorily. Apart from the sympathy which her misfortune had evoked, he probably could have felt much the same toward any other good, sensible woman had she rendered him a similar service. It is true, now that Alida was in his home, that she was manifesting agreeable traits which gave him pleasant little surprises. He had not expected that he would have had half so much to say to her, yet felt it his duty to be sociable in order to cheer up and mark the line between even a business marriage and the employment of a domestic. Both his interest and his duty required that he should establish the bonds of strong, friendly regard on the basis of perfect equality, and he would have made efforts, similar to those he put forth, in behalf of any woman, if she had consented to marry him with Alida's understanding. That his suddenly adopted project of securing a housekeeper and helper had been consummated, he would find that he was not dealing with a business partner in the abstract, but a definite woman, who had already begun to exert over him her natural influence. He had expected more or less constraint, and that some time must elapse before his wife would cease to be in a sense company whom he, with conscious and deliberate effort, must entertain. On the contrary, she entertained and interested him, and although she said so little, and by some subtle power she unloosed his tongue and made it easy for him to talk to her. In the most quiet and unobtrusive way she was not only making herself at home, but him also. She was very subservient to his wishes, but not servilely so. She did not assert, but only revealed her superiority, and after even so brief an acquaintance he was ready to endorse Tom Watterly's view: "She's out of the common run." While all this was true, the farmer's heart was as untouched as that of a child who simply and instinctively likes a person. He was still quietly and unhesitatingly loyal to his former wife. Apart from his involuntary favor, his shrewd, practical reason was definite enough in its grounds of approval. Reason assured him that she promised to do and to be just what he had married her for, but this might have been true of a capable yet disagreeable woman whom he could not like to save himself. But in regard to himself and Alida, Holcroft accepted the actual facts with the gladness and much of the unquestioning simplicity of a child. This rather risky experiment was turning out well, and for a time he daily became more and more absorbed in his farm and its interests. Alida quietly performed her household tasks, and proved that she would not need very much instruction to become a good butter maker. The short spring of the North required that he should be busy early and late to keep pace with the quickly passing seed time. His hopefulness, his freedom from household worries, prompted him to sow and plant increased areas of land. In brief, he entered on just the business-like honeymoon he had hoped for. Alida was more than content with the conditions of her life. She saw that Holcroft was not only satisfied, but also pleased with her, and that was all she had expected, and indeed all that thus far she had wished or hoped. She had many sad hours. Wounds like hers cannot heal readily in a true, sensitive woman's heart. While she gained in cheerfulness and confidence, the terrible and unexpected disaster which had overtaken her rendered impossible the serenity of those with whom all has gone well. Dread of something, she knew not what, haunted her painfully, and memory at times seemed malignantly perverse in recalling one whom she prayed to forget. Next to her faith and Holcroft's kindness, her work was her best solace, and she thanked God for the strength to keep busy. On the first Sunday morning after their marriage, the farmer overslept, and breakfast had been ready some time when he came down. He looked with a little dismay at the clock over the kitchen mantel and asked, "Aren't you going to scold a little?" She shook her head, nor did she look the chiding which often might as well be spoken. "How long have I kept breakfast waiting, or you rather?" "What difference does it make? You needed the rest. The breakfast may not be so nice," was her smiling answer. "No matter. You are nice to let a man off in that way." Observing the book in her lap, he continued, "So you were reading the old family Bible to learn lessons of patience and forbearance?" Again she shook her head. She often oddly reminded him of Jane in her employment of signs instead of speech, but in her case there was a grace, a suggestiveness, and even a piquancy about them which made them like a new language. He understood and interpreted her frankly. "I know, Alida," he said kindly, "you are a good woman. You believe in the Bible and love to read it." "I was taught to read and love it," she replied simply. Then her eyes dropped, and she faltered, "I've reproached myself bitterly that I rushed away so hastily that I forgot the Bible my mother gave me." "No, no," he said heartily, "don't reproach yourself for that. It was the Bible in your heart that made you act as you did." She shot him a swift, grateful glance through her tears, but made no other response. Having returned the Bible to the parlor, she put the breakfast on the table and said quietly, "It looks as if we would have a rainy day." "Well," said he, laughing, "I'm as bad as the old woman. It seems that women can run farms alone if men can't. Well, this old dame had a big farm and employed several men, and she was always wishing it would rain nights and Sundays. I'm inclined to chuckle over the good this rain will do my oats, instead of being sorry to think how many sinners it'll keep from church. Except in protracted meeting times, most people of this town would a great deal rather risk their souls than be caught in the rain on Sunday. We don't mind it much weekdays, but Sunday rain is very dangerous to health." "I'm afraid I'm as bad as the rest," she said, smiling. "Mother and I usually stayed home when it rained hard." "Oh, we don't need a hard storm in the country. People say, 'It looks threatening,' and that settles it, but we often drive to town rainy days to save time." "Do you usually go to church at the meeting house I see off in the valley?" she asked. "I don't go anywhere." And he watched keenly to see how she would take this blunt statement of his practical heathenism. She only looked at him kindly and accepted the fact. "Why don't you pitch into me?" he asked. "That wouldn't do any good." "You'd like to, I suppose?" "No, not under the circumstances, unless you wished to. I'm cowardly enough to dread being stared at." He gave a deep sigh of relief. "This thing has been troubling me," he said. "I fear you would want to go, and if you did, I should feel that you ought to go." "I fear I'm very weak about it, but I shrink so from meeting strangers. I do thank God for his goodness many times a day, and ask for help. I'm not brave enough to do any more yet." His rugged features became very somber, and he said, "I wish I had as much courage as you have." "You don't understand me," she began gently. "No, I suppose not. It's all become a muddle to me. I mean, this church and religious business." She looked at him wistfully, as if she wished to say something, but did not venture to do so. He promptly gave a different turn to the conversation by quoting Mrs. Mumpson's tirade on church going the first Sunday after her arrival. Alida laughed, but not in a wholly mirthful and satisfied way. "There," he concluded, "I'm touching on things a little too sacred for you. I respect your feelings and beliefs, for they are honest and I wish I shared in 'em." Then he suddenly laughed again, as he added, "Mrs. Mumpson said there was too much milking done on Sunday, and it's time I was breaking the fourth commandment, after her notion." Alida now laughed outright, without reservation. "By Jocks, as Watterly says, what a difference there is in women," he soliloquized on his way to the barn. "Well, the church question is settled for the present, but if Alida should ask me to go, after her manner this morning, I'd face the whole creation with her." When at last he came in and threw off his waterproof coat, the kitchen was in order, and his wife was sitting by the parlor fire with Thompson's "Land and the Book" in her hand. "Are you fond of reading?" he asked. "Yes, very." "Well, I am too, sort of, but I've let the years slip by with doing half as much as I ought." "Light your pipe and I'll read to you, if you wish me to." "Oh, come now. I at least believe in Sunday as a day of rest, and you need it. Reading aloud is about as hard work as I can do." "But I'm used to it. I read aloud to mother a great deal." And then there passed over her face an expression of deep pain. "What is it, Alida? Don't you feel well?" "Yes, oh yes," she replied hastily, and her pale face became crimson. It was another stab of memory recalling the many Sundays she had read to the man who had deceived her. "Shall I read?" she asked. "Alida," he said very kindly, "it wasn't the thought of your mother that brought that look of pain into your face." She shook her head sadly, with downcast eyes. After a moment or two, she raised them appealingly to him as she said simply, "There is so much that I wish I could forget." "Poor child! Yes, I think I know. Be patient with yourself, and remember that you were never to blame." Again came that quick, grateful glance by which some women express more than others can ever put in words. Her thought was, "I didn't think that even he was capable of that. What a way of assuring me that he'll be patient with me!" Then she quietly read for an hour descriptions of the Holy Land that were not too religious for Holcroft's mind, and which satisfied her conscience better than much she had read in former days to satisfy a taste more alien to hers than that of her husband. Holcroft listened to her correct pronunciation and sweet, natural tones with a sort of pleased wonder. At last he said, "You must stop now." "Are you tired?" she asked. "No, but you are, or ought to be. Why, Alida, I didn't know you were so well educated. I'm quite a barbarous old fellow compared with you." "I hadn't thought of that before," she said with a laugh. "What a fool I was, then, to put it into your head." "You must be more careful. I'd never have such thoughts if you didn't suggest them." How did you come to get such a good education?" "I wish I had a better one. Well, I did have good advantages up to the time I was 17. After I was old enough I went to school quite steadily, but it seems to me that I learned a little of everything and not much of anything. When father died and we lost our property, we had to take to our needles. I suppose I might have obtained work in a store or some such place, but I couldn't bear to leave mother alone, and I disliked being in public. I certainly didn't know enough to teach, and besides, I was afraid to try." "Well, well, you've stumbled into a quiet enough place at last." "That's what I like most about it, but I don't think I stumbled into it. I think I've been led and helped. That's what I meant when I said you didn't understand me," she added hesitatingly. "It doesn't take courage for me to go to God. I get courage by believing that He cares for me like a father, as the Bible says. How could I ever have found so kind a friend and good a home myself?" "I've been half inclined to believe there's a providence in it myself, more and more so as I get acquainted with you. Your troubles have made you better, Alida. Mine made me worse. I used to be a Christian. I ain't any more." She looked at him smilingly as she asked, "How do you know?" "Oh, I know well enough," he replied gloomily. "Don't let's talk about it any more." And then he led her on to speak simply and naturally about her childhood home and her father and mother. "Well," he said heartily, "I wish your mother was living, for nothing would please me better than to have such a good old lady in the house." She averted her face as she said huskily, "I think it was better she died before—" But she did not finish the sentence. By the time dinner was over the sun was shining brightly, and he asked her if she would not like to go up the lane to his woodland to see the view. Her pleased look was sufficient answer. "But are you sure you are strong enough?" he persisted. "Yes, it will do me good to go out, and I may find some wild flowers." "I guess you can, a million or two." By the time he was through at the barn she was ready, and they started up the lane, now green with late April grass and enlivened with dandelions in which bumblebees were wallowing. The sun had dried the moisture sufficiently for them to pass on dry shod, but everything had the fresh, vernal aspect that follows a warm rain. Spring had advanced with a great bound since the day before. The glazed and glutinous cherry buds had expanded with aromatic odors, and the white of the blossoms was beginning to show. "By tomorrow," said Holcroft, "the trees will look as if covered with snow. Let me help you." And he put his hand under her arm, supporting and aiding her steps up the steep places. Her lips were parted, the pleased look was in her eyes as she rested on trees and shrubs which lined the half-ruinous stone walls on either side. "Everything seems so alive and glad this afternoon," she remarked. "Yes," replied the matter-of-fact farmer. "A rain such as we had this morning is like turning the water on a big mill wheel. It starts all the machinery right up. Now the sun's out, and that's the greatest motor power of all. Sun and moisture make the farm go." "Mustn't the ground be enriched, too?" "Yes, yes, indeed, I suppose that's where we all fail. But it's no easy matter to keep a farm in good heart. That's another reason why I'm so glad I won't have to sell my stock. A farm run without stock is sure to grow poor, and if the farm grows poor, the owner does, as a matter of course. But what put enriching the ground into your head? Do you know anything about farming?" "No, but I want to learn. When I was a girl, father had a garden. He used to take papers about it, and I often read them aloud to him evenings. Now I remember there used to be much in them about enriching the ground. Do you take any such paper?" "No, I haven't much faith in book farming." "I don't know," she ventured. "Seems to me you might get some good ideas out of papers, and your experience would teach you whether they were useful ideas or not. If you'll take one, I'll read it to you." "I will, then, for the pleasure of hearing you read, if nothing else. That's something I hadn't bargained for," he added, laughing. She answered in the same spirit by saying, "I'll throw that in and not call it square yet." "I think I've got the best of you," he chuckled, "and you know nothing makes a Yankee farmer happier than to get the best of a bargain." "I hope you'll continue to think so. Can I sit down a few moments?" "Why, certainly. How forgetful I am. Your talk is too interesting for me to think of anything else." And he placed her on a flat rock by the side of the lane while he leaned against the wall. Bees and other insects were humming around them. A butterfly fluttered over the fence and alighted on a dandelion almost at her feet. Meadowlarks were whistling their limpid notes in the adjoining fields, while from the trees about the house beneath them came the songs of many birds, blending with the babble of the brook which ran not far away. "Oh, how beautiful, how strangely beautiful it all is!" "Yes, when you come to think of it, it is real pretty," he replied. "It's a pity we get so used to such things that we don't notice 'em much. I should feel miserable enough, though, if I couldn't live in just such a place. I shouldn't wonder if I was a good deal like that robin yonder. I like to be free and enjoy the spring weather, but I suppose neither he nor I think or know how fine it all is." "Well, both you and the robin seem a part of it," she said, laughing. "Oh, no, no," he replied with a guffaw, which sent the robin off in alarm. "I ain't beautiful and never was." She joined in his laugh, but said with a positive little nod, "I'm right, though. The robin isn't a pretty bird, yet everybody likes him." "Except in cherry time. Then he has an appetite equal to mine. But everybody don't like me. In fact, I think I'm generally disliked in this town." "If you went among them more they wouldn't dislike you." "I don't want to go among them." "They know it, and that's the reason they dislike you." "Would you like to go out to tea drinkings and all that?" "No, indeed, and I don't suppose I'd be received," she said sadly. "So much the worse for them, then, blast 'em," said Holcroft wrathfully. "Oh, no, I don't feel that way, and you shouldn't. When they can, people ought to be sociable and kind." "Of course, I'd do any of my neighbors except Lemuel Weeks a good turn if it came in my way, but the less I have to do with them the better I'm satisfied." "I'm rested enough to go on now," said Alida quietly. They were not long in reaching the edge of the woodland, from which there was an extended prospect. For some little time they looked at the wide landscape in silence. Alida gave to it only partial attention, for her mind was very busy with thoughts suggested by her husband's alienation from his neighbors. It would make it easier for her, but the troubled query would arise, "Is it right or best for him? His marrying me will separate him still more." Holcroft's face grew sad rather than troubled as he looked at the old meeting house, and not at the landscape. He was sitting near the spot where he spent that long afternoon a few Sundays before, and the train of thought came back to him. In his deep abstraction he almost forgot the woman near him in memories of the past. His old love and lost faith were inseparable from that little white spire in the distance. Alida stole a glance at him and thought, "He's thinking of her," and she quietly strolled away to look for wild flowers. "Yes," muttered Holcroft at last, "I hope Bessie knows. She'd be the first one to say it was right and best for me, and she'd be glad to know that in securing my own home and comfort I had given a home to the homeless and sorrowful, a quiet, good woman who worships God as she did." He rose and joined his wife, who held toward him a handful of trailing arbutus, rue anemones, bloodroot, and dicentras. "I didn't know they were so pretty before," she said with a smile. His smile reassured her, for it seemed kinder than any she had yet received, and his tone was very gentle. "His dead wife will never be my enemy," she murmured. "He has made it right with her in his own thoughts." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of He Fell in Love with His Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He Fell in Love with His Wife by Edward P. Rowe. Chapter 24. Given Her Own Way. On Monday, the absorbing work of the farm was renewed, and every day brought to Holcroft long and exhausting hours of labor. While he was often taciturn, he evidently progressed in cheerfulness and hope. Alida confirmed his good impressions. His meals were prompt and inviting. The house was taking on an aspect of neatness and order long absent, and his wardrobe was put into as good a condition as its rather meagre character permitted. He had positively refused to permit his wife to do any washing and ironing. "We'll see about it next fall," he said. "If then you are perfectly well and strong, perhaps, but not in the warm weather now coming on." Then he added, with a little nod, "I'm finding out how valuable you are, and I'd rather save you than the small sum I have to pay old Mrs. Johnson." In this and in other ways he showed kindly consideration, but his mind continually reverted to his work and outdoor plans, with the preoccupation of one who finds that he can give his thoughts to something from which they had been most reluctantly withdrawn. Thus Alida was left alone most of the time. When the dusk of evening came, he was too tired to say much, and he retired early, that he might be fresh for work again when the sun appeared. She had no regrets, for although she kept busy, she was resting, and her wounds were healing through the long, quiet days. It was the essential calm after the storm. Caring for the dairy and working the butter into firm, sweet, tempting yellow rolls were the only tasks that troubled her a little, but Holcroft assured her that she was learning these important duties faster than he expected her to. She had several hours a day in which to ply her needle, and thus was soon enabled to replenish her scanty wardrobe. One morning at breakfast she appeared in another gown, and although its material was calico, she had the appearance to Holcroft of being unusually well dressed. He looked pleased, but made no comment. When the cherry blossoms were fully out, an old cracked flower vase, the only one in the house, was filled with them, and they were placed in the centre of the dinner table. He looked at them and her, then smilingly remarked, "I shouldn't wonder if you enjoyed those cherry blows more than anything else we have for dinner." "I want something else, though. My appetite almost frightens me." "That's famous. I needn't be ashamed of mine, then." One evening, before the week was over, he saw her busy with a rake about the door. Last year's leaves were still scattered about, with twigs and small boughs wrested by the winds from the trees. He was provoked with himself that he had neglected the usual spring clearing away of litter, and a little irritated that she should have tried to do the work herself. He left the horses at the barn and came forward directly. "Alida," he said gravely, "there's no need of you doing such work. I don't like to see you do it." "Why?" she replied. "I've heard that women in the country often milk and take care of the chickens." "Yes, but that's very different from this work. I wouldn't like people to think I expected such things of you." "It's very easy work," she said smilingly. "Easier than sweeping a room, though something like it. I used to do it at home when I was a girl. I think it does me good to do something in the open air." She was persisting, but not in a way that chafed him. Indeed, as he looked into her appealing eyes and face flushed with exercise, he felt that it would be churlish to say another word. "Well," he said, laughing, "it makes you look so young and rosy. I guess it does you good. I suppose you'll have to have your own way." "You know I wouldn't do this or anything else if you didn't really want me to." "You are keen," he replied, with his good nature entirely restored. "You can see that you get me right under your thumb when you talk that way. But we must both be on our guard against your fault, you know, or pretty soon you'll be taking the whole work of the farm off my hands." "To be serious," she resumed, accompanying him to the barn for the first time, "I think you are working too hard. I'm not. Our meals are so simple that it doesn't take me long to get them. I'm through with a hurry in my sewing. The old dog does the churning, and you give me so much help in the dairy that I shall soon have time on my hands. Now, it seems to me that I might soon learn to take entire care of the chickens, big and little, and that would be so much less for you to look after. I'm sure I would enjoy it very much, especially looking after the little chickens." "So you really think you'd like to do that?" he asked, as he turned to her from unharnessing the horses. "Yes, indeed, if you think I'm competent." "You are more so than I am. Somehow little chickens don't thrive under a busy man's care. The mother hens mean well, but they're so confoundedly silly. I declare to you, last year I lost half the little chicks that were hatched out." "Well, then," she replied, laughing, "I won't be afraid to try, for I think I can beat you in raising chickens. Now, show me how you feed them at night, and how much I'm to give them in the morning, and let me take the whole care of them for a month, get the eggs and all. If they don't do so well, then I'll resign. I can't break you in a month." "It looks more as if you'd make me. You have a good big bump of order, and I haven't any at all in little things. Tom Watterly was right. If I had tried to live here alone, things would have got into an awful mess. I feel ashamed of myself that I didn't clear up the yard before, but my whole mind has been on the main crops." "As it should be. Don't you worry about the little things. They belong to me. Now, show me about the chickens, or they'll go to roost while we're talking." "But I, as well as the chickens, shall want some supper." "I won't let either of you starve. You'll see." "Well, you see this little measure? You fill it from this bin with the mixture of corn and wheat screenings. That's the allowance morning and evening. Then you go out to the barnyard there and call 'Kip, kip, kip.' That's the way my wife used." He stopped in a little embarrassment. "I'll be glad if I could do everything as she did," said Alida gently. "It has grown clearer every day how hard her loss was to you. If you'll tell me what she did, and how she did things." And she hesitated. "That's good of you, Alida," he replied gratefully. Then, with his directness of speech, he added, "I believe some women are inclined to be jealous even of the dead." "You need never fear to speak of your wife to me. I respect and honor your feelings, the way you remember her. There's no reason why it should be otherwise. I didn't agree to one thing and expect another." And she looked him straight in the eyes. He dropped them as he stood leaning against the bin in the shadowy old barn, and said, "I didn't think you or anyone would be so sensible." "Of course one can't forget quickly." "You oughtn't to forget," was the firm reply. "Why should you? I should be sorry to think you could forget." "I fear I am not like to make you sorry," he replied, sighing. "To tell you the truth," he added, looking at her almost commiseratingly, and then he hesitated. "Well, the truth is usually best," she said quietly. "Well, I'll tell you my thought. We married in haste. We were almost strangers, and your mind was so distracted at the time that I couldn't blame you if you forgot what I said. I feared Well, you are carrying out our agreement so sensibly that I want to thank you. It's a relief to find that you're not opposed, even in your heart, that I should remember one that I knew as a little child and married when I was young." "I remember all you said, and what I said," she replied, with the same direct, honest gaze. "Don't let such thoughts trouble you any more. You've been kinder and more considerate than I ever expected. You only have to tell me how she did." "No, Alida," he said quietly, obeying a subtle impulse. "I'd rather you would do everything your own way, as it's natural for you. There, we've talked so long that it's too late to feed the chickens to-night. You can begin again in the morning." "Oh," she cried, "and you have all your other work to do. I've hindered rather than helped you by coming out." "No," he replied decidedly, "you've helped me. I'll be in before very long." She returned to the house and busied herself in preparations for supper. She was very thoughtful, and at last concluded, "Yes, he is right. I understand. Although I may do what his wife did, he don't wish me to do it as she did. There would only be a partial and painful resemblance to his eyes. Both he and I would suffer in comparisons, and he be continually reminded of his loss. She was his wife in reality, and all relating to her is something sacred and past to him. The less I'm like her, the better. He married me for the sake of his farm, and I can best satisfy him by carrying out his purpose in my own way. He's through with sentiment, and has taken the kindest way he could to tell me that I've nothing to do with his past. He feared, yes, he feared I should forget our business-like agreement. I didn't know I had given him cause to fear. I certainly won't hereafter." And the wife felt, with a trace of bitterness and shame, that she had been put on her guard, that her husband had wished to remind her that she must not forget his motive in marrying her, or expect anything not in consonance with that motive. Perhaps she had been too wifelike in her manner, and therefore he had feared. She was as sensitive to such a reproach as she would have been in her girlhood. For once her intuition was at fault, and she misjudged Holcroft in some respects. He did think he was through with sentiment. He could not have deliberately talked to Alida, or to any other, about his old life and love. And he truly felt that she had no part in that life. It had become a sad, sacred memory, yet he wished to feel that he had the right to dwell upon it as he chose. In his downright sincerity, he wished her to know that he could not help dwelling on it, that for him some things were over, and that he was not to blame. He was profoundly grateful to her that she had so clearly accepted the facts of his past, and of their own present relations. He had feared, it is true, but she had not realized his fears, and he felt that it was her due that he should acknowledge her straightforward carrying out of the compact, made under circumstances which might well excuse her from realizing everything fully. Moreover, direct and matter-of-fact as he was, he felt vaguely the inevitable difficulties of their relationship. The very word "wife" might suggest to her mind an affection which he believed it was not in his power to bestow. They had agreed to give an arbitrary and unusual meaning to their marriage, and while thinking it would have no other meaning for him, his mind was haunted, and he feared that hers might be, by the natural significance of the rite. So far from meaning to hint that she had been too wifelike, he had meant to acknowledge her simple and natural fulfillment of his wishes in a position far more difficult to fill than even he imagined. That she had succeeded so well was due to the fact that she entertained for him all the kind feelings possible, except the one supreme regard which under ordinary circumstances would have accounted for the marriage. The reason that all promised to go so well in their relationship of mere mutual help was the truth that this basis of union had satisfied their mutual need. As the farmer had hoped, they had become excellent friends, supplementing each other's work in a way that promised prosperity. Without the least intention on the part of either, chance words had been spoken which would not be without effect. He had told her to do everything in her own way because the moment he thought of it he knew he liked her ways. They possessed a novelty and natural grace which interested him. There are both a natural and conventional grace, and the true lady learns to blend the one with the other so as to make a charming manner essentially her own, a manner which makes a woman a lady the world over. Alida had little more than natural grace and refinement, unmodified by society. This the plain farmer could understand, and he was already awakening to an appreciation of it. It impressed him agreeably that Alida should be trim and neat while about her work, and that all her actions were entirely free from the coarse, slovenly manner, the limp carriage and slatternly aspect of the whole tribe which had come and gone during the past year. They had all been so much alike in possessing disagreeable traits that he felt that Alida was the only peculiar one among them. He never thought of instituting comparisons between her and his former wife, yet he did so unconsciously. Mrs. Holcroft had been too much like himself, matter-of-fact, materialistic, kind, and good. Devoid of imagination, uneducated in mind, her thoughts had not ranged far from what she touched and saw. She touched them with something of their own heaviness. She saw them as objects just as they were, and was incapable of obtaining from them much suggestion or enjoyment. She knew when the cherry and plum trees were in blossom, just as she knew it was April. The beautiful sounds and changes in nature reminded her that it was time to do certain kinds of work, and with her work was alpha and omega. As her mother had before her, she was inclined to be a house drudge rather than a housewife. Thrift, neatness, order marked the limits of her endeavor, and she accomplished her tasks with the awkward, brisk directness learned in her mother's kitchen. Only mind, imagination, and refinement can embroider the homely details of life. Alida would learn to do all that she had done, but the woman with a finer nature would do it in a different way. Holcroft already knew he liked this way, although he could not define it to himself. Tired as he was when he came home in the evening, his eyes would often kindle with pleasure at some action or remark that interested him from its novelty. In spite of his weariness and preoccupation, in spite of a still greater obstacle, the inertia of a mind dulled by material life, he had begun to consider Alida's personality for its own sake. He liked to watch her, not to see what she did to his advantage, but how she did it. She was awakening an agreeable expectancy, and he sometimes smilingly said to himself, "What's next?" "Oh, no," he thought as he was milking the last cow, "I'd much rather she'd take her own natural way in doing things. It would be easier for her, and it's her right, and somehow I like her way, just as I used to like Bessie's ways. She isn't Bessie, and never can be, but for some reason I'd like her to be as different as possible." Unconsciously and unintentionally, however, he had given Alida's sensitive nature a slight wound. She felt that she had been told, in effect, "You can help me all you please, and I would rather you do this in a way that will not awaken associations, but you must not think of me, or expect me to think of you, in any light that was not agreed upon." That he had feared the possibility of this, that he might have fancied he saw indications of this, hurt her pride, that pride and delicacy of feeling which most women shield so instinctively. She was now consciously on her guard, and so was not so secure against the thoughts she deprecated as before. In spite of herself, a restraint would tinge her manner, which he would eventually feel in a vague, uncomfortable way. But he came in at last, very tired and thoroughly good-natured. "I'm going to town to morrow," he said, "and I thought of taking a very early start so as to save time. Would you like to go?" "There's no need of my going." "I thought perhaps you'd enjoy the drive." "I would have to meet strangers, and I'm so entirely content in being alone. I won't go this time unless you wish it." "Well, if you don't care about it, I'll carry out my first plan, and take a very early start. I want to sell the butter and eggs on hand, repay Tom Watterly, and get some seeds. We need some things from the store too, I suppose." "Yes, you are such a coffee drinker," she began, smiling. "Oh, I know," he interrupted. "Make out your list. You shall say what we want. Isn't there something you want for yourself?" "No, not for myself. But I do want something that perhaps you would enjoy too. You may think it a waste of money, though." "Well, you've a right to waste some in your own way, as well as I have over my pipe." "That's good. I hadn't thought of that. You are the one that puts notions into my head. I would like 3 or 4 geraniums and a few flower seeds." He looked as if he was thinking deeply, and she felt a little hurt that he should not comply at once with her request, knowing that the outlay suggested was very slight. At last he looked up smiling as he said, "So I put notions into your head, do I?" "Oh, well," she replied, flushing in the consciousness of her thoughts, "if you think it's foolish to spend money for such things." "Tush, tush, Alida! Of course I'll get what you wish. But I really am going to put a notion into your head, and it's stupid and scarcely fair in me that I hadn't thought of some such plan before. You want to take care of the chickens. Well, I put them wholly in your care, and you shall have all you can make of them, eggs, young chickens, and everything." "That is a new notion," she replied, laughing. "I hadn't thought of such a thing, and it's more than fair. What would I do with so much money?" "What you please. Buy yourself silk dresses if you want to." "But I couldn't use a quarter of the money." "No matter. Use what you like, and I'll put the rest in the bank for you, and in your name. I was a nice kind of business partner, wasn't I? Expecting you to do nearly half the work, and then have you say, 'Will you please get me a few plants and seeds?' And then, 'Oh, if you think it's foolish to spend money for such things.' Why, you have as good a right to spend some of the money you help earn as I have. You've shown you'll be sensible in spending it. I don't believe you'll use enough of it. Anyway, it will be yours, as it ought to be." "Very well," she replied, nodding at him with piquant significance. "I'll always have some to lend you." "Yes. Shouldn't wonder if you were the richest some day. Everything you touch seems to turn out well. I shall be wholly dependent on you hereafter for eggs and an occasional fricassee." "You shall have your share. Yes, I like this notion. It grows on me. I'd like to earn some money to do what I please with. You'll be surprised to see what strange and extravagant tastes I'll develop." "I expect to be perfectly dumbfounded," as Mrs. Mumpson used to say. "Since you are so willing to lend, I'll lend you enough to get all you want tomorrow. Make out your list. You can get a good start tomorrow, for I was too tired and it was too late for me to gather the eggs tonight. I know, too, that a good many of the hens have stolen their nests of late, and I've been too busy to look for 'em. You may find perfect mines of eggs, but for mercy's sake don't climb around in dangerous places. I had such bad luck with chicks last year that I've only set a few hens. You can set few or many now, just as you please." Even as he talked and leisurely finished his supper, His eyes grew heavy with sleep. "What time will you start to-morrow?" she asked. "Oh, no matter. Long before you are up, or ought to be. I'll get myself a cup of coffee. I expect to do my morning work and be back by 9 or 10 o'clock, for I wish to get in some potatoes and other vegetables before Sunday." "Very well. I'll make out my list and lay it on the table here. Now, why don't you go to sleep at once? You ought, with such an early start in prospect." "Ought I? Well, I never felt more inclined to do my duty. You must own up I have put one good notion into your head." "I have said nothing against any of them. Come, you ought to go at once." "Can't I smoke my pipe first, please?" "You'll find it quieter in the parlour." "But it's pleasanter here, where I can watch you." "Do you think I need watching?" "Yes, a little, since you don't look after your own interests very sharply." "It isn't my way to look after anything very sharply." "No, Alida, thank the Lord. There's nothing sharp about you, not even your tongue. You won't mind being left alone a few hours to-morrow?" "No, indeed. I like to be alone." "I thought I did. Most everyone has seemed a crowd to me. I'm glad you've never given me that feeling. Well, good-bye, till you see me driving up with the geraniums." Chapter 24